Chapter 651. It may be doomed that the tomb owner accepted a trace of Lin Qingshuan's inheritance before he opened the reincarnation cemetery. To some extent, in addition to the way of killing, maybe the Tao of the Taishu medical god Lin Qingxian is more suitable for the tomb owner. After all, he has taken this as the foundation of his cultivation for the past 5 years. Then they looked at each other and disappeared. Leave all the time for Lin Qingxian and Yi Chen. Lin Qingxian looked at Yi Chen with interest and continued, "Do you know what happened to the door of medical god and King Xuanfeng? Do they carry on my legacy? What is the current pattern of Kunlun? Does my medical profession surpass the peak?" Between the words, Lin Qingxian has incomparable pride and self-confidence. At that time, Kunlun was deficient, including the doctrines of medicine, martial arts and killing. Many thousands of doctrines, including medical and martial arts, dominate and crush everything. If later generations carry forward his inheritance, it will be enough to win the title of Kunlun Su. Hearing Lin Qingshuan's words, Yi Chen's expression was somewhat helpless, but he still said, "Kunlun Shiwu Road is respected, the medical god's door is almost down, and there are no more than 10 disciples. As for the King Xuanfeng, there is almost no news in Kunlun Su, and few people know about it." What? Lin Qingshuan's expression suddenly became stiff. He thought about countless possibilities, but he didn't expect that medical ethics would not fall into this situation. "You tell us about the situation in Kunlun and what happened." Lin Qingxian frowned. Yi Chen nodded and said the current situation of Kunlun Su and even the recent events of the medical god gate. Even what he learned from the door of the god of medicine. Lin Qingshuan's expression became more and more ugly. He found that there was only the shape of the medical way, but there was no god of it. His supreme inheritance, through the years, no one really inherits. If there is no reincarnation graveyard, in another 100 years, the way of medicine will surely no longer exist. It's a shame, it makes him angry. "Master?" Yi Chen sees that Lin Qingxian has not spoken for a long time. He just wants to remind him that Lin Qingxian is in front of Yi Chen, his hands are behind him, and his eyes are extremely hot. "I only ask you one question. Are you willing to accept my supreme inheritance?" Standing on the top of Kunlun, let Lin Qingshuan's 3 words ring through the world. How could Yi Chen not want to? He quickly knelt down and said, "Master, I am willing to." "Good." Lin Qingxian did not have any nonsense, 5 fingers a grip, a golden gas suddenly formed. "Disciple, because you are not high in cultivation and can't touch the core of medical doctrines, this spirit chi should be a meeting gift. Spirit and spirit is the most important thing in medical ethics. Generally, only those who enter the Tao can gather together. Today, I will let you ascend to heaven step by step. With this thing, not only can strengthen your 9 days Xianyang Ju, but also can let you in the medical road, across thousands of miles. Refining medicine, coagulating pills and killing people are like God's help. The only defect is your current cultivation. You can control the spirit and spirit for a minute before you. If you exceed this time, you are likely to die. Please remember." Language down, the spirit of the spirit is flying to the heart of Yi Chen's eyebrows. What Yi Chen just wants to say, Lin Qingshuan's arm swings, the whirlwind of the samsara cemetery, Yi Chen returns to reality. "Disciple, I have no other requirements. I hope you can go to King Xuanfeng and get my things back. Since this group of waste descendants cannot carry forward my inheritance, then they are not qualified to control those things." Between the words, there is an invisible anger. Yi Chen Gang wants to ask something, but he finds that Lin Qingxian has disappeared. He took a look at the old plaque of the door of the god of medicine, which was meaningful. Since the old man went to King Xuanfeng with all the people of the medical god's gate, he would also like to go there. Moreover, according to the map, King Xuanfeng and Xuemeng are just mountains separated. There is no conflict. It's time to go. I don't know if Shen Shirshi has arrived at Wanjianzong. At the same time, the abandoned Zuixian building. Almost 1,000 people surrounded. The breath of every one of them was extremely terrible. They watched the collapse of Zuixian building, which was extremely complicated. Yishir Tian has really come to Kunlun. Silence. Nightmares are coming. 7 old people with strong breath near Zuixian building. Any one of these 7 old men can shake the whole Kunlun void. They control the resources of Kunlun, they hold the supreme power. They are powerful enough to destroy everything. One of them is the Blood Alliance leader Sword Blood Sedimentation. Jian Shueshan looks gloomy, and then his eyes fall on a middle-aged man. Are you sure it's Yishur Tian? What's more, there is only one person who killed Heaven. One person destroyed the Gao family and the Li family. Even the Zuixian building with ancient array has been destroyed. If I'm right, the Zuixian building is protected by Yibao Pavilion. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground, feeling the powerful pressure of the bloody sword, shivering. Sword Alliance leader, I really don't need to lie. Besides, I was not the only one watching at that time. There were 100 people. It is estimated that from tomorrow on, this matter will be thoroughly spread. If there is a lie, Heaven strikes with thunder. The Qin fanatic Zhou Dao even broke his arm under the pressure of Yishur Tian. Can such a shocking thing deceive you? Jian Shueshan hears the 2 words of Zhou Dao, and his eyes shrink. This is the king of the strong actually cut off his arm to survive? So, did ye kill the sky step into the realm of returning to emptiness? Sword Alliance leader, and Li Hu's Liu Qin has been taken away by Yishur Tian. What? Has Li Yu's piano come out? Now in Yishur Tian's hands? Another old man with terrible breath is short of breath. This is an ancient treasure. After the mystery disappeared 100 years ago, there is no trace of Kunlun again. And now it's a reappearance. The old man grabbed the middle-aged man's clothes and said excitedly, Are you sure Li Yu's Qin is in the hand of Yishur Tian? The middle-aged man's expression was bright and dark, but he shook his head again, adult, no more. Bang! As soon as the words fell, the middle-aged man was thrown out by the old man. Body heavy hit on the ground, spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Nonsense. You just said that Yishur Tian had taken away Li Yu's piano, but now you say it's not in Ye's hands. I think we are fools. The voice of the old man is so cold. The middle-aged man felt that all the bones of his body were broken. He didn't care about everything. He swallowed a mouthful of blood and continued, Listen to me. The Liu zither was originally taken away by Yishur Tian, but he destroyed it in front of the public, and it was refined into a scabbard. The old man Mao's son a cold, natural don't believe, still want to cheat me. Look for death. The old man with the storm, a palm to chop down the middle-aged man's cover. Chapter 652. Just at the moment when they were about to touch, a beautiful figure came out of the crowd, and a graceful and ethereal voice rang out, He said the truth. I witnessed it with my own eyes. If you think I cheated you as a member of Yibao Pavilion, you might as well do it. It was Ding Yuner who spoke. The old man stopped and looked at the beautiful shadow. Naturally, he knew Ding Yuner and took back his hand. Ding Yuner came to Jian Shueshan and others and said, With your abilities, it's not easy to distinguish the truth from the false. Why do we have to kill innocent people? If I were you, I'd better consider my own situation. If you set up 100 hunting orders, Yishur Tian still appeared indifferent and even killed people in front of hundreds of people. I had to obey this manner. But how do I feel this slap is like hitting you in the face? You must be in pain now, I think. Hearing Ding Yuner's words, the old man trembled with anger. Just as he was about to speak, Ding Yuner continued. Don't be angry. What I'm talking about is the fact. Do you think one of you will be the next one to have an accident? If Yishur Tian does not die, Kunlun Su will never be at peace. At this moment, everyone calmed down. The truth of the matter is beyond doubt. Jian Shueshan looked at Ding Yuner and said, Our Blood Alliance and Yibao Pavilion have something to do with each other. Besides, Yishur Tian should be our common enemy. If you are here now, you should seek cooperation. Or, do you know the whereabouts of Yishur Tian? Ding Yuner shrugged and laughed, On the contrary, I hope you will give up chasing Yishur Tian, or even ask Yishur Tian for peace. I have already got in touch with Yibao Pavilion. Yibao Pavilion has stopped investigating Yi Shitian's deeds in Kunlun Mountain of China. Now it's up to you. His face turned black and he said in a cold voice, "Give up? You must be dreaming. We have united 100 schools to hunt down Yi Shitian. If we give up, what will the world think of us?" Ding Yuner knew it would be the result. She shook her head and walked outside. You can't even feel the fear of killing the sky, even if the sword leaves the sky. The unknown is what humans fear most. That leaf kills the sky is unknown. I ask you, has it been so long since the incident of Kunlun Su that you have investigated other information about Yi Shitian? The forces behind it, clan, martial arts and others? You don't. Everyone in Kunlungsu doesn't know the true identity of Yi Shitian. This kind of existence without shadow and without trace is the beginning of Kunlun virtual nightmare. If we don't believe it, we'll see. Ding Yuner disappeared, and a cold wind came, which made everyone's back cool. Although Ding Yuner's words seem ridiculous, they are all facts. Yi Shitian is like the god of death from hell. Wherever he goes, there is only death. After the key things happen, they disappear completely. As if it never appeared. The old man looked at the Blood Alliance leader sword and said, "Old sword, what should I do next?" Jian Shueshan looked complicated. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "What else can we do? Look! I don't believe it. If I turn the whole Kunlun mountain upside down, I can't find this leaf killing heaven. What's more, didn't that guy say Yi Shitian took Lisan? This is a clue. I don't believe it. How long can Yi Shitian last?" The old man nodded and said to the thousands of people behind him, "Search for 50 Li. Contact us as soon as you find anything." Yes. The cry resounded like thunder. At the same time, Kunlun Su Ji family. 3 bells rang suddenly. For Ji Jia, 1 bell means something to discuss, and 2 bells mean that everyone must dare to come as soon as possible. As for the 3 bells, it is a matter of great importance. Besides a gate of Ji family, there are dozens of Ji family members. Everyone's face was full of worry. Because just 3 hours ago, Ji's family leader was seriously injured and brought back, and his breath was almost gone. It's full of stillness. The Ji family sent the family's best doctor to check, but it has been 3 hours, and nothing has happened. Ji Lin's small body paced back and forth, which was the first time that she felt worried. Innocence is not here. My father will be okay, certainly not. My father is so strong, how could something happen? Ji Lin kept whispering. All of a sudden, there was a strong wind. The master of the figure is a woman. The woman's face is crystal clear like jade, like lotus in the water, and snow in the flowers and trees, without expression, but with a high cold and ethereal. Her figure is so graceful that many people can't bear to move their eyes away. Miss Ji is back. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. This sentence seems to represent hope. The whole Ji family, only Ji Xiqing can make everyone look forward to it. Ji Xiqing dropped his toes and looked at the closed door. What happened? Why did my father have an accident? A Ji family housekeeper quickly stood up and arched his hands and said, "Miss, this is a long story. The master and the 10 strong men of Ji family went to a secret place for 10 days. On the 10th day, a body full of blood suddenly climbed out. I thought it was someone else, but after a careful look, it was the master. All the other 10 strong men of Ji family didn't come out. Something must have happened in the secret place. As for the specific things, only when the master wakes up can we know." Ji Xiqing's cold eyes twinkled with cold light. "Check it for me. No matter who is behind the secret place, within 3 days, I want to get all the relevant information. No one can move my relatives who are Ji Xiqing." At this moment, Ji Xiqing broke out with a terrible momentum. Many strong people in Ji family only feel that their breath is choked. Fortunately, the pressure soon disappeared. Ji Lin took Ji Xiqing's hand with tears in his eyes. "Sister, do you think father will have an accident?" Ji Xiqing bit his teeth, and his eyes softened a lot. "Don't worry, I'm here, no one can take his father away." Chapter 653. The door opens. An old man with a medicine box on his back came out. It's obviously the doctor the Ji family asked for. Ji Xiqing and Ji Lin quickly went up and asked seriously, "How are the people inside?" The doctor saw Ji Xiqing come back unexpectedly, the eye's sun shrinks, then kneels down directly. "Miss, please punish me. The master is hurt too much, the spirit is almost broken, and the body is even more serious. Small medical skills are not good at all. You can only gather the master's body in front of you, but there is something wrong with the spirit. This is a great thing." Although Ji Xiqing was angry in his heart, he still suppressed it. He took out a golden pill and handed it to the other party. "Can this pill help you? This is the most precious pill on her." The doctor took a look at the golden elixir and could feel the extremely high grade. The fragrance of medicine is strong to the extreme. This pill existed in ancient times. But I didn't expect to be got by Miss. In Kunlun, it is absolutely valuable. But even so, the golden elixir has no effect on the master's condition. Miss, although the golden elixir is of adverse grade, it has no effect on the master's condition. As far as I know, there is only one pill that can be used. What? Taiga Shushur Dan, but also must be a complete Taiga Shushur Dan. Taiga Shushur Dan has miraculous effect on spirits. Unfortunately, the pill has disappeared between heaven and earth. Recently, this pill appeared in an auction in Kunlun Mountain of China. It is said that it was sold by a man named Yishur Tian. However, the pill taken away is a waste pill, and it has no effect against the heaven of archaic Shushur Dan. Hearing the name of Yishur Tian, Ji Xiqing has a strange expression. Because the name appears in his ears almost every day. Many people have to kill the gods around them. Although she was curious about Yishur Tian, she didn't think much about it. Now I didn't expect that the safety of my father was actually linked to this mysterious man. Ji Xiqing no longer hesitates, and directly enters the room with Ji Lin. When he sees the vitality of the man on the hospital bed almost dissipates, his look becomes more and more ugly. Ji Xiqing's point is on the eyebrow of the comatose middle-aged man. The inner source of the elixir field continuously poured into it. But it doesn't work at all. Even a force of reverse attack, Ji Xiqing spits out a mouthful of blood. The doctor quickly advised, "Miss, it's no use. The only thing I can do is to temporarily block all the vitality of the master and prevent it from dissipating. However, this is not a long-term plan. If there is no Taiga Shushur pill or an expert, the master will not last for 100 days. Ji Xiqing clenched her fist, and she practiced to the highest level. She didn't care too much about her family relationship. Even the relationship with my father was average. But blood is thicker than water. More than anyone else, she wanted her father to have an accident. Her eyes fell on the doctor again, and her voice dropped slowly. "Since you say that Taiga Shushur pill is useful for father's condition, I will send someone to find Yishur Tian. Unfortunately, I heard that Yishur Tian is extremely mysterious and has come and gone without a trace. I can't bet my father's fate on a stranger. Does that mean that someone else can save my father?" Ji Xiqing knows that the strength of the doctor in front of him can be called a miracle doctor. His medical skills can be regarded as the top level in Kunlun, otherwise he would not be brought by Ji family. Now that the other party can't do it, most of the doctors in Kunlun Su can't save their father. Only by looking for a more top-notch medical skill can father have a chance of life. The doctor nodded his head and said excitedly, "Miss, I know that there are 2 places where there are experts in medical skills in Kunlun Su. Their methods are unpredictable. Maybe they can help the master. One is the declining medical gods sect. The master's medical skills must be above me. If he does, he will have vitality. The other is Qingshuanfeng. The descendants of Lin Qingxian, the ancestor of Kunlun's deficiency medicine, are on the top of Qingshuanfeng. Although he has been silent for thousands of years, I don't know how his descendants' medical skills are, but these 3 words represent everything possible." Hearing the doctor's words, Ji Xiqing and Ji Lin have strange expressions. A figure appeared in their minds. Very familiar. "You go down first. I'll take care of it," Ji Xiqing ordered. "Yes." After the doctor left, Ji Lin couldn't help but say, "Elder sister, the doctor's gate that the guy said is not the ancestral gate of Yi Chen's boy." Ji Si gave Ji Lin a clean look and blamed him, "He is older than you. You should not say so. Be polite." Ji Lin spat out his tongue, "Sister, I know that we have a good relationship with the medical god gate. We can go directly to the master of Yi Chen and ask him to do something." "Yes, I will go to the medical god gate." Ji Siqing held out his hand to stop Ji Lin, shook his head and said, "It's too late. A few months ago, I went to the door of medical god, where all the people were gone. I sent someone to investigate and found that the door of medical god seemed to be mysteriously missing because of avoiding some forces. Now the only chance is Qingshuanfeng." Ji Lin lost her heart. Suddenly, she thought of something. "Elder sister, Yi Chen is not a member of the medical god gate. Since the door of medical god has disappeared, I'll go to Huaxia to find Yi Chen's boy. He has been in the medical god's gate for 5 years. His medical skills should be good. Maybe he can save his father." Ji Siqing took a look at the comatose middle-aged man in the hospital bed and sighed, "It's no use. In the past 5 years, Yi Chen is bent on revenge. He has been immersed in medical ethics for a short time. His medical skills are enough to win over everything in China, but he is really not enough to see in Kunlun Su. Even if you find Yi Chen, it's no use." Ji Lin's eyes were helpless. "Sister, what should we do?" Ji Siqing pondered for a few seconds, and suddenly said, "You and I will act separately. I'll try to find Yi Shitian. The other party takes the incomplete Taigu Shusher pill. There must be a reason. Maybe he can master the complete Taigu Shusher pill. And you, I order you to go to Qingshuanfeng. No matter what price you pay, you will ask Lin Qingshuan's descendants to go down the mountain. Between you and me, one must succeed." Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Ji Lin nodded fiercely, "Sister, don't worry. Even if Lin Qingshuan's descendants don't want to go down the mountain, I'll tie them up too." Ji Siqing handed the golden elixir to Ji Lin. "Although this pill is useless for his father's illness, it must be that Lin Qingshuan's descendants are absolutely regarded as treasure. If it's really not possible, you can give it to them. What's more, when you're outside, be careful. If you have anything, please contact me." Before she finished speaking, Ji Lin disappeared. "I don't know when I can shake my head. Yi Chen, if you had focused on medical skills in those 5 years, it would have been great. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as if." Chapter 654. At the moment, Yi Chen, who is on his way, touched his nose and said in doubt, "Who said me behind my back?" Naturally, he did not know that Ji Siqing and Ji Lin would mention themselves. He used to want to see them, but now something happened to both the doctor's door and his father, so he couldn't sit back and ignore them. When everything is done, he will naturally go to see them and pay back the kindness of those 5 years. The sky gradually darked down. Unconsciously, the time of the day has passed. Because there is some distance between Qingshuanfeng and the medical god gate, 1 day's time can't catch up. It is estimated that according to the current schedule, we will arrive at least tomorrow afternoon. Helpless, Yi Chen can only try to find a nearby hotel or inn. Unfortunately, he noticed that there was no one around, not to mention hotels and inns. Even ordinary houses could not be seen. However, he regretted that Xue Fenghua and Shen Shirshi left early. Otherwise, with their understanding of Kunlun Su, there is no problem in finding a place to live. Yi Chen lived in Kunlun Su for 5 years, but in these 5 years, he devoted himself to cultivation and revenge, and did not go to many places. For the immediate place, it is extremely strange. Forget it, just find a place to rest for the night. Yi Chen shakes his head helplessly. There are some spirit stones in his hand. He intends to form an array of these spirit stones. There are many virtual monsters and beasts in Kunlun. There is no array protection. It is extremely dangerous in the wilderness. After a while, Yi Chen's array suddenly formed, and countless auras swept in. It's not a big array, but you can tell Yi Chen at least in time of danger. Of course, this is also a big shield array. Ordinary people want to find themselves very difficult. Yi Chen sat cross-legged and directly entered the state of cultivation. Lin Qingxian gave him the real 9-day Xianyang Ju. He hasn't tried to run it yet. Now it's time to try. After more than 10 minutes, he could clearly feel that every time the 9-day Xianyang Ju was operated, the true qi of the elixir field seemed to be refined by a force, and the true qi became extremely pure. At the same time, the spirit qi in the body seems to be affected and covers the whole body. He even found that his body seemed to be a little stronger. Is this exercise? The real 9 days Xianyang Ju combined with the spirit and spirit qi has the effect of refining body. Yi Chen is very happy in his heart and keeps running 9 days of Xianyang Ju. His body is full of crackling sound. If Lin Qingxian had not been silent in the Samsara cemetery, he would have asked everything. When Yi Chen was concentrating on practice, the sound of footsteps came suddenly. Well, people have come to this place where birds don't poop. Not long, Yi Chen is to see a man and a woman appeared in the line of sight. However, Yi Chen is in the jungle, and there are more arrays to cover the breath. They are not aware of it. Their breath was so weak that they gasped heavily in their mouths. They should have been hurt. One of the men's chest is the emergence of a large blood-sparkling hole, continuous blood seepage. The situation is worrying. As for another woman, when Yi Chen saw each other's face, it was a bit of an accident. Pure face, eyebrows, long eyelashes tremble slightly, white skin shows a light pink, thin lips such as rose petals delicate to drop. I'm wearing a white sportswear. Under the foot is a pair of Adidas small white shoes. Although it is a sports style, it will set off the body incisively and vividly. Front convex back warping, can be called perfect. Yi Chen's surprise is not the other side's appearance, but this dress. Obviously from China. Although there are some people with Kunlun deficiency who don't wear much different from Chinese people, after all, many Kunlun virtual strong people can freely enter and leave China and Kunlun Su. But there are some subtle differences in the overall dressing style. The girl in front of him dressed up a few days ago in Jiangnan province to see, are new. He is sure that the other party is definitely from China. As for why he was here, he didn't know. At this moment, Yi Chen has a feeling of seeing a foreign country. However, it is a private matter of others. He does not intend to disturb him. He closes his eyes and continues to practice. In the distance, the girl looked at the injured man and said, "You've been hurt so badly, you can't support it for long. We can't run down anymore. It's too late for us to run down. The group of people will come soon. It's better to hand that thing out, at least to save one's life." The man shook his head. "Miss, you have been in China, do not understand the rules of Kunlun Su. Even if those people get things, they will not let us go and kill people. It is common here. If you are lucky enough to survive this time, you will go back to China from Kunlungsu. Although Huaxia is thin, it is safer than here. What's more, when you get to Huaxia, you should go to see Mr. Yi at the first time." "What do you mean?" The girl's eyes are watery. She has a premonition of something. She just wanted to grab the man's arm, but she found it was too late. The man sacrificed a long sword in one direction. There is no doubt that it is moths to the fire. Before disappearing, he even dropped a sentence, "Miss, I can't protect you anymore. I can only try my best to hold back those people. What you have to do is try to find ways to return to China." The girl bit her teeth, no longer hesitated, and rushed to another direction. But before she took a few steps, she found several figures in the dark. Her face changed greatly, and she wanted to go in the opposite direction, only to find people coming from all directions. It's still late. Bang! A loud noise suddenly fell. The next second, the disappeared man is mercilessly hit on the ground. Unfortunately, this time it was no longer a living person, but a corpse. When the girl saw this scene, her face turned white. She had no idea that this group of people would catch up so quickly. She subconsciously stepped back and leaned against a tree. There is no escape. And in the dark, an old man in black came out, his cold eyes swept at the girl, then stretched out his hand and said faintly, "Hand over the things, maybe you will have a good way to die." Chapter 655. The girl shook her head like a rattle. I don't know what you're talking about." The old man in black sneered and stepped out of the room. He appeared in front of the girl. Then, a cold sword fell on the girl's neck. Yin Han's voice sounded, "Some words, I don't want to say the second time. What do you think your cultivation can protect? Just Chinese people dare to step into Kunlun Su, it's just looking for death. However, you have a good figure and face. If you listen to me, I can consider that you can enjoy yourself for a few days before you leave. My brothers are good at that respect and promise to make you want to die." The words fall, the group of people behind the old man in black burst out laughing. The foul language is constantly ringing. The girl was covered with fear, helpless to the extreme. She knew she had no way out. The next second, a rune appeared in his hand, forcing out a drop of blood essence. Just as he was about to activate the rune, the old man in black waved his arm and a blade of wind swept over him. The rune is directly powdered. This kind of rubbish dares to be disgraced in front of me. I gave you a chance. Since you don't cherish it, I will torture you myself. Don't say it's you. Even if Yi Chen, the first animal in China, is in front of me, he will surely die. The black-robed old man stepped out step by step, and his fingers were full of rage and fell down. Seeing that he was about to touch a girl, he looked crazy to the extreme. And the girl can only be at the mercy of the other side. She wants to resist, but found no qualification at all, as if there is an invisible pressure bound her. It's a terrible feeling. At this critical moment, a magnetic sound suddenly sounded. I didn't want to meddle in my business, but I didn't seem to offend you because of your business. Why did you involve me? The appearance of the voice made everyone on the scene scared. Even the girl's eyes were wide. The voice is very familiar, but cannot say. She clearly felt a shadow flash by. Then, she actually stood in front of a tall and straight youth. It's Yi Chen. Yi Chen can see at a glance that the cultivation of these people is much weaker than he imagined. The only strong one is the old man in black robe. Unfortunately, his realm is only in the early stage of entering the Holy Land. And this realm or complete pill pile out, extremely empty. In his eyes, it is no different from the transcendental realm, and it is not enough to see. Yi Chen didn't even plan to move the sword. Seeing the other party snatch, Yi Chen's legs are exerting force. In the thunder-like footstep sound, a simple fist blows out. Boom! In the moment of that blowout, faintly, can be heard, Yi Chen body, muscles and bones together, issued a crackling sound. This is the effect of body training just now. Use this group of people today, try to test the power of the body. Fists roar like tigers roaring in the sky. The whole body's strength erupts suddenly. This moment's Yi Chen is full of the violent breath. In this terrible momentum, countless trees shake. Visible power. Click. A sound, a clear sound resounding. The old man in black can't bear it anymore. A mouthful of blood spurts out. The whole person is flying backwards. Smashed and broken on a huge stone. Boulders smashed on the spot. Hiss. This sudden change blinded everyone. The point is, they don't know where the man came from. The black-robed old man climbed out of the ground, and the blood in his mouth kept spitting out. He stared at Yi Chen and said angrily, "Who are you? You are a bodybuilder. Do you know what it means to offend our heartbroken gate?" Yi Chen heard the broken soul door, his expression became rich. When there was an accident in the Dragon Vein of Qinling Mountain in China, he seems to have killed an elder of Dunhunman in the place of Dragon Vein. It's really haunting. Boy, can't you hear what I ask you? The old man in black said angrily again. Who am I? Didn't you mention my name just now? Language down, the girl behind Yi Chen is the first to react. He stares at Yi Chen and exclaims, "Mr. Yi, it's really you." The girl was so excited. If you want to say that China's only strong opponent of the Kunlun Shuzong Gate, it is Yi Chen. He never thought that Yi Chen, the first person in China, was really coming to Kunlun. The black-robed old man should know that the youth in front of him is Yi Chen. His eyes shrunk, and he hurriedly said to the strong man of the broken soul door behind him, "Hurry up and take this boy. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." "Yes, my lord." The next second, dozens of figures toward Yichen swept away. "Speed to the limit." Yichen looked at the crowd and shook his head helplessly. There was a broken yang sword in his hand. He didn't hesitate anymore and chopped it out with one sword. Whoa! 9 days Xian Yang Ju operation, spirit into the broken yang sword. He didn't use any real qi of Dantian, he wanted to try the power of spirit qi. His biggest weakness now is that when facing the top strong, the elixir field will be exhausted. If there is no real qi at the critical moment, the consequences will be unimaginable. So he wanted to try how powerful the spirit was. The sword vibrates and the evil spirit spreads. For a time, 100 meters round, dazzling light, the whole world, turned into blood. A little bit of sword spirit, like snowflakes falling, covering the sky and the earth. In the bloody light of the sky, the endless sword spirit seems to wrap the whole world, and countless swords suddenly gush out and devour those strong people of the broken soul gate. The next second, countless bodies burst open into a blood mist. Soon, only the old man in black was left around. Black-robed old man's face changed greatly, subconsciously wanted to run, but Yichen sneered, and then, he kicked a long sword that fell to the ground. The air wave concussion, the sword penetrates straight through the old man's body. He died on the spot, and the whole army was destroyed. Yichen clapped her hands and just planned to return to the original array to continue to rest, but she did not expect that the girl knelt directly in front of Yichen. "Mr. Yi, please accept the poem Rain." Yichen Mao's son is indifferent. "You make clear, I am not to save you just to move, Kunlun Su is very complex, you hurry back to Huaxia." Finished saying, Yichen then closed eyes. Dong Shiyu didn't get up and said, "Mr. Yi, you don't know. This time I entered Kunlun Su with Bai Lixiong. He talked about you many times. Let me give you a message." Hearing Bai Lixiong's name, Yichen's eyes suddenly open. He didn't expect to hear Bai Lixiong's whereabouts so soon. Bai Lixiong entered Kunlun Su a few days ahead of time just to ask his wife, who had disappeared for many years, for an answer. The key is so long, with the strength of 100 Lixiong, how difficult it is to find a wife here. Yichen quickly reached out his hand and grabbed Dong Shiyu's hand and asked, "I only ask you once, where is Bai Lixiong now?" Chapter 656. Dong Shiyu obviously didn't expect Yichen to be so excited. She looked at Yichen, holding his hand and blushing. "Mr. Yi." "Yichen, this just reacts to come over, loosen hand, since you and Bai Lixiong enter together, can know his whereabouts now." Dong Shiyu nodded, his eyes quite complicated. "Mr. Yi, please follow me." "Good." Dong Shiyu took Yichen and walked about 10 kilometers to the north. To Yichen's surprise, 10 kilometers away, it is extremely prosperous. There are not only ancient buildings, but also modern buildings. The degree of prosperity is comparable to that of the capital. "Mr. Yi, this is Mingyang Town in Kunlungsu, which is the largest town nearby. I live here these days." As for General Bailey, he has always been in a restaurant nearby. Yichen frowned. Shouldn't Bai Lixiong go to the ancestral gate to find his wife? How can he stay here all the time? What is he doing here these days? Dong Shiyu sighed with a long sigh, drinking. "The general of Bailey has been drinking wine these days. I have tried to persuade him many times, but it is useless. Only Mr. Yi can talk about it." Between the words, they stepped into the restaurant. In the corner of the restaurant, Yichen is to see a man with an inch head and a beard on his face. He recognized this man as Bai Lixiong at a glance. It's just that Bai Lixiong now is quite different from what he saw a few days ago. Without the momentum of a general. Instead, it's like a decadent tramp. Holding a pot of wine, looking out of the window, "I don't know what I'm thinking. Mr. Yi, General Bailey has a bad temper these days. You'd better pay attention to it." Dong Shiyu reminds her that she nearly got seriously injured after persuading Bai Lixiong last time. After all, The strength of Beilexiang is one of the top people in China. Yi Chen did not answer, but came to Bai Li Xiong's side to sit down, then 5 fingers a grip, directly seized the wine pot. One mouthful of wine. This is Kunlun famous liquor. Seeing that his hands were empty, Bai Li Xiong felt an invisible anger. This is my wine, why do you? The sound stopped suddenly. When he saw Yi Chen, he stood up and became sober. Mr. Yi. Bai Li Xiong just wants to kneel down, but Yi Chen condenses a force all over his body and presses Bai Li Xiong back to his position. Sit down. Bai Li Xiong looked serious and sat upright. He was even more excited and said, Mr. Yi, when did you enter Kunlun Su? I knew you would come. I would take a bath. Yi Chen took a look at Bai Li Xiong and said, when I was in Jiangnan province, I asked you to come in with me. You must go ahead of time and say what happened. I remember your motto, but you're not worthy of it if you give up your life for your country and never regret your death. Hundredly male faces read, sighed, Yi, I was regarded as the peak of martial arts in China, but after entering, I found myself very small, and the strength not worth a hair here. Here, no one knows my identity in China. There is no iron and blood camp here, I am nothing. After leaving Huaxia, I found that all the things I pursued disappeared. Sometimes I even think I abandon everything into Kunlun Su, just for a woman's answer, is it worth it? Yi Chen naturally understands Bai Li Xiong's idea. In China, Beilexiang is the Grand General of the Iron and Blood Camp. Under one person, above 10,000 people. He is used to this identity. When he entered Kunlun Su, everything disappeared. No comrades in arms, no relatives. Even strength is nothing here. In the heart of the sense of difference into anyone will be like this. Did you see your wife? Yi Chen suddenly said. He knows Beilexiang. This sense of falling is not likely to crush such a person. The only thing that can bring him down is the wife he is looking for. Beilexiang looked out of the window and just wanted to pick up the wine, his hand hanging in the air still stopped. Mr. Yi, I didn't see it. I didn't even have the qualification to enter her ancestral gate. On the first day of entering Kunlun Su, I was on my way day and night, just for that answer. Ironically, I didn't even have the qualification to meet. Outside her family, I was forced out. I didn't think that Bai Li Xiong, a great general of China, would end up in such a field. Yi Chen swept a glance at Bai Li Xiong's body, can clearly find several internal injuries, not yet cured. Even the other hand has been shrinking in the sleeve, a trace of dead air spread. Yi Chen Mao Sun, a congealing, quickly seized Bai Li Xiong's left hand, directly pulled the sleeve up. Mr. Yi, I'm fine. Open the sleeves. Everything is clear. Beilexiang's left arm is almost necrotic, the whole arm is black. If not handled in time, the arm injury is more likely to spread all over the body. It's okay. You still want to cheat me. Yi Chen took out a pill and forced it into Bai Li Xiong's hand. Take it now. I didn't do it for you, but for Beilebang. You may think your life is nothing, but have you considered Bailey Ice? Bai Li Xiong heard Bai Li Xiong's name, and his eyes showed a trace of warmth. He no longer hesitated, took the pill, a faint breath of instant swam away the whole body. At the same time, Yi Chen took out dozens of silver needles. Each silver needle carries the true qi of Yi Chen. Whoosh, whoosh. The silver needles shot out, almost instantly. Bai Li Xiong's left hand was full of silver needles. Yi Chen pinches his fingers and displays an array on the silver needle. The silver needles trembled violently, and the black of Bai Li Xiong's arm gradually dissipated, and finally returned to normal. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen exhaled, pulled out the silver needle, and said, within 3 days, your left hand can't be used. I'll give you some medicine and apply it once in the morning and evening. Don't leave it out. Do you understand me? In China, Bai Li Xiong helped Yi Chen many times, and Yi Chen always remembered. And Bai Li Xiong's behavior, Yi Chen is very appreciative. Of course, it is impossible for him to die. Beilexiang felt a sense of coolness coming from his left arm. His eyes were dignified to the extreme. Mr. Yi, your kindness is my Beilexiang. Before he finished his words, he was interrupted by Yi Chen. Don't talk about this nonsense. Is the wound on your hand caused by that clan? Or your wife's hand? Bai Lixiong shook his head. Mr. Yi, this matter has nothing to do with Wanning. Naturally, she won't hurt me. That is to say, this is the hand of the man who lived in the gate? Chapter 657. Yi Chen's face cooled down. The means of that group of people is also too rubbish. Destroy the arm is to suppress the dead air in the arm, let the dead gas slowly devour the whole body. This method of torture is extremely vicious. At any rate, that clan was famous in Kunlun. Who could not be angry with this kind of means to deal with a great general of China? Bai Lixiong, I ask you a question. If I can let you see Mu Wanning, are you sure she won't exclude you? Bai Lixiong quickly shook his head. Mr. Yi, it's impossible. I understand Wanning's character. She came out of Kunlun and stayed with me for more than 20 years. Even if she left later, she was helpless. If she saw me, even if she didn't go back with me, she would give me an answer. Yi Chen stood up. Light Wei, in this case, then you go with me. Bai Lixiong hears this sentence. Mao Sun some panic. He knows Yi Chen's character, which is the master of his temper. Although Yi Chen suppressed dozens of Kunlun virtual strongmen at the Jiangnan International Airport, Mu Wanning's ancestral clan was not ordinary. He felt the fear of those people. Mr. Yi, this matter is not urgent. We can take a long-term view. Yi Chen shook his head and went directly to the outside. You have time to think long-term, I don't have it. In an hour, I'll go to Kingshuanfeng. I'll help you once more for our friendship. Only once. Bai Lixiong knows that Yi Chen's mind has been decided, and he still follows. He has no influence in Kunlun. The only way to rely on is probably Yi Chen. If Yi Chen doesn't help him, when can he see Mu Wanning? Mu Wanning's ancestral gate, Yi Chen naturally knows. North Xuanzong. The Northern Xuanzong can only be said to be general among the many sects of Kunlun Su. It's ridiculous to say that Yi Chen has some connections with the Northern Xuanzong. At that time, the old man took Yi Chen to learn from hundreds of Shiwu Taoist schools in Kunlun, hoping that one of them would accept Yi Chen as his disciple. After all, the god of medicine focuses on medical ethics, and the old man knows that Yi Chen's killing heart is extremely heavy, and he is bent on revenge for his parents. Martial arts is definitely the best choice. 5 years ago, the first place the old man entered with Yi Chen was Baixuanzong. At that time, the old man did not hesitate to lower his posture, and even let the elder of North Xuanzong accept Yi Chen with his personal affection. Even if it's a layman. It's really not good, so can the handyman. But unexpectedly, when the elder of the Northern Xuanzong detected that Yi Chen was a fan root, he refused directly. He even took many disciples of the sect to sneer. Those people ridicule themselves, Yi Chen also recognized. After all, some things depend on the talent. He has no talent, no need to practice. But the elder was even the old man. Every word is enough to kill the heart. Even now, Yi Chen's ear still rings frequently. It's estimated that only your medical god will accept this kind of waste. He is not worthy of our Northern Xuanzong. If we accept this kind of waste, it will be a shame. Sometimes, Kunlun Su is such a reality. As the leader of the medical god sect, you actually come to our North Xuanzong to accept your disciples. It can be seen that your medical god sect has not fallen to any extent. Go away, you two are not welcome here. If one day you return to the peak of ancient times, maybe I will apologize to you. Yi Chen even clearly remember how pale the old man's face was. At that time, the old man just patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and said with a smile, Yi Chen, remember the master's words. If Baixuanzong doesn't accept you, it will be their lifelong loss. When I saved you from Dongqian Lake, I saw your great potential. Even if all the people in the world don't believe you, I will always believe in you. Well, let's go. Let's go to the next door. It is such words that let Yi Chen forge ahead step by step. This time I came to Baixuanzong, not only for the sake of Bailixiang, but also for myself. For the anger that hasn't been swallowed. Between thoughts, Yi Chen and Bai Li Xiong have come to the gate of North Xuanzong. Zhongmen's momentum is magnificent, and a great array of protecting Zhong stands in the world. There is a long golden sword hanging above the door. The sword is like a pair of eyes, staring at everyone close to the clan. Not only that, but also at the gate of North Xuanzong, there are 8 Northern Xuanzong disciples with terrible breath. Almost every one is extraordinary. For ordinary people, it is enough to frighten, but for Yi Chen, it is not too strong. Bai Li Xiong took a look at the 8 people and said to Yi Chen, "Mr. Yi, I have learned a little about the Northern Xuanzong these days. He is one of the strongest sects in the neighborhood. If you offend him, the consequences will be unimaginable." Yi Chen looked at the 8 people and asked, "Who abandoned your hand that day? Or is it all?" Bai Lixiang just wanted to talk. The disciple of the Northern Xuanzong naturally recognized Bai Li Xiong. 8 people cold hum a step out, is to come to Yi Chen and Bai Li Xiong in front of. Their eyes were fixed on Bai Li Xiong. One of the men with a beard said angrily, "You dare to come? You thought you were dead, but you didn't expect to survive." The man with a beard glanced at Bai Li Xiong's left arm. He was shocked to find that his breath had disappeared. "Is it cured? How could it be?" The man with beard fell on Yi Chen's body again, and he naturally felt Yi Chen's cultivation. "It's a little bit better than Bai Lixiang. It seems that this boy is Bai Lixiang's helper. Of course, it's just a wonderland. In his eyes, it's no different from mole ants." The man with beard looked at Bai Li Xiong with interest and said, "Oh, I don't know what kind of general you are. What kind of rubbish are you invited?" Hearing this, Bai Li Xiong's face changed greatly. He quickly and angrily cried, "Don't insult Mr. Yi." At this moment, he even surged with a cold killing machine. "Mr. Yi?" The bearded man burst into laughter. "What age is it? I still call Mr. Yi. It seems that the lesson of last time has not let you remember it. In this case, I will give up your 2 hands today." Language down, the man with whiskers appeared in front of 100 Li Xiong, a crazy hand swept over. The whole body kills the machine, covers the ground all over the sky, the terror is incomparable. The sight is about to touch the 100 Li Xiong, a shadow flashed by. Yi Chen blocks in front of Bai Li Xiong. 5 fingers open, like lightning, too fast. Hold the other person's wrist directly. The violent breath seemed to be trapped by an invisible force. Disappear in an instant. The man with a beard was stunned. He had no idea that the young man could stop him. He wanted to break free, but he found that his strength disappeared from the youth. He can't even move. Chapter 658. The beard found that he could not even gather the true qi of the elixir field. His pupil expands ceaselessly. Look at Yi Chen with fright, ferocious way, "You quickly let go." This is the Northern Xuanzong. Yi Chen didn't pay attention to it, and did not intend to let go. He said faintly, "My friend's arm is dead, but your moving hand?" Words are very light, but there is no temperature. At the same time, a threat of death spread. I don't know why the man with beard is shaking. His clothes were all wet. To know Yi Chen's murderous spirit is based on the fact that we don't know how many bodies of Kunlun's virtual strongmen are. He doesn't have to be afraid of entering the Holy Land. What are these extraordinary places? He had no idea that all this came from a boy in a wonderland. I boy, let go." The bearded man blushed and suddenly growled. "It seems that it's you. Since you like destroying people's arms so much, I'll let you have a taste of it today." Yi Chen's words fall slowly. Then, between the 5 fingers, the true qi crazily condenses. All of a sudden. Click, click, click. The next second, the beard man's wrist directly broke. "Ah!" The man with beard called out crazily. "What's it called? But it's just the beginning." Yi Chen sneers, and then step out, along the other side's arm directly pushed out. 5 fingers together, hard and hard with each other's shoulder collision. Poof! The sound of blood burst out. An arm is directly torn apart. Who can bear the power of Qin Yi now? But this is far from over. In the other party's roar, Yi Chen is a claw buckle in the other side's shoulder, just like an eagle hitting the sky. Poof! Twice, the man's remaining arm was broken. The whole northern Xuanzong immediately rippled out a miserable cry. You are too noisy. Yi Chen points out, the finger is like a sharp sword, sweeping toward the front. Ding! But in an instant, a crisp crash came. Boom! The roar of terror exploded. Puff! The finger is a sword. The shadow of the sword is torn away, and it collides fiercely on the body of the man with beard. His body flies out on the spot, and even hits the stone lion at the door. The bones of the whole body were smashed. A man with a beard can only spit blood with a big mouth, and even has no right to speak. This scene happened so fast that the remaining 7 couldn't react at all. Obviously, someone is making trouble in North Xuanzong. What's more, the troublemaker is a wonderland. Bold, dare to hurt my disciples in front of the North Xuanzong. 7 people react, the next second, sword sacrifice. At the same time, 7 fingers pinched, and a rune fell on the sword. There are 2 characters of Beixian written on the seal. At the same time, when the 7 wrists tremble, the 7 swords will shoot out and collide in the air, which will condense the virtual shadow of a 7-color sword, which seems to appear in the sky, turn into a flying rainbow and shoot towards Yi Chen. The shadow of this sharp sword sends out the voice of a ghost, and it sounds like the sound of killing. Shooting speed, fast to the extreme. Such as tearing the space, bringing a deep and sharp voice, such as the sickle of death, with the breath of death of judgment. With this sharp sword shot out, it was only for a moment that the whole world seemed to solidify. Outside the northern Xuanzong, it seemed that they were all frozen down. I feel like I'm stuck in the mire. Seeing that the sword is about to shoot at Yi Chen is directly facing the sword. Seeing this scene, the expression on the 7 faces became strange, and the boy even died. You should know that the combination of this attack and the array can't be stopped by the strong in general, let alone Yi Chen's mind-wandering state. They also see the companion inexplicably injured, otherwise they would not be so serious. When the sword is about to penetrate Yi Chen's body, Yi Chen's life talisman is directly sacrificed. The absorbed thunderbolt burst out. A purple lightning sword is formed in an instant. Even gradually materialized. The prestige alone is far more than the sharp sword of the 7 northern Xuanzong. Thunder and lightning sword crazy dash away. With the power to destroy the withered. The sword is full of thunder and lightning. How can it be? How can this power be condensed in the mind-wandering state? Seeing the light of the sword, everything seemed to solidify. The 7 people of North Xuanzong were stunned. It's a powerful sword spirit and a very aggressive sword technique. That's what this kid depends on. Bang! 2 powerful air waves collide. The power of thunder and lightning almost crush. The sharp swords of the 7 northern Xuanzong disappeared completely. The whole body of the 7 people was covered by thunder and lightning, and their whole bodies were black, and they all hit the ground one after another. A burning smell spread. No, please inform the inner martial brother. It's too late to inform Elder Zhou directly that the master is not here. Today, the mayor is sitting in town. The next second, one of them shot a drop of blood essence on the gate. In an instant, the whole northern Xuanzong rang out one after another. It's like thunder. Mr. Yi, it's a big deal. We can go now. Bai Lixiong looks serious. He doesn't want Yi Chen to have an accident because of him. Mr. Yi, listen to me. Your kindness will be remembered for a lifetime. But it's not worth it for me to offend the northern Xuanzong. Yi Chen took a look at Bai Lixiong and said, I came to the North Xuanzong not only for you, but also for myself. I just don't know if the elder is still in the North Xuanzong. Bai Lixiong was stunned. He didn't understand Yi Chen's meaning, but he found dozens of disciples coming out of the North Xuanzong. The strength of these disciples varies from one to the other. They are in the state of mind-wandering, transcendent, and even many entering the Holy Land. Each disciple stood with a sword, protecting the injured 8 people. His eyes were full of a sense of killing, staring at Yi Chen and Bai Lixiong. Who are you? How dare you come to the North Xuanzong to be wild? Dozens of people roared, and a black tiger's shadow appeared on the top of his head. Visible power. At the end of the sword drawing and crossbow stretching, an old man in a long robe came out from North Xuanzong. With the appearance of the old man, the atmosphere suddenly changed. All the disciples of the Northern Xuanzong said respectfully, "Elder Zhou." Zhou Chang nodded, and his eyes fell on Bai Li Xiong and Yi Chen. When his sight touched Yi Chen, a light voice sounded. "It's you, punk!" Chapter 659. North Xuanzong week-old recognized Yi Chen for the first time. Although it has been 5 years, it is very impressive to him. After all, in Kunlun Su, ordinary root people are extremely rare. This son was brought by the head of the medical god sect himself. The door of medical god was once brilliant, but at that time, he looked down on the face of a sect elder. At that moment, he was used to the extreme. Even often tell this matter out and show off in front of other sect elders. So he recognized Yi Chen at the first time. Just now, he just heard that someone was making trouble, but he didn't expect that the troublemaker was the little trash. But at the moment Yi Chen, the eyes are suffused with a trace of blood red. An invisible anger suddenly formed. He's staring at the perimeter. I thought the other party was not in the North Xuanzong, but I didn't expect that the other party was standing not far away. At this moment, Yi Chen's heart even covered with a killing idea. The harsh words continue to ring through. Even the old man's low voice is shocking. Elder Zhou naturally felt Yi Chen's killing intention. He stepped out step by step and looked at Yi Chen with great interest. "Little waste, I didn't expect that you should cross into the divine realm. Can a root of mortal beings be able to reach the state of mind wandering? I guess it's already your ceiling. It's impossible to step into it again. It's a good time for you to be a doctor. But in my opinion, this is waste. What's worth it in a mere trash? By the way, today you come to our North Xuanzong. Do you want me to invite you to join us? I advise you, don't dream. Even if you are in the Holy Land now, your humble talent and blood alliance are disgraces to our Northern Xuanzong." Elder Zhou's words are full of indifference and sneer. Those disciples of the Northern Xuanzong also laughed. If you have Elder Zhou, even if it is a dragon, you should be honest. Bai Li Xiong took a look at Yi Chen, and then he understood the meaning of Yi Chen Gang's words. It seems that Yi Chen really has a grudge with the Northern Xuanzong. It's just Yi Chen. This time, he's facing a clan. Even though the Northern Xuanzong is not the top sect of Kunlun Su, let alone the first step, it should not be underestimated. He just wanted to remind Yi Chen a few minutes, but Yi Chen raised his head and opened his mouth. To tell you the truth, I really don't like Baixuanzong's garbage door. This time I came to Baixuanzong for only 2 purposes. First, let Mu Wanning come out. My friend wants to see her. All you have to do is inform. Second, 5 years ago, you insulted my master. As long as you kneel down, I can treat this as not happening. Yi Chen's voice fell slowly, with an unquestionable force majeure. But the expression of Elder Zhou and the disciples of North Xuanzong changed. They seemed to hear the funniest jokes in the world. See Mu Wanning? Mu Wanning is the youngest elder of the Northern Xuanzong, and now he is shut up inside. How can you say that you will see when you see it? What's more ridiculous is that a state of ecstasy actually threatens Zhou to kneel down and apologize. I'm afraid the young man is mentally disabled. Elder Zhou's expression was ferocious a few minutes, sneered, "Little waste, don't you know who the land under your feet belongs to? This is the boundary of our Northern Xuanzong. Today, even if the master behind you kneels down and asks me to protect you, you can't shake me. Today, no matter what, you must die. I'll make you understand the difference between root trash and spiritual genius. Fang Yangqing, come out. I'll give you 10 seconds. Are you confident that you can make this little waste kneel down and beg for mercy?" A young man in white came out. Disciple Fang Yangqing is lucky to live up to his life. However, I want to change the time. 10 seconds is too much to deal with a waste, 5 seconds at most. The young man is dressed in a white robe with a dragon pattern carved on it. The light and soft cloth seems to be able to move without wind, which adds a bit of charm to him. The momentum of the key opponent is almost at the beginning of entering the Holy Land. In the outsider, even if you go against the sky, you can't cross the two realms. Elder Zhou was very satisfied with Fang Yangqing's attitude and nodded, "Okay, if you suppress this waste in 5 seconds, I will give you a broken body Yuanyang pill." Fang Yangqing heard the following sentence, his face was happy, excited to the extreme. The next second, he in situ into a shadow, is crazy toward Yichen swept away. He just punched it out. In his opinion, he is not worth his sword. Innumerable true chi condenses in his right hand, a fist shadow blows out directly. Yichen did not move. Just when Fang Yangqing was about to drop his fist, he was just as simple as a punch. "Compare your strength with me and die." Fang Yangqing smiles. "I thought 5 seconds was enough." Now it seems that he underestimated the boy. If you want to kill, 1 second is enough. Bang! When the two fists collided, the ground under his feet began to spread in all directions. Fang Yangqing thought Yichen would fly backwards, but he didn't expect the other party to move. On the contrary, he felt a terrible smell spreading towards his arm. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The 5 Zong organs and 6 Fu organs were shocked in different degrees. How could it be? Fang Yangqing's face changed greatly. He took a look at the elder Zhou and found that the elder was frowning and fell into displeasure. He didn't care about everything. He offered a black sword directly. The rolling chi of Dantian converges directly on the black sword. Black sword sends out a burst of concussion sound, burst out dazzling light, such as the sun and moon rising into the sky. The wind was howling around. This sword is his proud sword. The reason why the enemy is still a weak one just now. Now that he's practicing, he's certainly hurt. However, most of the practitioners don't know the sword technique. He intends to cut everything with one sword. With that dazzling light across the sky, Fang Yangqing's black sword, rolling waves, with the potential of thunder suddenly fell. Shining light, no sword can fight. Under the fierce shadow of the sword, the powerful men of the northern Xuanzong simply couldn't open their eyes. Some of the people who were close to them kept retreating for fear of being affected. Zhou Changlao touched his beard and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Fang Yangqing's understanding of the sword has become more and more profound. This is a good thing. Yichen looks at that sword meaning, Mao Sun tiny am I. Without exposing the power of Blood Dragon and Divine Thunder of Yishir Tian, it is very difficult to fight against it. Now it is estimated that the Sky Sword and Soul Sword are spread among the major sects. Once these swords are used, all of them must be killed and no one can be left alive. Yishir Tian's real identity cannot be revealed now. He has other uses. No longer think about it, Yichen takes a look at Bai Li Xiong and pulls out the sword hanging from the other side's waist directly. I'll borrow your sword. Chapter 660. The next second, breaking the sky sword will be displayed. Two extreme lights suddenly collide. It's like earth-shattering. Stars collide. The roar made the whole northern Xuanzong shake hard. Crash! A stream of extreme sword chi diffuses around. All things are smashed by the sword. Even the 2 stone lions at the gate of the northern Xuanzong were broken into pieces. Some of the northern Xuanzong's disciples who had not yet evacuated had no time to avoid the fierce and violent sword chi. Their bodies were cut off directly, and even more, they gave out a cry of pain. The 2 rays of light were so rigid that they made a sharp sound. Fang Yangqing couldn't bear it any longer and stepped back. My face changed a lot. And Yichen is also uncomfortable. Although he doesn't retreat, the sword in his hand is completely broken. Obviously, Baixiang's sword level is too low to compete with the opponent's strength. He looked at Bai Li Xiong and said, "Since your sword has been broken, I will compensate you with another sword." When Bai Li Xiong heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said, "Mr. Yi, I took this sword at will. It has no value. If it is broken, it will be broken." Looking at Yichen, Fang Yongqing sneered at Yi Chen and said with a sneer, "Little waste, I have to ask someone to borrow the sword. It seems that I still look up to you. There are 2 seconds left to die for me." Fang Yang blue face is gloomy to the extreme. Seeing the light of his sword, Shengsheng is resisted by Yi Chen's sword, and he can't move in anymore. It's a shame. Elder Zhou gave him 5 seconds to solve everything. Originally, in his opinion, his power to kill Yi Chen was as simple as crushing a mole ant. But now it's resisted. This sun can't stay. This kind of power can be broken out only in the state of mind wandering. If you step into the transcendental state or into the Holy Land, then you can still get it. No longer hesitant, Fang Yongqing again toward Yi Chen. This time, he forced out a drop of blood essence, and he smashed the blood essence onto the sword. With the fall of blood essence, the body of the sword trembled violently, and the sword light of terror was sent out. It seems that there is endless energy on the body of the sword. Then it broke out again, and the sword of Jingtian chopped toward Yi Chen. Before it fell, the heaven and earth changed color. Fang Yongqing has the absolute confidence, this sword, any strong person all has the death but not the life. Boom! The terrible air wave engulfs Yi Chen, and by Li Xiong, Yi Chen's body shape severely shakes several times. If you don't stabilize your body, you will be lifted out. Yi Chen even found that the casual clothes on his body were broken a few minutes, and there was a bloody mouth between them. If not for the blood dragon gushing out of the body, forming a barrier to resist most of the damage, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the moment, Yi Chen seems to be buried in the sea of fire. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds later, Fang Yongqing took back the sword in his hand, and his whole body was soaked. In his view, it was over. He looked at Elder Zhou, raised his chin, and said, "Elder, it's lucky that you didn't disgrace your life, that little trash." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Changlao found something, and his face changed greatly. "Be careful." Fang Yongqing suddenly felt that his whole body seemed to be locked. He just wanted to draw out the spirit sword. In the sea of fire, a pair of big hands were fiercely in the depth, and they even clasped his shoulder. The next second, his body irresistible into the sea of fire. In the sea of fire, Fang Yongqing saw a pair of eyes just like the devil. "You're not dead?" Fang Yongqing reacted, just wanted to draw out the sword, a cold light across the sea of fire. He found that a long sword, which had not yet left its sheath, was suspended in front of him. Cut the dragon and ask the sky sword. He even felt a little pressure on the sword. "Get out of here." With a sword, he tried to cut off the dangerous sword in front of him, but found that not only did he cut the other side, but his own sword collapsed completely. What kind of sword is this? Fang Yongqing has a big mouth. When he is frightened, Yi Chen holds the handle of the sword with one hand. The next second, Wang Dao's sword will be used directly. For a time, the sky and the earth were dark, the sun and the moon were dark, the wind was howling and the air was cold. Cut the dragon to ask the power of the sky sword, but Yi Chen is particularly clear. Enough to be his card. Far more than all magic swords. If you add Chen Tianli's skills to the Holy Land, you are not qualified to stop it. Bang! In the sea of fire, Fang Yongqing tried his best to resist, but found it impossible. He could only watch a sword penetrate his body. Strong air waves directly let his body fly out of the sea of fire, toward the circumference of the old hit. Bang! A great noise. A bloody corpse fell in front of the elder. At this moment, Elder Zhou's face was ferocious to the extreme. That little trash 5 years ago killed a genius of North Xuanzong in front of him. He felt his cheek hot. Shame! Yi Chen, be presumptuous. I dare to hurt so many disciples of the Northern Xuanzong. I will suppress you myself today. Don't sit down for a week, elder. Then, an air wave burst, and a figure came step by step. Under one step, it appears in front of Yi Chen. The long robe dances, the sword light is fierce in the hand, that momentum is incomparable. Elder Zhou has done it himself. Elder Zhou is a strong king. That guy is dead. Looking at Zhou Changlau's hand, those breathless northern Xuanzong disciples exclaimed. Although I don't know how to kill Elder Martial Brother Fong Yangqing, Yi Chen is not qualified to deal with Elder Martial Brother Fong Zhou. At this moment, Yi Chen felt the terror of Zhou Changlao. This is definitely not a general holy land, more terrible than most. In between, it is to set off a storm. Even too late to see clearly what the light is, Yi Chen has been creepy. Regardless of everything, he took out the dragon and asked the sky sword to resist and go. Bang! It's a pity that although the sword of beheading the dragon has blocked a few points, it has removed part of the strength of the elder perimeter. But with a dull roar, Yi Chen's body is still like a shell being blown out. North Xuanzong Elder, too strong. Yi Chen has not completely stabilized his body. Elder Zhou appears again. However, the sword did not move hard. Poof! Yi Chen's blood sprays, the qi and blood in the body rolls, the skeleton groans all over the body, and the internal organs seem to shift. The power of this blow was to the extreme. Facing the circumference old, Yi Chen looks small. A deep crisis grows from the bottom of Yi Chen's heart. Little mole ants, dare to be presumptuous. 5 years ago, you were a waste in my eyes. 5 years later, even if you step into the realm of mind wandering and how strong you are still a waste in my eyes. Blow fly Yi Chen, circumference old cold voice way. The next second, Elder Zhou has appeared behind Yi Chen and clapped it out again. The power of heaven and earth seems to be under his control, and his body flies again. Chapter 661. Yi Chen is in the middle of the sky, deeply aware of the gap, and no longer hesitates to communicate directly with the reincarnation cemetery. 3 old figures emerge. They naturally felt that Yi Chen had an accident outside. 3 masters and predecessors, who can help me? Duan Lair sighed, there is something special about being a master. Without Taigu Shusher Dan, you can't leave the Samsara cemetery. Disciple, don't blame the master. But Lin Qingxian said faintly, the man outside, I don't care about it. Don't look at me. The words fell, and Lin Qingxian disappeared. How irresponsible. The eyes of the Lord do not fall on the body. He didn't know how powerful he was. He just heard Duan Laren say that he was proficient in alchemy, refining utensils and so on. He was a genius in ancient times. The immortal Lord felt Yi Chen's fiery eyes and sighed, it seems that I'm the only one. However, the man outside is really high in realm and strength. You are too much. In this case, I'll teach you a move called undeniable kendo. I haven't been immersed in kendo much in my life, only the undead kendo. This is the only sword skill I can teach you. Borrow your body for 10 seconds in order not to let me dissipate. Language down, Yi Chen is feeling an invisible force full of the whole body. The next second, back to the outside world. Looking at the circumference of the old with the towering power suddenly fell, Yi Chen is laughing. Even motionless, hands behind. This scene made Elder Zhou unable to respond. However, he can vaguely feel the danger of Yi Chen. So this time, the old sword of perimeter was sacrificed and wiped directly to Yi Chen's neck. Seeing that the sword was about to fall, Yi Chen's 5 fingers opened, and then, suddenly closed. A common branch is in my hand. Today I will use this branch to teach you the immortal sword. Yi Chen is a bit sad and funny. Does Daning like to use this instead of a sword? Duan Laren is so, the immortal lord is still so. Naturally, Elder Zhou also noticed this scene. He sneered, little trash, if you don't learn, you have to learn bad. Can't you regard yourself as the leaf killing heaven? Ridiculous. Yi Tian, a plum blossom suppressing everything, is because he has this strength. And you, not even a hair of him. Between the words, the elder general of Zhou became more and more powerful. But at the moment the leaf Chen actually closed the eye, the momentum is misty rises. The figure of the immortal lord kept ringing in his ears. Without destroying the sword, everything is immortal, and everything can be destroyed again. All of a sudden, the branches move, and the sword is formed. For a moment, the whole world was solemn. A sharp breath came down from the sky. In a flash, Elder Zhou hasn't met Yichen yet. A force of resistance from heaven and earth makes his sword hang in the air. This breath is not a state of mind at all. Elder Zhou's face changed greatly, and the crisis covered his whole body. He did not dare to be careless and directly forced out a drop of blood essence. At the same time, the finger pinches, the essence blood seems to have the life general, is condenses into a sword shadow, as if for the dragon to fall from the sky, toward Yichen. This is his famous fighting skill. Blood essence sacrificed to heaven. At the moment when the dragon wants to swallow Yichen, Yichen opens his eyes. This look, as if from ancient times. Don't destroy Kendo, get up. In a flash, the aura of Tenli is all condensed towards the branches in Yichen's hand. The whole world is repressed to the extreme. Endless aura gradually condensed into millions of arrows. Controlled by Yichen's branches. Do not extinguish Kendo, fall. With the word down slowly appeared, the dense arrows rushed to attack, facing the dragon. This move, Yichen, is to kill the dragon. Endless arrows collide in the air, bursts of gas explosion overflow in all directions. At the moment, Yichen is like the god of heaven and earth. Bang! Between heaven and earth, as if by a strong vibration. Under the roar, the ground of the northern Xuanzong completely disintegrated. Even the gate of the northern Xuanzong was smashed. The collision of arrows, as if into an endless sea of fire, to destroy the heaven and earth. The old man's eyes widened, his blood gushed up, and his body retreated fiercely. He was forced to open. This power is beyond the realm of the Holy King. Isn't this guy Fangen? How can such power break out? Gasping, wipe out the corner of the mouth a trace of blood, looking at Yichen, perimeter old shocked to the extreme, just a move, he was crushed. Crushed by a wonderland. The first time he guessed wrong, Yichen's realm was hidden. The other side must be in the realm of the Holy King, otherwise it will not be explained at all. But a fan route, a short period of 5 years, how possible to step into this situation? Elder Zhou's face is getting more and more red. If Yichen is a fan route, then what is he? Kill! A roar, perimeter old like a madman general, toward Yichen rushed out. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the sword. Then a sword is displayed, the sword spirit tears everything, and the world changes color for this sword. Yichen shakes his head helplessly, the branch in the hand swings gently. Don't destroy Kendo, Jianmen will show up. When the words fell, the branches even sent out a golden light, which has the power of heaven and earth. In that light, Yichen seems to be inviolable. A golden door suddenly appears. The branch breaks away from Yichen's arm, penetrates the golden gate directly, shoots at the circumference old. Bang! A voice resounds through the sky. The branches collided with Elder Zhou's sword, and the light of Elder Zhou's sword suddenly disappeared. The sword is broken. To powder. The elder of Zhou Xuanfei was not able to bear the whole blood. A wall collapsed. Don't destroy Kendo, Elder Zhou is not qualified to resist. This is still the case of the immortal master. At the end of 10 seconds, Yichen feels that the immortal lord has left quietly. Boy, there are only 3 moves to keep the sword alive. When the sword rises, the sword falls, and the sword gate shows the world. The first 2 moves are condensation, and the third is killing. Can you remember? Remember. Yichen walked towards the circumference of the old step by step. The steps are light, but like the steps of death. Perimeter old mouth big mouth spit out blood, want to get up, but found a pair of big feet stepped on his face. Puff! His cheek was so close to the ground that it splashed with dust. This is the foot of that trash. Now, between you and me, who is the trash? Yichen's voice without temperature rings. Hearing this, Elder Zhou's face is ferocious to the extreme. He not only felt shame, but also felt his life was passing away. The whole world is gray. He is still staring at Yichen. He had no idea that 5 years ago, the Fangen disciples who were not accepted by the northern Xuanzong had become the top-level strong ones. Just now, not only he can't stop the undeniable kendo, even if the Lord comes, the result is the same. Even if the boy has bad luck, he can't be like this. Until this moment, the death came, the elder perimeter knew that the reality was so cruel. I'm not for myself, but for my master of medical god. Yi Chen's words continue to ring. Although the door of the god of medicine is declining, it will surely step on the brilliance with me, Yi Chen. And this brilliance will be built on the bodies of countless Kunlun. Virtual strongmen. You are the first body. Chapter 662. Elder Zhou's pupils dilated. He just wanted to say something. A chill covered his whole body. The next second, he found that a sword had fallen steadily on his neck. As long as Yi Chen starts, he will die. He could feel that the breath of Yi Chen was quite different from that of now, just like a different person. But of course, now seriously injured, he is not qualified to resist. The disciples of the Northern Xuanzong were quiet to the extreme. Revolt? What are they fighting against? Even Elder Zhou is invincible. Who can resist? The key patriarch and the rest of the elders have gone to the secret place of Kunlun Su. At present, only the perimeter is sitting in the clan. The Northern Xuanzong did not expect that someone would do it in the sect. How many years? No one. Sanxiu and Xiaozong are not qualified to move the Northern Xuanzong, and the large gate is disdainful to deal with the Northern Xuanzong, so the Northern Xuanzong has always been extremely safe. But did not expect, today, this devil came. Elder Zhou stares at Yi Chen and says, Yi Chen, even if you kill me, this matter will still be attributed to the medical god gate. At that time, your master of the medical god gate will certainly bear the responsibility. Do you think about the consequences? Yi Chen sneered, the sword in his hand moved slightly, and his neck exuded a trace of blood instantly. Once a few minutes closer, the great artery will break. There is no doubt that he will die. Are you threatening me? Yi Chen sneered, I'm sorry, I'm not afraid of threats. Even if you're in trouble with Yi Chen, how about that? To tell you the truth, I really don't look up to you, you little Northern Xuanzong. If you hadn't humiliated my master, I wouldn't have done this to you. Now, it's time for me to see you on the road, too. The words fall, Yi Chen's true chi condenses, just want to chop off with a sword, a figure from the North Xuanzong inside swept out. Stop it. It was a woman speaking. The woman has a graceful figure and a red dress. She has a trace of breakthrough and looks pale. Obviously, the other side just broke through. Yi Chen subconsciously raised his head, he vaguely found each other and Bailey iced some imagination, do not need to guess, knew each other's identity. Bai Li Xiong's wife Mu Wanning of Kunlun Su. Mu Wanning's cold eyes stare at Yi Chen and say word by word, Zhou Chang is always the elder of my Northern Xuanzong. I have a special identity. Please be merciful to me. Elder Zhou saw that Mu Wanning had broken through the pass, and his eyes lit up a glimmer of hope. He even said, Elder Mu, this boy is going to kill the Northern Xuanzong. Please hurry up and suppress it. Mu Wanning is the youngest elder of the Northern Xuanzong, and his strength is much stronger than himself. If the other side hands, maybe you can really win Yi Chen. Mu Wanning nodded, Elder Zhou, don't worry, we North Xuanzong is not what cat and dog can bully. The next second, her hands appeared in a cold long sword, the spirit of the Holy Kingdom was released. Naturally, she did not find Bai Li Xiong in the distance, because Yi Chen was afraid that Bai Li Xiong would be affected by the fighting atmosphere of the two men, so he moved Bai Li Xiong to 100 meters away in advance. Yi Chen looked at Mu Wanning with interest and said, if I didn't guess wrong, you should come from China. Don't you miss those people in China? Yi Chen's words have just fallen, but Mu Wanning's face full of killing intention appears a trace of hesitation. There's so much bullshit when you're dying. Now that I'm out of the past today, I'll let you feel the real strength of the Northern Xuanzong. The next second, the strong wind, Mu Wanning is a step to disappear, with the sword toward Yi Chen. Seeing that a sword is going to penetrate Yi Chen's body, Bai Li Xiong's voice suddenly rings out, Wanning. Don't hit Mr. Yi. As soon as he said this, Mu Wanning's delicate body was stunned. His beautiful eyes were even bigger. His sword turned and stabilized his body. His eyes were still shooting in one direction. She thought it was her own auditory hallucination, but she didn't expect that, as far as she could see, a figure haunted by dreams appeared. How could? Mu Wanning subconsciously covered his mouth, and his eyes were gradually flushed with bitterness and yearning. She never thought that she would be able to see her husband. I thought that Kunlun Su and Huaxia were like a line of life and death, isolating everything. Wanning. Beixiang is a man of iron and blood, and once was a general of a country. However, he is also flesh and blood. His depression breaks out completely. He even ignores his injury and comes to Mu Wanning's body in 2 steps, holding his hands tightly. The touch of the skin let 2 people make sure that everything is true. At this moment, Elder Zhou and all the people of North Xuanzong were confused. Would Elder unexpectedly and a Chinese mole ant embrace? Are you kidding? In their eyes, Mu Wanning is extremely cold and can kill people without blinking an eye. She has never seen her skin close to any man. This moment is and a strange man tightly embrace. The key is crying. With a hug, Mu Wanning woke up and said excitedly, "How did you come to Kunlun Su? What about Binger? Is Binger also in Kunlun?" Bai Lixiong shook his head. "I came alone. Binger is still in the capital." "Why did you leave without saying goodbye?" Mu Wanning hesitated for a few seconds, but noticed the injury of Bai Lixiong's left hand. In a cold voice, "What's wrong with your hand? Who did it?" Beixiang smiled, "It's nothing. Mr. Yi has cured me." Of course, Mu Wanning's eyes were still directed at the living gatekeepers. As an elder of Baichuanzong, she naturally knew that this was the technique of Baichuanzong, but the gatekeepers had a trace of fear in their eyes. The truth is known. She was suddenly cold. "No one is qualified to move my family, even the northern Xuanzong." The words fall, her hand's ice-cold sword gently shakes, shoots out numerous cold ice sword meaning. The sword tears everything, cuts through the air, and directly targets the gatekeepers. They subconsciously want to run, but found that there is no time at all. The sword penetrates their bodies and turns into a blood mist on the spot. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's eyes shrink slightly. He didn't expect that Bai Lixiong's wife was so powerful. This is at least above the realm of the king. It may even be the peak of the kingdom. This is a top-notch player in the small northern Xuanzong. When Mu Wanning finished all this, her eyes fell on Yi Chen again and bowed slightly. "Mr. Yi, I have offended you so much just now. Please calm down. As for the elder of this week, you can do it. No one in the North Xuanzong will say no. If you don't do it, I'll erase it too." Elder Zhou almost burst out a mouthful of blood when he heard this sentence. Who could have thought that the talented elder of the Northern Xuanzong colluded with outsiders to fight against the Northern Xuanzong? Chapter 663. Yi Chen sneered, no longer hesitated, the sword in his hand slipped gently, and the blood sprayed, so the ferocious head of Elder Zhou fell on the ground. Mu Wanning nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at the group of living Baichuanzong disciples. "Now that Zhou Changlao is dead, you should understand how to do it. Everyone kneels down for me, starts with blood essence, and vows to guard today's secret. If you don't do so, don't blame me for ignoring my feelings and personally sending you on the road." Cold words fall, all people change color, forced by pressure, they can only kneel down, is to swear by the way of heaven. If there is any violation, the spirit will be destroyed. Never turn over. This is almost the most poisonous oath for practitioners, and they dare not break it. After all this, Mu Wanning looks at Yi Chen and Bai Lixiong and makes a gesture of invitation. "You come with me." Yi Chen is shaking his head. "North Xuanzong, I don't go in to sit, I still have something to do. Besides, you two haven't seen each other for a long time. I don't want to be a light bulb." Hearing this, Mu Wanning blushed slightly. She could see her husband's respect and value for the young man. She also knows the man's help to her husband. The invitation was just to express her gratitude, but at the moment, what she wanted to do more was to make love with her husband and understand what happened after so many years of separation. "Mr. Yi, Wanning knows more about Kunlun Su. Maybe she can help you." Bai Lixiong said, and then explained to Mu Wanning, Mr. Yi is the god of war in China. Without Mr. Yi, Binger and I would not know how many times we have died. No matter what, Mr. Yi is our own person, and we believe him completely. Mu Wanning nodded and looked at Yi Chen and said curiously, I don't know where Mr. Yi is in such a hurry to go. Yi Chen did not talk nonsense, said, King Xuanfeng. Hearing these 3 words, Mu Wanning was slightly surprised. It is said that this King Xuanfeng is the place of Lin Qingxuan's descendants, who are the doctors and the gods. Countless powerful people go to King Xuanfeng to seek the way. Unfortunately, the mountain gate array is rarely opened. If Mr. Yi is looking for Lin Qingxuan's descendants, it will be a little troublesome. What's more, King Xuanfeng is not stable recently. There is a road that we must go through all the year round. It's said that there are a group of strong men waiting for rabbits there, hunting and killing the strong and seizing the treasures. Many forces have some complaints about that place. If Mr. Yi is willing to wait, I will arrange everything and go to King Xuanfeng with Mr. Yi. Yi Chen naturally can't disturb them, shaking his head, no, I'll go alone. Mu Wanning was more and more surprised. Her strength was naturally felt by this young man. There is a big gap between the two. If you have your own help, Mr. Yi will be extremely safe. If it was not for the sake of the other parties saving Bailey Hong, she would not have done so. But the young man refused without hesitation. Is this going to prepare for death? Mu Wanning doesn't ask for anything. She goes directly to the North Xuanzong and leads a horse full of flames. The steed is full of aura, which is obviously a domesticated animal mount. Mr. Yi, this horse is a mount given to me by the patriarch. It's useless for me to shut up all the year round. Then give it to Mr. Yi, so that I can get to King Xuanfeng faster. This is the only thing I can do for Mr. Yi. Yi Chen didn't refuse this time. What he lacks is a fast mount. If it wasn't for the blood dragon, he would have been flying in the sky. The distance between King Xuanfeng and King Xuanfeng was just a blink of an eye. Yi Chen stepped on the horse, the flame burst, and went directly to the foot of the mountain. Mu Wanning looked at the direction of Yi Chen's departure and said curiously to Bai Lixiong, this man is really a strange man. What kind of Jingguo war god is he? Can you become the god of war in China? By the way, how did the old man Zhou get hurt? Mr. Yi obviously has no such strength. Bai Lixiong looked serious and said, Wanning, don't be deceived by Mr. Ye's breath. This week, the elder was hurt by Mr. Yi, and he didn't even have the power to fight back. A few days ago, dozens of strong men in Huaxia Blood League attacked Mr. Yi, and Mr. Yi killed all of them with his own strength. That bloody scene, to me, is still a nightmare. Mr. Yi can't be measured by his strength. Mu Wanning heard Bai Lixiong's words and took a cold breath. Her eyes were full of panic and accident. Did she really look out of sight? At the foot of King Xuanfeng Mountain. The sun is scorching. Ji Lin, with 2 strong members of the Ji family, was on his way all night and was finally about to arrive. Anyway, it's up to her whether her father can live on or not. She has made a good plan for the worst. Even if the descendants of Lin Qingxian don't want to fight, she will also tie people. Anyway, when the sky falls down, the Ji family is holding it. I don't know how my sister's progress is. She has heard of Yi Jingtian, who was born in the sky several times. Her name is almost the nightmare of most Shuzong clan in Kunlun, extremely strong means. The sword technique can reach the sky. I don't know the depth of cultivation. God Thunder. Yulong. The most mysterious. This is Yi Shitian's impression in Ji Lin's mind. Ji Lin suddenly thought of Yi Chen, who was very embarrassed in China. She shook her head helplessly. Yi Chen, this boy is also surnamed Yi, why is the gap so big? One was nearly killed in China by a strong man of Lihe territory, and the other had already killed a strong one in Kunlun. They're about the same age. It's really hard to tell. But Yi Chen is a famous fan route in Kunlun. I shouldn't have such expectations for him. Anyway, he is definitely not worthy of my sister. Just as Ji Lin murmured to himself, the 2 Ji Jiaqiang stopped. Miss, I feel something is wrong. Ji Lin's small body stands upright in an instant, her eyes are slightly narrowed, and she stares at everything around her. The breath on the body is released. Her cultivation is in the Holy Land. She is a monster at her age. After all, she is not even 13 years old. Be careful. I heard from my sister that Qingshuanfeng is not simple. We also found many skeletons along the way. It is estimated that someone is staring at us in the dark. Ji Lin's spiritual consciousness was released, and he went to the front. Before walking a few steps, 3 sounds of breaking the skies suddenly hit. The next second, they seemed to be locked in general. There are 3 rapid red lights sweeping in front of me. The 2 strong men of Ji family protect Ji Lin in front of him and offer weapons in their hands at the same time. Ji Xiqing has told us that even if they die, Ji Lin can't have any mistakes. The red light is about to fall, and the weapons in their hands are fired directly. The golden light is everywhere, and the sword spirit is soaring to the sky. Chapter 664. Terra sound, a tearing sound suddenly sounded. Then, the 3 red lights were cut off mercilessly. They gasped, and it seemed that the red light had no power. But soon, their faces changed. That cut off the red light completely into a silk thread cover. Almost instantaneously, it turned into a red net covering the sky and the sun. Not good. The 2 men rushed to the red net and tried to break it. Miss, get out of here. It's very strange here. 2 people no longer hesitated, forced blood essence, the momentum of the body climbed to the extreme. The sword almost turns into a 100 zhang long sword, which is about to touch the red net. An invisible array is sweeping in. They found that under the red net, all true qi could not be displayed. How could it be? The expression on their faces was completely frozen. I've been cheated. These 3 red ons are traps at the beginning. They wanted to evacuate, but found it was too late. The red net continues to shrink, but it is the 2 people completely trapped in it. Then their bodies hit the ground heavily. Fortunately, Ji Lin noticed something wrong at the beginning and kept retreating towards the back. With such a strong but hard to detect array, who can avoid it? Miss, let's go. The 2 men roared. Ji Lin naturally will not take into account the 2 people's lives, at the foot of the real qi flow, just ready to leave. But the ground in all directions suddenly split. Then, an invisible gas wall condenses and becomes. Get out of here. Ji Lin's eyes are cold to the extreme and split with a sword. The sword is so fierce that it's killing. But when the fierce sword qi touches the air wall, it disappears completely and has no effect at all. This formation, it's the lost ancient function array. Who the hell are these people? How can Ji Lin calm down? Born in the Ji family, she knows more than anyone else. Ancient function array is an array in ancient books. It was considered as chicken ribs in ancient times, because its only function was to block the breath and true qi of practitioners. At that time, the cloud will gradually break in the eyes of the strong. But this ancient function array is useless for the top strong, but it has enough deterrent power for them. At the moment, Ji Lin felt as if his true qi had been pulled away. This feeling of powerlessness made her feel terrible. Regardless of everything, Ji Lin took out a rune in his hand. This is Ji Xiqing to her, the critical moment, at least can escape. However, she has not yet fully attracted the rune, a black light is sweeping. Ding! A sword pierced the rune in her hand and nailed the rune to a tree. At the same time, the 5 figures came out of the darkness. At the head was a young man who looked like a gentleman with a folding fan in his hand. The young man's arm is even more tattooed with an ancient array character. When he saw this young man, Ji Lin and 2 other strong men of Ji family turned pale. This youth, they know. It is Bai Zhanyuan, a master of genius array who has been wanted by all clans and forces in Kunlun for 5 years. Bai Zhanyuan's 6-year-old awakening array was accepted as a close disciple by the leader of Kunlun Virtual Array Alliance. You can kill people by array when you are 10 years old. At the age of 15, he cracked an ancient remnant array. Famous Kunlun Su. At the age of 20, he became the youngest elder in the history of the Battle Alliance. The road to genius is unparalleled. Even his sister Ji Xiqing admired this man. At least in the field of array, almost no one can shake Kunlun. Originally, Bai Zhanyuan's way of becoming a strong man took place at the age of 25. Bai Zhanyuan stole the treasure of Kunlun Virtual Array Alliance, and killed thousands of people with the array. Overnight, the top genius is the evil devil. The fierce name of that year is very similar to Yi Shitian today. Ji Lin didn't expect that Bai Zhanyuan appeared here. Naturally, they can't stop this array arranged by evil people. Soon, the surrounding air wall of the array was constantly shrinking, and Ji Lin felt that the blood was coagulated and couldn't move. Damn it! Bai Zhanyuan and the other 4 people outline a smile. One of the men with long hair shook his head. Today's quality is not so good, so only 3 of them have entered the Holy Land. Is it hard to say that King Xuanfeng is not attractive to those powerful people in Kunlungsu? Boss, what are you going to do with these 3 people? Hearing these words, the 2 strong men of the Ji family said angrily, "Be bold. Do you know who is standing behind us? I advise you to release us as soon as possible, or you will bear the consequences." Words are cold. The man with long hair laughed and went to the strong man of Ji family who was talking. He said faintly, "You talk a little bit. Although you don't know who is standing behind you, do you think I care?" Language down, the long-hair man suddenly stretched out his hand, a touch of air around. The next second, a palm on the man's heavenly cover. In an instant, the breath of death. On the spot into blood fog, dead cannot die again. The long-haired man looked at another strong Ji family under the red net. "Do you have anything else to say?" "No." The remaining Ji Jiaqiang was completely flustered. "If you don't, you can see me off." The man with long hair once again shot out, blood mist bursts, his whole body is full of blood. Blood made him ferocious. The killing made him crazy. Just 2 seconds, Ji family too strong all fall. Only Ji Lin is left. At the moment, Ji Lin looks pale to the extreme. She knows the means of these people. They can see at a glance the particularity of their own identity, so they have no value. After all this, the young man with long hair came to Bai Zhanyuan's side. "Boss, what you asked me to do is already good." Bai Zhanyuan nodded, the folding fan in his hand swayed gently, and then his eyes fell on the stiff little girl not far away. "Say, where you come from and what you can give me, I can consider giving you a good way to die." His voice was very flat, and he repeated a very common thing. Chapter 665. Ji Lin knows that she has no choice. She calms down and thinks about all the plans to escape. However, she finds that she is powerless at the moment. Who could have thought that the Baizanyuan fair in Kunlun was here? "I know your identity, but I still want to warn you that I am a member of the Ji family. If you move me, my sister Ji Xiqing will be angry. You can't bear her anger. What's more, as a big family of Kunlun Su, Ji's family will be in trouble once it gets involved. Bai Zhanyuan, you should have a scale in your heart which can be measured." When Bai Zhanyuan heard about Ji Jia, his eyes shrunk slightly, and finally there was a trace of fluctuation on Gu Jing Bubo's face. He closed the folding fan in his hand. "Now that you know your identity, take out what I'm interested in. The Ji family has a good position in Kunlun, and you always have some treasures." Ji Lin holds her breath. The most valuable thing in her body is the golden elixir Ji Xiqing gave her. But Jin Dan is used to trade with King Xuanfeng. Once it is taken out, what will happen to his father's life? She bit her teeth, shook her head and said, "I'm just a little girl. I passed by here by accident. What do you think Ji Jia will give me?" Bai Zhanyuan's smile looks very genial. "Little sister, lying is not a good habit." Words fall. Bai Zhanyuan's slender fingers suddenly moved, fingers pinched, the air seems to condense a pair of hands. Virtual hand to Ji Lin gently grasp, a golden light flashing. Ji Xiqing's golden elixir was suspended in front of Bai Zhanyuan. Bai Zhanyuan held out his hand and held the pill in his palm. "It's not bad. It's an ancient pill. It's our biggest harvest this month. Little sister, it seems that you have a good status in the Ji family." But unfortunately, you already know that I exist, I can't let you live. Bai Zhanyuan took the pills and showed a cold smile. At this moment, Jilin felt that the smile seemed to be the smile of death. She was cold and her pink fists clenched tightly. She even thought how angry her sister would be when she knew what had happened to her. Maybe the whole Kunlun will have an earthquake. Bai Zhanyuan pinches his fingers and just plans to use the array to solve Jilin, but he feels that a figure is coming towards this side quickly. In about a minute, it's going to be through here. Here comes another guest. Take care of the bodies and the blood. After Bai Zhanyuan's command, he even grabbed Jilin's neck with 5 fingers and plundered it into the darkness. You should be glad that the man saved your life. In this case, I'll show you how I kill prey. Everything is back to normal. The 6 men brought Jilin into the dark. Jilin found that in the dark, there were many arrays and several empty screens. On the screen, every dead corner is monitored. Jilin sighed. Such a precise plan is the first genius of Kunlun. 1 minute later, it is estimated that someone will fall. A minute later, Jilin finally saw a figure on a screen. He is a young man with short hair and casual clothes. There is a flame horse under the youth's hip, galloping. The figure of youth is getting closer and closer. All of a sudden, Jilin's pupils dilated, just like a ghost. Her body was even more unconsciously shaking. Because she knows the young man in the picture is incomparably familiar. Isn't this guy the Yi Chen of China? She is absolutely sure that the other party is Yi Chen. When did Yi Chen come to Kunlun? Why did he step into Qingshuanfeng? Damn it! Why does this guy want to die? Her strength is not enough to compete, let alone Yi Chen. She vaguely remembers that when she left China, Yi Chen seemed to be still in the aerodynamic state. The aerodynamic environment in Kunlun is not worth mentioning. Even Bai Zhanyuan's casual array can't resist it. But at the moment, Bai Zhanyuan is frowning. He has his formation in every 10 li. But somehow, he felt a threat from that young man. The threat comes from the intuition of his many years of desperate life. Seeing that the young man on the mount was about to touch the array mechanism, what everyone didn't expect was that the young man stopped. The reason why Yi Chen stopped was that he found something wrong at the first time. His master, Zhang Haiping, used the spirit rune to enter the road, and the aura was the originator of the array. So he has a very strong sense of the formation. Far more than anyone in Kunlun Su. He felt that the air of the array under his feet was getting stronger and stronger. He looked around him, dead and cold eyes shot out. With the hungry blood, this is like killing a wolf. Bai Zhanyuan and the other 5 people were completely stunned. The smile on his face solidified. They were found. How could it be? However, there is a very strong shielding array here. Even if the strong ones in the Holy Kingdom come, they will not be aware of their existence. But what's going on right now? It's hard to be found by the other party. At this moment, Bai Zhanyuan's face was a little ugly. He looked at the man with long hair and said in a cold voice, "Don't ambush. Start the ancient function array by force." Yes. The next second, far away is staring at the dark depth of Yi Chen is to find 3 red lights swept. When he saw the appearance of red light, Yi Chen was surprised. Ancient function array? Interesting, isn't this array already disappeared in Kunlun? Others don't know this array, but he knows it. Because Zhang Haiping once taught Yi Chen all the arrays. Therefore, Yi Chen knows the array far more than anyone in Kunlun Void. His mouth outlined a smile, motionless, until 3 red lights were about to penetrate the body, his fingers open. And swept away in a frenzy. Seeing this scene, Bai Zhanyuan and the others sneered. Once the young man destroys the 3 red lights and the red net suppresses it, the young man will be hard to fly. Jilin also looks flustered. She wants to remind Yi Chen, but found it impossible. Damn it! Yi Chen is such a fool. Why are you here? At the time when everyone is convinced that Yi Chen will be trapped, the direction of Yi Chen's 5 fingers suddenly changes. Passing by the red light, 5 fingers are penetrating the air. The next second, a red net was pulled out by him. At the same time, Yi-Chen hands overflow countless thunder and lightning. Red net is instantly penetrated by lightning, directly and mercilessly torn. Since you have prepared such a big gift for me, don't hide like a shrinking turtle. Yi-Chen Mao's sun shoots into the dark depth, the cold voice is like thunder sound resounding through. In the dark, the long-haired man's face was pale, his blood was rising, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Ancient function array is broken. He even got a bite back. Who is this young man? Chapter 666. At the moment, Jilin's expression is extremely rich. She thought Yi-Chen would be trapped in the red net and begged for mercy. She even wanted to ask Bai Zhanyuan to let her and Yi-Chen meet again before she died. It's a good way to go. But she did not expect that Yi-Chen broke the array. This is the ancient function array. Don't mention Yi-Chen's rubbish realm. Even if Yi-Chen has crossed into the Holy Land, he is not qualified to fight against him. But what is the ghost in front of him? Is this the Fan Zhen Yi-Chen he knows? Yi-Chen, who has been ridiculed by numerous clans in Kunlun for 5 years. Is this guy who broke the array strangely at the moment, and even hurt the young man with long hair? Nima, how can this kid understand the formation? Isn't the medical god sect respected by medical ethics? The leader of the medical god sect only knows a little about the array. It's impossible to teach Yi-Chen how to crack the ancient array. Or is it all about the kid's hypocrisy? Jilin feels like the head should be big, but according to her understanding of Yi-Chen, it must be luck. Yes, luck is the best explanation. When Bai Zhanyuan saw that his men were injured, he quickly took out a pill and let the young man with long hair take it. Yun Gong, stick to Dantian. Young people with long hair are no nonsense. The effects of pills are constantly colliding in the body. It took a few seconds for him to recover. The young man with long hair stood up fiercely, and his eyes were full of killing. Boss, that little beast is just a person. What array should we use? Go straight out and crack down. Damn it, if I don't abolish him today, I'll be a damn beast. Bai Zhanyuan nodded and his eyes fell on the young man on the screen. He had a trace of interest in Yi-Chen. In less than 10 seconds, we found that the existence of the ancient function array was broken. Is it luck or strength? Let's go. Don't kill the boy. I have some questions to ask him. Good. Soon, a group of people is to take Jilin to the outside. When they came outside, they found that the young man had got off the horse. They didn't know where to move a stool and sat down with interest. In his mouth is a cigarette in his mouth. It's very leisurely. The appearance of Bai Zhanyuan and others did not make Yi-Chen have any fluctuation, even he did not have the desire to turn his head. As if to the extreme. Young people with long hair are not angry at this scene. They stayed at Qingshuanfeng for almost 3 years. When have you been insulted like this? Boy, you are still in the mood to smoke here. Damn it, you can't die. Yi-Chen still ignored. Suddenly, a crisp voice suddenly sounded, Yi-Chen. Hearing this sound, Yi-Chen is stunned, fiercely turns around, the vision shoots toward a little girl's figure. Jilin. He never expected that Jilin would appear here. At the moment, Jilin is obviously bound by the array and can't move. Yi-Chen pinched out the smoke in his hand, frowned and said, how can you be with this group of people? They kidnap you? Jilin white one-eye Yi-Chen, so obvious thing, don't you see? By the way, aren't you in China? Why did you come to Kunlun Su? The young man with long hair was surprised to see that they were talking to each other. He had no idea that the boy should know the little girl. The key is that these two guys seem to be when they don't exist. He looked at Bai Zhanyuan, and the latter nodded to him. The young man with long hair got permission and snorted, little beast, there is still some nonsense in my heart. Although I don't know how you can break the ancient function array, it doesn't matter. Kneel down for me. A roar was heard all over the sky. Later, the young man with long hair rushed to Yi-Chen with strong wind and rainstorm. He pinched his fingers quickly, and the ground around him vibrated. He used his array to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Strength is constantly climbing. Cold killing machine, enough to let anyone fall into the ice cave. But this chill is to let Yi-Chen not have the slightest reaction, he step out, such as across mountains and rivers. At the same time, the snuff out in the palm of the hand seems to condense a force. Countless genuine gas packages. Whoosh! Let's go straight. With the moment of cigarette butts shooting out, the earth severely shakes up. Like a sharp arrow through the sky. But Yi-Chen's figure is arrogant between heaven and earth, hands negative behind him, as if the end has been set. Little brute, I still want to. The young man with long hair felt blood clotting before he finished speaking that he completely destroyed the cigarette end. But a strange scene appeared. A golden net suddenly appears. This array seems to be familiar with each other. It's an ancient function array. The other side can also use this ancient array. It's also given back to him. The key opponent's array seems to blend between heaven and earth, more powerful than the long-hair youth. The golden net covers everything. The young people with long hair feel wrong and subconsciously want to dodge. But found that the gold net can't please at all, not close, is to wrap him up. Almost instantly, the young man with long hair is trapped in the golden net. It's the ultimate search for the youth. A trail was shocking, and even blood kept pouring out. Don't you want to know how I can break your ancient god worship array? Because your formation is too rubbish. Yi-Chen's indifferent voice falls. Then 5 fingers a grip, the edge will be long-hair youth sucked over. He pinched the neck of the other side. If you do it a little, you will die. Several people around by Zhang Yuan saw that the young man with long hair was trapped. One of them held a long sword and stabbed at Yi-Chen. The momentum is enormous. The other party obviously wants to kill Yi-Chen. No hands left. Yi-Chen looked cold and roared. Get out of here. The next second, Yi-Chen pinches and decides, and a sword rhyme forms directly. The sword light shoots out madly. Boom! Sword light burst, cold light sword. The momentum is like a fashion, smashing the dust, tearing the air, bursts of Mars. Bang! Sword light and the hand of the man collided together. The fire erupted. In the boundless air wave, the man's body was born a meal, and the sword in his hand was directly broken. His body is toward the rear smashed out. His pupils are full of horror. Except by Zhang Yuan, he has never seen anyone who can break everything with an array. Puff! He can't help it anymore. The air waves and the light of Yi-Chen's sword seem to penetrate his internal organs. He spits out a mouthful of blood directly. The native chicken and the earthen dog are vulnerable to a single blow. Then, Yi-Chen looks at Bai Zhanyuan. Although I don't know Bai Zhanyuan, the momentum of the other party is obvious. It is the head of this group of people. How about I trade this man and woman for that little girl? If not, I can only let him enjoy the taste of torture. Trapped long-hair youth just want to say what, when see Yi-Chen that cold eyes or cowardly. Good. Bai Zhanyuan's voice is extremely calm, but it is with a trace of anger. The next second, Ji Lin was mercilessly thrown out by him. Chapter 667. Yi-Chen hums coldly, the true chi condenses, one palm pats to the long-hair youth. The young man spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed it on the ground. And Yi-Chen is the first time to embrace Ji Lin. Once Ji Lin and Ji Siqing helped him countless times. Naturally, he won't let Ji Lin get hurt. Ji Lin stares at big eyes. He never expected that he would be saved by Yi-Chen in this life. What's more, he found that Yi-Chen's cultivation was no longer a dynamic state, but a real yuan state. What kind of medicine did the boy take? How long has he not seen it? He has crossed so many realms. What's more, how can the boy array? Yi-Chen, I really doubt if you are pretended by others. What's more, put Aunt Ben down quickly. Do you want to eat my tofu, even the little girl's tofu? You're too shameless. Believe me or not. Yi-Chen smiles. This is the Ji Lin he knows. He carefully placed Ji Lin on the chair, and then took out some snacks from the Samsara cemetery. Next, give it to me. You can just watch it. A few months ago, you helped me once in Jiangnan province. Today, let me help you. Ji Lin stared big eyes, looking at the hand is full of snacks, her brain is almost empty. Did this guy think that instead of running away, he wanted her to watch a play? Is this guy going to deal with Bai Zhanyuan? The long-hair youth and Bai Zhanyuan's array strength are not the same at all. Yi Chen is crazy. Do you still want to challenge Kunlun Virtual First Genius Array Mage? What did she just explain? Bai Zhanyuan stood up, staring at Yi Chen, and said, "He is my man. Why do you still have such a hand?" Voice cold, no temperature, like winter frost. Yi Chen quietly took out a cigarette, originally wanted to light but finally put back. Because every time he smoked, Ji Lin would scold him for not smoking. He looked at Bai Zhanyuan and said, "Ji Lin is my friend. I'm very unhappy if you move her. If you kneel down to apologize to my friend now, I can consider giving you a chance to live." When he said this, not only did Ji Lin take a breath, but Bai Zhanyuan and the people around him laughed. Even someone dared to make Bai Zhanyuan kneel down to apologize. You're kidding. Bai Zhanyuan opened the folding fan in his hand and said, "Don't you know me?" Yi Chen snorted, "What are you? Why should I know you? You have 5 seconds left." Hearing this, Bai Zhanyuan looks cold. The next second, he pinches his finger. It seems that the wind and cloud change color between the sky and the city. Countless true qi went to Bai Zhanyuan's slender fingers. "I didn't want to fight, but it seems that you know a little bit of array. Today I will let you understand what crushing is." An invisible array is formed. And Yi Chen's foot seems to turn into 1,000 feet of magma, blazing hot, constantly swept. Magma surging. Suddenly, a huge red magma snake came towards Yi Chen. Spit out the flame, not close to a step, the surrounding trees burned directly. Dragon burning snake array. I want the boy's head broken. Bai Zhanyuan smiles darkly. Kunlun empty the first array of talent power, people palpitation. Ji Lin sitting on one side is worried about Yi Chen. It's not that she doesn't look down on Yi Chen, but the young talents of the whole Kunlun void. In the field of array, she is not qualified to be compared with Bai Zhanyuan. Yi Chen, I'll help you. Ji Lin put down the snacks. Just want to start. Yi Chen is to shake his head. You girl, these 5 years always in front of me pretend to force. Today is also to give me the opportunity to show my skills? But he is Bai Zhanyuan Gillen Road. Yi Chen frowned. Tube he is what white exhibition ape, or white cut chicken, in front of me, all useless. Almost heard the word white chicken spit out blood. Anger makes the lava in the array set off a huge wave. The giant magma snake seems to be standing between heaven and earth, devouring Yi Chen. Yi Chen stretched out a stretch, light way. This array is not bad, just right, I will be. But my higher level, the dragon flame and the divine dragon array. The dragon flaming snake array is evolved from the dragon burning and divine dragon array. They are all ancient arrays, but they can't be compared with each other. Yi Chen's fingers are getting faster and faster. Just at the moment of roaring down, Bai Zhanyuan and the people behind him also appeared a huge magma. And magma rolling, dragon chanting. The next second, the sound of explosion. This time, it's not a giant magma snake, but a red dragon coming out, the appearance of fire dragon, the temperature of the whole world seems to rise. The door of hell opens. And the giant magma snake saw the red dragon. Subconsciously, pull back. The original strength is not at all. Sink into the magma. At this moment, Bai Zhanyuan's face was hard to see the extreme. Who would have thought that this boy would have the same array? The key is that his accomplishments in the array are severely suppressed by the other side. How could it be? Such a thing has never happened in decades. For the first time, his heart, which had never been frustrated, was loosened. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out directly. It is obviously Bai Zhanyuan's heart attack. I'm in a good mood today. I'm willing to play with you. Yi Chen said with interest. His life talisman has not yet been sacrificed. He is really not afraid of this existence. In terms of strength, he is not necessarily Bai Zhanyuan's opponent without the help of Samsara Cemetery. But in terms of array, even the leader of Array Alliance should give way to him. This is the supreme road of the sea. He is the only one in the world. At the moment, Yi Chen is strong to the extreme, and his momentum is like a god standing between heaven and earth. Ji Lin's big eyes almost burst out. This is Yi Chen, who was ridiculed by Kunlun Su people 5 years ago. Even Bai Zhanyuan, the genius of Kunlun Su's first array, was defeated in the Battle of Array. Is it hard to make Bai Zhanyuan spit out a mouthful of blood? At this moment, she found Yi Chen mysterious to the extreme. This boy went to China for half a year, and he absolutely had a big problem. Bai Zhanyuan wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed darkly. Boy, I admit that your array attainments are quite good. Unfortunately, you shouldn't regard me as an enemy. I once slaughtered people, but I was chased by countless strong men in Kunlun. Do you know why I survived? Because I live by killing battle. Anyone will be devoured by the killing battle, including you. With a roar, the folding fan in Bai Zhanyuan's hand unfolded and the golden on flickered. Yi Chen looked at the dazzling light, without any fear. He took out the cigarette and said faintly, "Do you believe that the cigarette in my hand can break the fan magic weapon in your hand?" Chapter 668. What? A cigarette wants to fight against Bai Zhanyuan's magic weapon? Bai Zhanyuan and even his subordinates behind him were confused. It's even ridiculous. Of course, they know that the smoke in Yi Chen's hands has no aura at all. Even from a certain point of view, no lethality. How can this kind of thing break the magic weapon? Bai Zhanyuan has a ferocious face. For 5 years, no one had ever dared to despise him, or even more so arrogant. In those years, he robbed the supreme treasure of Array Alliance, which was the fan in his hand. This fan, named as the Ancient Array Fan, is made of ancient array stone. It contains the supreme array road. It's worth a lot. Regardless of the value, if you use the ancient fan to condense the array strength will increase by 10 times or 100 times. Even if we gather together to kill the array, it will kill people in the invisible. Over the years, he never met the existence of the ancient fan that could block the formation. What's more, there are countless killing lines in his mind. As the first genius of Kunlun, no one can compete with him among the younger generation. Plus this ancient fan, who is qualified to block it. Ji Lin is also feeling the arrogance of Yi Chen. She almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Although Yi Chen doesn't know where to learn the array, he is not qualified to be arrogant in front of Bai Zhanyuan. I'm afraid that Yi Chen is the only one who dares to do so. But the result of doing so is obvious, it is looking for death. Yi Chen, the fan in Bai Zhanyuan's hand is a little strange. Be careful. At that time, Bai Zhanyuan was wanted by various major departments for this reason. It's said that he killed nearly 1,000 people with it. By the way, Yi Chen, you must have heard of Yi Shitian's reputation in Kunlun Su. To some extent, this guy is as dangerous as Yi Shitian. Ji Lin is afraid Yi Chen can't understand, so he uses Yi Shitian as an example. Yi Chen heard Yi Shitian's 3 words, but his mouth showed a smile and said curiously, "Then who will win if the white chopped chicken fights with Yi Shitian in your mouth?" Ji Lin was stunned and his face became strange. How can this be compared? The two have never met at all, let alone fight. However, she still pondered for a few seconds and said seriously, "If the white chopped chicken and Yi Shitian fight, I personally prefer Yi Shitian. After all, Yi Shitian does not know its origin, and its means are connected with heaven." In the past 5 years, Baizanji has been hiding from all major sects, but Yi Shitian has not only avoided but also appeared unscrupulously in the face of hundreds of pursuit orders. This existence must be relied on. Unknowingly, Ji Lin also called Bai Zhanyuan a chicken. Because it's so smooth. Bai Zhanyuan was furious when he heard the conversation between them. He couldn't bear it any longer. Today, he must break them into pieces. No longer hesitating, the fingers quickly pinched, the hand of the ancient fan gently moved, an invisible air wave toward the 4 sides swept away. At this moment, the whole world seems to be controlled by Bai Zhanyuan. I'm still in the mood to chat when I'm dying. Today, I'll let you feel what it's like to kill against the sky. 10,000 sword blood array. Get up. Bai Zhanyuan roared and stepped out. His body was incomparably light. It's all his array fields in a kilometer radius. In this, he is the master. A few steps down, his figure bursts, the naked eye can only see the shadow. His smile with a trace of cold, blink of an eye is in front of Yi Chen. He grasped it with 5 fingers, and the folding fan in his hand turned into a big sword of array. The sword rises and the sword falls. Strong wind gusts, the air of the formation around suddenly swept towards Yi Chen. The sword even broke the air and could not be stopped. Like a bloodthirsty beast. Bai Zhanyuan has absolute confidence. No one is qualified to surpass him in the array. No one. Yi Chen looked at the sword and the beast and frowned. However, he underestimated the opponent. The formation was extremely powerful, and even the power of breaking out exceeded the peak of entering the Holy Land. The general strong man will die when he meets Bai Zhanyuan. If he doesn't understand the way of array, he will suffer. Kunlun Virtual First Day Array Mage is not a wave of false fame. Bai Zhanyuan saw the solemnity of Yi Chen's eyes and sneered, "Boy, it's not a shame to die under my array. When you die, I'll send the little girl on the road with me." Seeing that his strike will touch Yi Chen raises his head and turns his cigarette gently. "I said, 1 cigarette is enough for you. Why don't you believe it?" The language falls, the true chi of Yi Chen's whole body is mobilized and comes out, wrapped directly on the cigarette in the hand. At the same time, this life talisman directly sacrifice. Endless thunder and lightning surround the cigarette. That cigarette with bursts of streamer, toward a direction. Bai Zhanyuan felt the strong wind and lightning around him, and suddenly his face changed. Because the direction of the cigarette is the eye of the sword blood array. This array was developed by him for many years, and its eyes are very hidden. Why can the other party just glance at it? "Boy, dare you?" Cannot help but Zhanyuan hesitated, his heart-rending voice resounded. Then, fiercely will the folding fan in the hand turn, even will own the entire strength of a blow. He has confirmed that Yi Chen knows the array. It is even possible that the array attainments are still above him. Folding fan out of the blue light towards the cigarette. However, it is still late. The cigarette directly penetrated the eye of the blood array. The surrounding array is completely broken. Countless cracks, shocking. Not only that, Bai Zhanyuan spits out a mouthful of blood. As soon as the sword blood array broke, he was also bitten back. Smoke. Yi Chen's 5 fingers grip, the broken array of cigarettes fly back to Yi Chen's hands in an instant. He turned slightly and looked at Bai Zhanyuan with interest. "You are still a little tender to play with me. You can see that the array is just a low-level toy for me." Bai Zhanyuan steadied himself and took out a golden pill. He was hurt, only the golden pill could help him. Ji Lin saw that Bai Zhanyuan wanted to take the pills Ji Siqing gave her. He even said, "Yi Chen, that pill was given to me by my sister." Good. Yi Chen Mao's sun shrinks, a step strides out, almost 10 meters. Holding the Zhenhuan sword, Yi Chen chopped Bai Zhanyuan's arm. Although his realm is a state of mind wandering, but combined with the power of his life talisman, this sword almost surpasses the transcendental realm, and even more strides into the holy realm. Hum. The air vibrates violently. As soon as Bai Zhanyuan's face changed, he quickly took back the golden elixir, and at the same time, the array fan in his hand flashed away. Bang! The sword body and the fan collide violently, and the air wave overflows everywhere. Endless thunder and lightning madly gush out from the town soul sword, and even climb up the array of ancient fans. Chapter 669. Bai Zhanyuan's eyes widened. He felt the violent vibration of his arm, almost paralyzed. Not only that, but all his clothes were torn apart. Powerful sword chi and thunder and lightning even penetrated his body and wanted to enter his internal organs. Puff! If Bai Zhanyuan doesn't display his array, how can he fight Yi Chen? A flower like a greenhouse, put aside the array, nothing. Yi Chen not only knows the array, but also has a hard way to kill along the way. How can ordinary people stop it? Puff! Bai Zhanyuan spat out a mouthful of blood again. His body flew out like a broken kite and smashed it on a huge stone. The huge stone is broken. Bai Zhanyuan feels the whole body bone wants to break. At the same time, the golden elixir also flew out. Leaf Chen 5 fingers a suction, the gold elixir then fell into his hand. Although already had psychological preparation, Yi Chen gets this golden elixir, still surprised a few minutes. Ancient pills, high grade. The key is perfect. At least not in a short time. What's more, although the pill has an ancient meaning, it has been refined again in 10 years. Does Kunlun Su still have the ability to refine this pill? Yi Chen even thought of the half of Taiga Shusher Dan in the reincarnation cemetery. Since the immortal lord has appeared, and it is also regarded as his own approval, we should seek the refining method of Taiga Shusher Dan from the immortal lord. Otherwise Duan Leiren cannot be materialized in a short time. Jilin, go on. Yi Chen throws the golden elixir back to Jilin. At the same time, the Jinhuan sword in the hand trembles and is directly sacrificed. Thunder and lightning cover, powerful sword-like streamer across the sky. Anyway, we must take advantage of Bai Zhanyuan's weakest time to kill him. Bai Zhanyuan just stood firm. When he saw the streamer coming, he looked scared to the extreme. Damn it! He can feel the blood rolling in his internal organs. After a few moves, he was injured all over. If he is pierced by this light, he will surely die. I can't die. Bai Zhanyuan's eyes shot out a fine light, biting his teeth, sacrificing a drop of blood essence. Blood essence was photographed by him on the ancient fan. Want to kill me, dream? In an instant, the array of ancient fans issued a dazzling red light. Red light, silent mountains and rivers. Endless wind, like a giant beast, burst out suddenly. Chenggu fan broke away from Bai Zhanyuan's hand directly. Towards the soul sword. Bang! Jinhuan's sword was shocked on the spot. The aura on the sword disappeared completely. Some even fear the ancient fan. Bai Zhanyuan vomited out a mouthful of blood and forced a drop of blood essence again. Instantly, a blood mist covered 100 meters. Cover Yi Chen thoroughly. The air is repressed to the extreme. Little beast, I admit you have a good array, so what? Do you know that the ancient fan of array is the best treasure of array alliance? Kill in the invisible. Today, I will kill you with my blood essence. At the moment, Bai Zhanyuan's eyes are about to crack. He has long been used to being superior to others in the field of array. But at the moment, he is in Yi Chen body to feel small. He is not willing to. The anger in his heart had long since gone to his head. He does not allow Kunlun to exist more evil than him. Never allow it. Today, even if he pays the price of cultivation and burning blood essence, he will tear Yi Chen into pieces. The ancient fan of array, in order to kill, please master, kill this son. Bai Zhanyuan got down on his knees with a roar. The utmost respect. As if waiting for something to come. In an instant, the ancient fan was filled with smoke and dust. The next second, a virtual shadow appeared on the ancient fan. Empty shadow hands behind, the breath is ethereal, just like a fairy. To Yi Chen's surprise, there is still a spirit in the ancient fan. The breath of the key spirit is terrible. Suddenly, the spirit of the ancient fan opened his eyes, and the cold light shot at Yi Chen. I'm just a little kid. I'm still trying to move the people I choose. Look for death. At this moment, Yi Chen feels stiff all over. As like as 2 peas in the graveyard of the reincarnation. He had no idea that there was a great power in it. The spirit of the ancient fan suddenly put out his hand and waved his arm gently. The shadow of a fist is condensed directly. At the same time, Yi Chen's whole body is an invisible array magic method. This array is an ancient array. Strong to the extreme. He didn't even have the possibility to communicate with the reincarnation cemetery. Damn it! Boom! When the fist blows, the spirit is just like a scarlet beast, falling from the sky and crashing madly towards Yi Chen's chest. How strong! This is the only reaction in Yi Chen's heart. He wanted to sacrifice a talisman and a bleeding dragon, but he found that the connection was completely cut off. A sense of crisis swept by Yi Chen's pale face to the extreme. Locked by the powerful momentum, Yi Chen's whole person is like deep mire, hard to extricate themselves. He has no choice. Can only carry down this punch. Touch! A blow hit Yi Chen's chest, the air waves spread, the sound of earth-shaking explosion sounded. Yi Chen spits out a mouthful of blood, pupil enlarges, body mercilessly toward rear smash. In the face of this ancient strongman, how can he stop it? It's not a level at all. He broke 2 locust trees before he stopped. Just stand still. The internal organs are very uncomfortable. I'm afraid that the opponent's attack is a close call. In the face of absolute strength and breath, he is not qualified. This moment Yi Chen, fist clenched, that unyielding eyes like a wounded lone wolf. This blow almost killed him. This is the ancient strong. Seeing this, Bai Zhanyuan laughed. Boy, aren't you crazy just now? Why aren't you crazy? Do you really think that I left the alliance to steal treasure? With such a master there, what's the old beast of the battle alliance? Master, I want this boy to cut off his hands, and I can't coagulate all my life. I want him to live rather than die. The shadow on the ancient fan nodded and looked at Yi Chen's eyes with incomparable disdain. Being a teacher naturally satisfies you. Hearing this sentence, Ji Lin, who watched the war, suddenly thought of something. At the beginning, Bai Zhanyuan gave up everything and made a terrible thing. It was the ancient fan that stole the Array Alliance. Everyone in Kunlun didn't understand it. If Bai Zhanyuan is willing to wait, with his talent, he must be the next leader of the Array Alliance, and this ancient fan will also belong to Bai Zhanyuan. Now, when Ji Lin heard the words of the spirit, he suddenly realized it. It's the spirit who made the first move. As for the purpose, it is no longer important for the fair to listen to it. Yi Chen is in danger. The ancient fan's spirit-killing machine is released, and it's shot out with a big hand. This blow is more than entering the Holy Land, even reaching the most powerful one of the king's territory. Chapter 669. Bai Zhanyuan's eyes widened. He felt the violent vibration of his arm, almost paralyzed. Not only that, but all his clothes were torn apart. Powerful sword qi and thunder and lightning even penetrated his body and wanted to enter his internal organs. Puff! If Bai Zhanyuan doesn't display his array, how can he fight Yi Chen? A flower like a greenhouse, put aside the array, nothing. Yi Chen not only knows the array, but also has a hard way to kill along the way. How can ordinary people stop it? Puff! Bai Zhanyuan spat out a mouthful of blood again. His body flew out like a broken kite and smashed it on a huge stone. The huge stone is broken, Bai Zhanyuan feels the whole body bone wants to break. At the same time, the golden elixir also flew out, Leaf Chen 5 fingers a suction, the gold elixir then fell into his hand. Although already had psychological preparation, Yi Chen gets this golden elixir, still surprised a few minutes. Ancient pills, high grade. The key is perfect. At least not in a short time. What's more, although the pill has an ancient meaning, it has been refined again in 10 years. Does Kunlun Su still have the ability to refine this pill? Yi Chen even thought of the half of Taiga Shusher Dan in the reincarnation cemetery. Since the immortal lord has appeared, and it is also regarded as his own approval, we should seek the refining method of Taiga Shusher Dan from the immortal lord. Otherwise Duan Leiren cannot be materialized in a short time. Ji Lin, go on. Yi Chen throws the golden elixir back to Ji Lin. At the same time, the Zhenhuan sword in the hand trembles and is directly sacrificed. Thunder and lightning cover, powerful sword-like streamer across the sky. Anyway, we must take advantage of Bai Zhanyuan's weakest time to kill him. Bai Zhanyuan just stood firm. When he saw the streamer coming, he looked scared to the extreme. Damn it! He can feel the blood rolling in his internal organs. After a few moves, he was injured all over. If he is pierced by this light, he will surely die. I can't die. Bai Zhanyuan's eyes shot out a fine light, biting his teeth, sacrificing a drop of blood essence. Blood essence was photographed by him on the ancient fan. Want to kill me, dream? In an instant, the array of ancient fans issued a dazzling red light. Red light, silent mountains and rivers. Endless wind, like a giant beast, burst out suddenly. Chenggu fan broke away from Bai Zhanyuan's hand directly towards the soul sword. Bang! Jinhuan's sword was shocked on the spot. The aura on the sword disappeared completely. Some even fear the ancient fan. Bai Zhanyuan vomited out a mouthful of blood and forced a drop of blood essence again. Instantly, a blood mist covered 100 meters. Cover Yichen thoroughly. The air is repressed to the extreme. Little beast, I admit you have a good array, so what? Do you know that the ancient fan of array is the best treasure of array alliance? Kill in the invisible. Today, I will kill you with my blood essence. At the moment, Bai Zhanyuan's eyes are about to crack. He has long been used to being superior to others in the field of array. But at the moment, he is in Yichen body to feel small. He is not willing to. The anger in his heart had long since gone to his head. He does not allow Kunlun to exist more evil than him. Never allow it. Today, even if he pays the price of cultivation and burning blood essence, he will tear Yichen into pieces. The ancient fan of array, in order to kill, please master, kill this son. Bai Zhanyuan got down on his knees with a roar. The utmost respect. As if waiting for something to come. In an instant, the ancient fan was filled with smoke and dust. The next second, a virtual shadow appeared on the ancient fan. Empty shadow hands behind, the breath is ethereal, just like a fairy. To Yichen's surprise, there is still a spirit in the ancient fan. The breath of the key spirit is terrible. Suddenly, the spirit of the ancient fan opened his eyes, and the cold light shot at Yichen. I'm just a little kid. I'm still trying to move the people I choose. Look for death. At this moment, Yichen feels stiff all over. As like as two peas in the graveyard of the reincarnation. He had no idea that there was a great power in it. The spirit of the ancient fan suddenly put out his hand and waved his arm gently. The shadow of a fist is condensed directly. At the same time, Yichen's whole body is an invisible array magic method. This array is an ancient array. Strong to the extreme. He didn't even have the possibility to communicate with the reincarnation cemetery. Damn it! Boom! When the fist blows, the spirit is just like a scarlet beast, falling from the sky and crashing madly towards Yichen's chest. How strong! This is the only reaction in Yichen's heart. He wanted to sacrifice a talisman and a bleeding dragon, but he found that the connection was completely cut off. A sense of crisis swept by Yichen's pale face to the extreme. Locked by the powerful momentum, Yichen's whole person is like deep mire, hard to extricate themselves. He has no choice. Can only carry down this punch. Touch! A blow hit Yichen's chest, the air waves spread, the sound of earth-shaking explosion sounded. Yichen spits out a mouthful of blood, pupil enlarges, body mercilessly toward rear smash. In the face of this ancient strongman, how can he stop it? It's not a level at all. He broke 2 locust trees before he stopped. Just stand still. The internal organs are very uncomfortable. I'm afraid that the opponent's attack is a close call. In the face of absolute strength and breath, he is not qualified. This moment Yichen, fist clenched, that unyielding eyes like a wounded lone wolf. This blow almost killed him. This is the ancient strong. Seeing this, Bai Zhanyuan laughed. Boy, aren't you crazy just now? Why aren't you crazy? Do you really think that I left the alliance to steal treasure? With such a master there, what's the old beast of the battle alliance? Master, I want this boy to cut off his hands, and I can't coagulate all my life. I want him to live rather than die. The shadow on the ancient fan nodded and looked at Yichen's eyes with incomparable disdain. Being a teacher naturally satisfies you. Hearing this sentence, Ji Lin, who watched the war, suddenly thought of something. At the beginning, Bai Zhanyuan gave up everything and made a terrible thing. It was the ancient fan that stole the Array Alliance. Everyone in Kunlun didn't understand it. If Bai Zhanyuan is willing to wait, with his talent, he must be the next leader of the Array Alliance, and this ancient fan will also belong to Bai Zhanyuan. Now, when Ji Lin heard the words of the spirit, he suddenly realized it. It's the spirit who made the first move. As for the purpose, it is no longer important for the fair to listen to it. Yi Chen is in danger. The ancient fan's spirit-killing machine is released, and it's shot out with a big hand. This blow is more than entering the Holy Land, even reaching the most powerful one of the king's territory. Chapter 671. A Pool of Blood. A generation of genius has fallen. Seeing that the immortal master and Yi Chen did not make a statement, they turned their heads and looked at Yi Chen. This adult, I am willing to recognize the Lord as your weapon. I can at least erase a lot of unnecessary trouble for you. He has been free at the price. It's the only possibility of survival. But the immortal master sneered, do you still want to help the reincarnated tomb master? I'm sorry, you're too rubbish to qualify. The words fall, the immortal lord's 5 fingers open, patted on the body of the spirit. Dissipate on the spot between heaven and earth. It was too late for the spirit to scream in horror. Everything returned to calm. The old fan fell to the ground. The immortal lord glanced at it, drew the ancient fan and threw it to Yi Chen. Although there is no spirit in it, it's a very precious array. Take it as an array. It's of great benefit. Take it away. Yi Chen nodded and put away the ancient fan. At the same time, he looked at the immortal master and spat out a few words, thank you for your help. The immortal lord was surprised to hear the 2 words of master, but his eyes were filled with a trace of relief. I didn't want to admit you, but you are indeed qualified to be the disciple of my immortal lord through the test of this period of time. I have a bad temper these days. Please don't mind. Unfortunately, my time is almost over. After today, I can't help you anymore. I don't know how much I can teach you. Well, this is your chance. I'll go into the samsara cemetery first. The existence of the outside world is too much of my strength. Come to me when you've finished all your work. The immortal lord's eyes were desolate, and he entered the reincarnation cemetery. Yi Chen can feel the other side's mind weak too much, almost transparent. But there are a lot of things that he can't block. This is the significance of the existence of samsara cemetery. Every time I grow up, I bring these great expectations. There is no turning back. He could only go down step by step. The 100 said they were their turn over. The only thing he can do is to unlock the secret and save the 100 people. Only in this way, he may be entitled to see the real bodies of these 100 people again. Yi Chen no longer think much, looking at all the desolation around, hurriedly toward Ji Lin. One will Ji Lin embrace, take out a pill in the hand, and then the silver needle slowly falls under the guidance of true qi. With the silver needle, the true qi penetrates into Ji Lin's body. Her pale face grew red. Yi Chen breathes out a long breath. Fortunately, Ji Lin wears the supreme treasure of Ji family and resists most of the injuries. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. After a while, Ji Lin gently groaned and opened his big eyes. When she saw Yi Chen, she quickly broke free and said, "We are still alive?" Her surprised eyes looked around and found Bai Zhanyuan dead. All those men are dead. Blood and bodies all around. Not only that, but also the spirit has disappeared. How could? Ji Lin exclaimed in surprise. The whole area was 100 meters, and there were only her and Yi Chen. She's in a coma, so she can't do it. Can Yi Chen kill the spirit and everyone? How could it be? Although the boy knows the array inexplicably, his cultivation is still very weak. No strength at all. She looked again at the startling sword marks on the ground and the dark clouds that did not float above the sky. She sniffed at her nose and found that there was another powerful breath around her. This breath is not Yi Chen's. Can't it be that when she's in a coma, there's a master here? She quickly looked at Yi Chen and asked, Yi Chen, what happened just now? Is there any great power? Someone is helping us in the dark? Yi Chen naturally can't tell the story of the immortal lord. The secret of the Samsara cemetery belongs only to him. Don't mention Ji Lin, even his parents can't reveal that this is the first powerful Luo Yuntian to explain when the reincarnation cemetery was opened. For a moment, Yi Chen didn't know how to explain it. Suddenly, Ji Lin found a plum blossom on the ground. The plum blossom may have been brought from the outside just now. Originally, it was meaningless. But Ji Lin picked up the plum blossom and exclaimed, is it the Kunlun Su who made countless sects afraid of Yi Shitian? Yes, with such strength, the plum blossom left here is definitely Yi Shitian. Ji Lin's voice is very positive. Yi Chen was stunned, but he did not expect that the other party would have such association. He laughed, to be honest, I am Yi Shitian. Ji Lin glanced at Yi Chen and said sarcastically, don't think you can kill heaven by pretending to be Yi. You want to take all the credit to yourself, haha. If you have 1% of yes killing heaven, I will burn high incense. Yi Chen. Knowing that the other party would not believe it, he could only say to Ji Lin, well, to tell you the truth, I saw a man with a mask suddenly appeared just now. I don't know why he would help me. Besides, there seems to be a dragon on his body, and thunder and lightning fall on the sky. It's too terrible. He killed Bai Zhanyuan and all the utensils. Before I could react, the man disappeared. It seems that he hates the bully most. Yi Chen can only follow the trend. Although there are many loopholes, Ji Lin touched his chin and nodded, I knew it was like this. Looking at Yi Shitian's actions during this period of time, there should be some chivalrous heart. Moreover, the other party's character is very crazy. It seems that he can't stand the strong man of Kunlun, and his hand is normal. I thought Yi Shitian was just the Holy Kingdom. Now it seems that I underestimate him. I think this guy is returning to the virtual realm, even higher. It's said that Yi Shitian's root bone is only in her 20s. How can he be more rebellious than her sister? Is this the descendant of Kunlun Mountain Hermit family? Ji Lin murmured, his eyes were more and more radiant, and he was obviously more and more interested in this leaf-killing heaven. After a few seconds, she looked at Yi Chen and said with a bad smile, Yi Chen, I want to tell you some bad news. Recently, my sister is very interested in Yi Shitian. You may have a rival in love. Although my sister has been helping you for 5 years, I can't understand her behavior. She may be looking at you pitifully. It's said that my sister likes you, so don't take it seriously. Even if my sister is really a little interested in you, the appearance of Yi Shitian will break everything. Which beauty in the world doesn't love heroes? My sister is bound to be conventional, so you die and pursue my sister's heart. Yi Chen almost vomited out a mouthful of old blood. In the world, countless people fear or admire Yi Shitian. But I don't know, this leaf kills the sky is the fan root youth Yi Chen that bears innumerable ancestral door ridicule. Chapter 672. Yi Chen doesn't need to explain. Because even if you explain, no one will write. When everything is right, the secret will be known to the world. On that day, maybe the whole Kunlun Su people would be shocked by their chin. Ji Lin suddenly thought of something, even busy way, oh, forget the business. We must go to Qingshuanfeng as soon as possible. Yi Chen frowned, surprised, you also go to Qingshuanfeng? Nonsense, I'm here. Why don't I go to Qingshuanfeng? No, you mean, where are you going? Ji Lin blinked his eyes and suddenly thought of something. I heard from my sister that the door of the god of medicine seems to be a vein of Lin Qingxian. Did you go to Qingshuanfeng to seek the highest road of medical ethics? You've been in the medical god gate for a few years, but if you think about martial arts all the time, it's estimated that medical skills are not so good. Yi Chen is also too lazy to explain, nodded, be regarded as. Take a walk. Since it's on the way, it's best. I'll protect you. If I'm here, God and Ghost will make way. By the way, maybe it's because of me that Yi killed the sky. I think it's because of my sister's beauty, so he flatters me. Yi Chen, look at it. In fact, your salvation is totally in my light. Don't thank me. Yi Chen. Two people directly on the horse, toward Qingshuanfeng. Qingxian Peak is towering into the clouds and extremely steep. The top part of the mountain is in the clouds, just like a fairyland. When they reached the middle of the mountain, they could not get on the mount at all, so they could only walk up. An hour later, they finally arrived at the top of Qingxian Peak. The whole Qingxian Peak is like a huge hourglass. Although it is steep in the middle, it is vast on the top of the mountain. They didn't move on because there was a mountain protection block in front of them, so they had to stop. There are runes flowing over the mountain protecting array. The rune is cold, and seems to have a pair of eyes staring at Yi Chen and Ji Lin. Ji Lin looked at Yi Chen, don't you know the array? Try to see if you can break the array, or we can't get in. Yi Chen nodded and closed his eyes to feel the direction of array eyes. There are only two ways to break the array. First, the strength is far more than the array. Break it by force. Second, find the eye and break it. But soon, Yi Chen's expression is solidified. His psychic sense penetrated into it and disappeared. Can't detect the eye. This is a very powerful array. It may even have existed since ancient times. Otherwise, Qingshuanfeng would not have survived for so many years. Did Lin Qingxian set up an array before the accident to protect future generations? Yi Chen wants to find Lin Qingxian by entering the Samsara cemetery, but finds that the other party is completely silent. I don't know if it's closed or disappeared. Ji Lin on one side saw Yi Chen's reaction and shook his head. I thought you had a strong array, but now it seems that it is just so. Forget it, I'll have a try. Yi Chen looked at Ji Lin and said curiously, do you know the array? Ji Lin smiles, the next second, directly sacrifice a green sword, the momentum of his body suddenly climbed to the extreme. With a sword. If you want to know the formation, just split it. Ji Lin's most powerful blow directly hits the array ripple. At the same time, a red light suddenly appeared. The next second, a cold killing opportunity shot directly out of the array and went towards Ji Lin. Ji Lin didn't expect that this array could even concentrate and kill the opportunity. Not waiting for her reaction to return, a strong wind whirled, Yi Chen directly hugged Ji Lin, but also toward one side. And it was exactly in the same place that a deep sword mark appeared. Ji Lin exhaled a breath, looked at Yi Chen, or said, thank you, today I saved you, now you save me, we are even. Yi Chen. At this time, more than a dozen figures came out of it. It was obvious that Ji Lin had just moved the array and triggered the alarm inside. Who dares to touch our array of Qingshuanfeng? Look for death. It was a man in cloth with his hands behind him. The man does not have any weapon, but that look is with a trace of cold. His sight toward Yi Chen naturally became the object of his suspicion. Your hand. Seeing someone coming out, Ji Lin quickly stepped out and said seriously, hello, I'm Ji Lin of the Ji family. Entrusted by the Ji family, I'd like to invite the descendants of Lin Qingxian to the Ji family. Please. The man in cloth looked at Ji Lin again. When he found out that it was a little girl, he sneered, no cure, go away. The simple three words are the expression of attitude. Obviously, they have the confidence. Ji Lin's expression changed. Naturally, he was not willing to give up. He continued, what do you want, we Ji family can take it out. Make a condition. The man in cloth suddenly looked serious and said, my words are very clear. Get out. Although your Ji family has some power in Kunlun, it's nothing in my Qingshuanfeng. If you don't go away, don't blame me for being merciless. Ji Lin almost blew up. How could she have been so angry? Her Ji family is not a small family in Kunlungsu. Suddenly, something came to her mind. This group of people's attitude is bound to be due to one reason, that is, the conditions are not enough. No longer hesitating, Ji Lin's hand appeared a golden elixir. As soon as the golden elixir came out, countless auras poured into it, and the strong fragrance of medicine spread out. The man in cloth and everyone behind him took a breath. They grew up in Qingshuanfeng, accepted the supreme medical principle, and had an incomparable understanding of pills and medical ethics. And the smell of pills in front of you is extremely rich, not ordinary. The man in cloth was moved and ordered, "Give me this, Dan, I will think about it naturally." Dan Ji can only give me an exact answer. The man in cloth seemed to feel that his authority was questioned. He snorted, "I am the descendant of Lin Qingxian. If you need me to give me this pill, you have no qualification to discuss conditions. If you don't want to, it won't do me any harm." At this moment, Ji Lin wavered. Father is in danger, only the people of Qingshuanfeng can be saved. She had to let Lin Qingshuan's descendants go down the mountain. She bit her teeth, no longer hesitated, handed the pills in her hand. The man in cloth has hot eyes and a smile on his mouth. All the people of Qingshuanfeng are the descendants of Lin Qingxian. What's more, he promised to help, but he didn't promise to save his life. Get an ancient pill for no reason, this business is too profitable. He pulled out the array of Qingshuanfeng. He had already seen through the strength of these two men, so he didn't have to be afraid at all. Just as he was about to take off the gold elixir in Ji Lin's hand, Yichen on one side grasped Ji Lin's wrist and pulled it back directly. "I don't think so." The voice of indifference rang out. Ji Lin was stunned and curiously looked at Yichen. "Yichen, what are you doing?" Chapter 673. Yichen said, "Is there something wrong with Ji family? Your family? Is this the real reason why you came to Qingshuanfeng?" He can see the strength of men in cloth at a glance. Martial arts, but not necessarily good. What's more, the man's eyes are erratic, taking pills really will cure. In terms of medical skills, he may not be the opponent of Lin Qingshuan's descendants. But there is Lin Qingxian in the Samsara cemetery. What descendants are you looking for? Ask him, Yichen directly. Ji Lin did not hide the need. "My father is in a coma now, and my sister asked me to come to Lin Qingshuan's descendants, which is the only hope." Yichen nodded and said, "Do you forget that my way is also medical? In order to find these uncertain people, it's better to let me do it, and I don't want Jin Dan." Ji Lin glanced at Yichen and said, "My father's disease cannot be cured by ordinary means. I know that you come from the door of medical God, and you are also a doctor, but my father's illness is very difficult. Your master may not have a way, let alone you." The elder sister said that only Lin Qingxian could have hope, but Lin Qingxian had already dissipated between heaven and earth, and Lin Qingshuan's descendants were the only chance. Yichen Zheng, just want to speak, a silver needle directly shot over. Cut through the air and the silver glitters. It's locking his heart. It's obviously a shot to kill him. He snorted coldly, and his right hand reached out, and a silver needle appeared steadily in the palm of his hand. Then, his cold eyes at the hand of the cloth man, "Cold way, you do this, is not over?" The man in cloth obviously didn't expect Yichen to catch his silver needle. "How can you be so responsive? Boy, this little girl's words are very clear, but you want to do me bad?" The man in cloth said coldly. Yichen ignored and looked at Ji Lin. "If you believe me, put away the pills. I will take care of your father's illness, and I promise that as long as Lin Qingxian can cure it, Yichen can do the same." At this moment, Yichen burst out of a strong self-confidence. "It's like 1,000 rays of light." Ji Lin lost his mind for a moment, and even subconsciously planned to put away the golden pill. The man in cloth had long regarded the golden elixir as his own thing, and could not care about his face. He opened his fingers directly and came towards the golden elixir. See this scene, Yichen Mao's sun shrinks, cold Hame, that just 2 fingers clip silver needle to shoot out directly. As fast as lightning. When the man in cloth noticed the crisis, he sneered and his arm shook. He thought he could destroy the silver needle, but he didn't expect that the silver needle went through the air wave directly. It's more accurate through his arm. The next second, he felt his whole arm paralyzed. "How dare you do it to me? Do you know my identity in Qingshuanfeng?" Men in cloth want to force out silver needles, but find it impossible. The silver needle seems to have an invisible force to protect it. The key is not only that his arm is stiff, but the sense of stiffness is spreading. He was sure that soon the whole body would be petrified and unable to move. What is this technique? How is it like a rune? His ferocious eyes were staring at Yi Chen. Boy, what have you done to me? This is in Qingshuanfeng. Can you think about the consequences? Yi Chen hands embraced chest. Lightweight, since you are Lin Qingxuan's descendant, won't even a silver needle can't force out. The man in cloth turned red in an instant. Such a sorcerer, you are supposed to come to Qingshuanfeng to make trouble. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Everybody, take this boy. Ji Lin naturally felt these people's bad deeds. He drew out a long sword and pointed at all the people. He can't even force out a silver needle. He also said that he is the descendant of Lin Qingxian. You almost cheated Jin Dan. If anyone dares to step forward, Aunt Ben will cut off 3 legs of you men first. As soon as this is said, those who have not yet done so will feel cool. This little girl is crazy, too. Do it. The man in cloth urged. The next second, those people of Qingshuanfeng quickly plunder, killing opportunities broke out. Yi Chen and Ji Lin sneer and go away. Shadow array, sword light soared to the sky. In 10 seconds, everyone fell to the ground. These people are involved in both medical and martial arts, leading to incoherence. Naturally, they are not the opponents of Yi Chen and Ji Lin. Of course, Ji Lin didn't kill her. After all, she came to ask for help. People who offended Qingshuanfeng were not good for him. Ji Lin didn't even plan to see these people. He went straight to the depths. Yi Chen, all of us are here. Let's go in together. No matter what, I must see the descendants of Lin Qingxian. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. He can't explain that Lin Qingxian is in the Samsara cemetery. However, there are more important things for him to come to Qingshuanfeng this time. On the one hand, for Lin Qingxuan's account, on the other hand, he is looking for other people in the door of medical god. 2 people walk 100 meters, is to see a huge black stone tablet. There are 7 strong words on it. Lin Qingxian. A sense of antiquity came to me. Solemn and sacred. In this Yi Chen actually felt the vibration of the reincarnation cemetery. Obviously, the inscription on this tombstone was mentioned by Lin Qingxian himself. And the reincarnation of the cemetery of the road Lin Qingxian the first time to detect. The next second, a figure is emerging in Yi Chen's side. It's Lin Qingxian. Lin Qingxian stares at the stone tablet, as if meeting the ancient things in his eyes. Complex, sad. There's even anger. At the same time, there are cracks on the stone tablet, which seems to bear the anger in Lin Qingxuan's heart. Yi Chen can't think that Lin Qingxian will rush out. However, he takes a look at Ji Lin, and the other party doesn't notice it. He should be able to see it only by himself. With his hands behind his back, Lin Qingxian finally said, I am respected for my medical ethics, and I am independent of the world. How can heaven abandon the medical doctrine, and heaven destroys the medical god, the way of all things, the heaven is disillusioned, the ancient and modern run through, dissipate the world, the medical doctrine is immortal, and the heaven can be destroyed forever. Disciple, I thought that for thousands of years, one of my descendants would be able to break the stone tablet I left behind and achieve the supreme medical principle. Now it seems that I was wrong. They don't deserve to inherit my mantle. They don't deserve it. Suddenly, Lin Qingxian looked at Yi Chen and said seriously, close your eyes, touch the stone tablet with your palm, and tell me what you can see. Come on. If you can understand what's in it, it means you are qualified to step on the supreme medical principle. The strongest way of medical treatment is not to save people, but to be invisible. Yi Chen hesitated for a few seconds, or reached out and touched the black stone tablet. The next second, the vision rises. Above the sky, the city is covered with dark clouds, blocking out the sky and the sun. A golden light came over the stone tablet. Chapter 674. Yi Chen sees the golden light seeping into the stone tablet, and the 4 words of Doctor, Doctor and God are also suspended. These 4 words seem to be a whirlpool of darkness. As far as you can see, there is endless pressure. This is. Yi Chen Gang wanted to ask what Lin Qing Xuanqu's shadow beside him said. The heart has no distractions. My descendants have no ability. I would like to see if the reincarnation tomb owner has this qualification. You have practiced the complete 9-day Xianyang Ju, and you have no rejection. You have been selected by the reincarnation cemetery. There must be a reason. I just want to know whether this reason has something to do with Lin Qingxian. If you can't understand what's inside, I'll still help you a little, but I won't give all of my supreme medical knowledge to you, because you are not qualified. Listening to Lin Qingxuan's words, Yi Chen nods, no longer thinks about it, closes his eyes, and even penetrates spiritual consciousness into it. Ji Lin was obviously aware of the change and said curiously, Yi Chen, what are you doing? If we don't go in again, when those people recover, we won't have a chance to go in again. Yi Chen did not answer, still closed his eyes. Ji Lin gnaws his teeth, but he thinks that Yi Chen must have his reason to do so. He still waits quietly beside him, so he should protect Yi Chen's dharma. Her big eyes curiously looked at the tombstone. She could feel a force in the tombstone, as if connected with Yi Chen. Is it because Lin Qingxian is one of the medical gods where Yi Chen is? Is this a chance to accept Lin Qingxian? Thinking of this, Ji Lin denied that Lin Qingxian, a great man, naturally left the best things to the descendants of King Xuanfeng. Although the door of medical god is also one of his veins, Yi Chen is totally dispensable to him. This is just like the Ji family. Compared with himself, the Ji family obviously cares about himself. At the moment, Yi Chen feels that he is surrounded by an invisible pressure. The pressure made him breathless. He wanted to break free, but found it impossible. All of a sudden, he thought of something and ran 9 days of Xianyang Ju. A golden air stream surged from the elixir field and flowed toward the 4 limbs and hundreds of skeletons. Vaguely, the blood dragon in Yi Chen's body surged up and the dragon chanted. Not only that, his eyes flashed a little blood red. This pair of eyes is like a dragon gazing at the earth. All of a sudden, Yi Chen found that the words had changed completely, and gradually became a figure. The figure stands on the top of the mountain, holding a silver needle in one hand and a slender sword in the other. Put it behind your back. It doesn't move like a mountain. Yi Chen is very clear that this figure is Lin Qingxian in ancient times. Lin Qingxian, a doctor and god. The secret of the stone tablet is this picture. Autumn wind bleak, no intention to kill, but let Yi Chen feel cold. This cold comes from the bone marrow. Later, the picture of the stone tablet changed. In front of that figure, there are countless strong men. Hand holding magic weapon, breath terror. These people are even far beyond the realm of the king. Wu Dao breath is like a giant dragon, soaring for 9 days and swallowing everything. But Lin Qingxian closed his eyes without fear. Countless strong people sweep the fury breath, the storm is coming. Killing the sky. Lin Qingxian is still closed eyes. When countless swords were about to pierce his body, his cold eyes suddenly opened. Step on it. The sword is suspended in the air. Time and space seem to be still. Then, Lin Qingxian stretched out his hand, and the silver needle between his 2 fingers shot out. Silver needle golden work. Turn into 1,000 feet. On the spot, he tore all the sword ideas and killing opportunities, and even the shadow of the dragon disappeared between heaven and earth. Today, it's still the way to suppress it. It's a pity that it's hard to cultivate medical ethics. It needs not only talent, but also chance. Maybe only one person in the world can touch the road of medical ethics. Even if Lin Qingxian dissipates in heaven and earth one day, someone will suppress everything with medical treatment. From then on, he represented the way of wushu. Language down, solidification of time and space, Lin Qingxian quietly walked through. With both hands behind, the aura between heaven and earth can't be touched. As if touching would be a blasphemy. Until the figure of Lin Qingxian disappeared in the sight, the countless strong men of ancient times howled everywhere, blood mist bursts. Blood rain all over the sky, just like a vision. When seeing this picture, Yi Chen was completely frightened and pale. In his memory, The old man taught him the supreme medical skills of the god of medicine, just to hang a pot to help the world, or to protect himself. No one can save the decline of the door of medical god. In ancient times, although Lin Qingxian was very powerful, there were few things left. To the back, the door of medical god became the only one of Kunlun Su. Even ordinary martial Taoist sects disdain provocation. The old man's only hope is to travel around Kunlun and Huaxia, hoping to find a person who can change against the weather. And saving yourself is the beginning of everything. Fortunately, Yichen really shows a strong talent on the basis of medical ethics. His array and alchemy are extremely excellent. If Yichen doesn't take revenge, he may become the next leader of the medical god sect. There are some things that can't be lost. But now, Yichen is to feel the real medical ethics, killing in the invisible. How powerful it is to turn a silver needle into 100 zhang spear. Those martial arts strong in such a strong blow, only blood fog is their destination. At this time, Yichen found that the spirit of his body continuously gathered, is drilling into the stone tablet. The images in the stone tablet are all swallowed up by spirit and spirit. The 4 words of medical Tao Tong Shen also disappeared completely. The infinite aura and power on the stone tablet are all concentrated in one point, falling on the spirit. The power of destroying the withered and decaying suddenly burst out a dazzling golden light. After the golden light, Yichen found that it had agglomerated into a silver needle. Although the silver needle is small, Yichen can see the simple lines on it, showing extraordinary everywhere. What's more, the name of Yichen is engraved on it. One side of Lin Qingxian has been paying attention to the change of Yichen. Yichen can see that picture, which is nothing. After all, he practiced the complete 9-day Xianyang Ju. This picture, in Qingshuanfeng's several descendants should also be able to detect. But when he saw that Yichen actually understood the silver needle technique, the Gujing Bubo smile was astounded. How could it be? From the moment of his death, he only hopes to understand the Tao. But don't want to, God gave him a huge surprise. Yichen is simply born for medical ethics. Now the pattern of Kunlun Shiwu Road should be changed. Chapter 675. It seems that the selection of this person by the reincarnation cemetery is the most correct choice. At least in my opinion, there are countless empty amazing talents in Kunlun, but maybe only Yichen can save 100 of them. No longer thinking about it, Lin Qingxian quickly ordered Yichen, disciple, quickly drip blood to recognize the Lord, take this needle. It's going to be one of the best ways to save your life right now. Yichen hears the voice that rings in the ear, no longer hesitates, the fingertip forces out a drop of blood essence. When the blood essence touched the silver needle, 1,000 zhang auspicious clouds suddenly appeared in the sky of Qingshuanfeng. Blot out the sky and cover the sun. The sun and the moon fade. The key is that a line of words appeared on the auspicious cloud. The way of medicine connects with God, and the way of martial arts is subject. 1,000 feet of auspicious clouds are surrounded by lightning in an instant. Even so, the thunder clouds could not restrain the auspicious clouds. At the same time, Kunlun Su Ji family. Ji Xiqing stood in the middle of the yard, looking at the strong man of Ji family kneeling in front of him, and asked, "Hasn't Yi killed the sky yet?" The strong man of Ji family shook his head. Yi Jingtian has no trace after the appearance of Zuixian Tower. But what? Say it clearly. The strong man's eyes of Ji family shrunk and even said, according to my investigation, after Yi Shitian took Lisan died in front of the grave of Shirsan, the god of medicine. Why did Yi Shitian deal with the Li family when he first appeared in Kunlun Su? It seems like revenge. Miss, I wonder if Yi Shitian has something to do with Shirsan? Or is it related to the medical god gate? Of course, it's just a small guess. It's said that Yi Shitian is a righteous person. If you don't like it, you'll start it. Maybe it's the other party's whim. Ji Xiqing did not speak. When she heard the 3 words of Doctor's Gate, she thought of Yi Chen in her mind. Even for a moment, she was wondering whether Yi Shitian would be Yi Chen. After all, the relationship between Yi Chen and Shirsan is not bad. It's okay for him to avenge Shirsan. But the idea was suddenly overturned by her. At the beginning, although she was optimistic about Yi Chen's growth could not be so fast. It is said that Yi Shitian's strength is at least above the Holy King's realm in Kunlun. However, when Jilin went to China, Yi Chen seemed to be in a dynamic state. A few months is not enough. No longer thinking about it, Ji Xiqing looks at the strong man of Ji family and orders, "Before there is absolute evidence, I'll investigate the relationship between Yi Jingtian and Shirsan. Isn't Shi Zhenhai gone? Try to find out how to find this person. He must know the truth. By the way, don't hurt Shi Zhenhai. Everything is about the dead." "Yes, miss." The strong man of Ji family will step down directly. Ji Ci's delicate eyebrows are frowning, and the snow-white skirt yarn is dancing in the wind, which has a unique aesthetic feeling. She sighed and was about to enter the room when suddenly there were visions in the sky. Ji Xiqing raised his head and looked at a direction. The beautiful and cold eyes were full of fear. After Lin Qingshuan's disappearance, there are still people who can gather the vision of medical ethics and unblock God? Although this vision is very weak, and the other party should not have fully understood it, it can stimulate such a vision. As long as the person is given enough time, he is qualified to suppress all martial arts of Kunlun. Ji Xiqing pinched his fingers, and then his expression became more colorful. Because the direction of this vision is Qingshuanfeng. Qingshuanfeng is the land of Lin Qingshuan's posterity. Did the descendants understand what Lin Qingxian left behind? Kunlun Void is going to be lively. There was Yi Shitian Wudao suppressing numerous forces, and then there were descendants of Qingshuanfeng who were able to communicate with the gods. It is estimated that Kunlun Su will have a big event this year. Xiao Lin should have arrived at Kunlun now. Ask the girl then. And now in Qingxian Peak. In a magnificent building. There is a statue of Lin Qingxian in the building. The statue is made of countless spirit stones. For Lin Qingshuan's descendants, this is priceless. Around the statue of Lin Qingxian, more than a dozen old people and young people closed their eyes and kept practicing. There was a red air stream all over them. At this time, everyone opened their eyes, and they obviously found the abnormal movement of Qingshuanfeng. This breath, is it difficult for someone to feel the supreme medical principle of our ancestors in Qingshuanfeng? Are we saved? With the help of the people who are able to communicate with the gods, the medical way is enough to suppress the Wudiozong sect at the foot of the mountain. But who is this man? A dozen of us are practicing here, obviously not us. Is it the ancestor? Possible. If there is one person in the whole Kunlun Void who can understand the supreme medical principle, it can only be the old ancestor. Unfortunately, he closed down under the cliff and no one can disturb him. People are very sad, they want to see the demeanor of their ancestors, but they are destined not to disturb. I dare not. Just when they were frightened, an awkward figure appeared outside the door. Master, it's not good. There are two people who don't know where they came from. They broke the array and killed Qingshuanfeng. More than a dozen of us have been injured. It's very likely that these two people came from the Wudiozong sect at the foot of the mountain, and one of them said that she came from Ji family. It's the man in cloth who was wounded by Ji Lin and Yi Chen. When he wakes up, he will report it at the first time. Hearing this, the faces of more than a dozen people changed. At this juncture, my grandfather is stepping into the realm of medical ethics and opening up the gods. Unexpectedly, two people came to kill me, absolutely to destroy my breakthrough. His heart can be punished. All people directly stood up, eyes flashed a trace of murder. Since those two guys are here, put them down here forever. Our Qingshuanfeng has been silent for a long time. Since our ancestors have broken through, today we'll let those Kunlun Su guys see if Lin Qingshuan's medical skills have declined. Language down, more than a dozen figures opened the door, directly swept out. Lead the way. The man in cloth just reacted to this. He was very happy. He had just wanted to invite several people. Now all these elders and masters have taken action. The end has been decided. Yes, please follow me. They seem to be at the stone tablet where Ancestor Lin mentioned the word. Chapter 676. And Yi Chen at this time, of course, did not know that this move would have such a big response. He had the antique silver needle in his hand. Holding it in his hand, he could clearly feel an energy swimming in it. Once inspired by him, although it is impossible to achieve the most powerful attack like Lin Qingxian, it is still possible to kill some virtual strong people in Kunlun. One side of Lin Qingxian saw Yi Chen take the silver needle, arm gently waved, a light smoke wrapped Ji Lin. Ji Lin is stunned, and his eyes are full of confusion. Disciple, although the girl around you is not a threat to you, but for the sake of safety, I temporarily erase the sense of vision in those seconds. It's not an accident that the vision of Doctors Wei and God's communication happened in Qingshuanfeng, but try not to let the outside world guess that it's you, or those martial Taoist sects will not let you live. Your presence is their greatest threat. Well, I can't stay outside for too long. I'll go to the Samsara cemetery first. I'll tell you about the specific things later. If none of my descendants meets my requirements, that thing is not qualified to guard. With the fall of words, Lin Qingxian dissipated between heaven and earth. And Ji Lin is also sober up, her eyes are at a loss. When she saw Yi Chen, she just responded, "How can you still stare at this stone tablet? Go, or when those guys report information, we may not even be able to get in." Good. And the deep meaning of Ji Lin is taken directly by Ji Chen. There are a lot of people coming and going. These people stay on Yi Chen and Ji Lin for a few seconds, and they don't care much. After all, it is very difficult for ordinary people to enter the array of Qingshuanfeng. If they really enter, they must be allowed by Qingshuanfeng. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen. There was a hint of uncertainty and excitement in the voice. Yi Chen's body is suddenly stiff and stops. He is so familiar with the sound. Xiaobi. Among the disciples of the medical god sect, only 3 have a good relationship with Yi Chen. Shi San, Xiao Bai and Lao Shua. Xiaobi is the only girl among the 3, 1 year younger than Yi Chen. Although he didn't know martial arts, he had a good talent in medical science. He was very good at alchemy. Even the old man had to sigh. Yi Chen Meng turns around, a girl in green is graceful, holding a broom in her hand. A waterfall like black hair tilted down, slender phoenix eyebrows, a pair of eyes like stars, such as the moon, exquisite Qiong nose, pink cheeks slightly halo, dripping cherry like vermilion lips, perfect melon seed face with surprise, light figure, refined elegance. Really Xiaobi. Just now, the girl just called out with uncertainty. When Yi Chen turned around, she covered her mouth subconsciously, and her eyes were only shocked and excited. Aren't you in China? How can it appear in Qingshuanfeng? The girl exclaimed. Before she finished her words, Yi Chen stepped out and came to Xiaobi. Xiaobi, are Shifu and other senior brothers in Qingshuanfeng? Where are they now? This is the key to Yi Chen stepping into Qingshuanfeng. Can you not be excited? He knew, well, if there were no such people, he would have died. Now that we have the ability, we should naturally repay the kindness of those 5 years. Small green eye mouse dodge. Yi Chen, I ask you first, how can you appear here? Yi Chen just wanted to answer, but he noticed the broom in Xiaobi's hand. In his impression, Xiaobi's identity in Kunlun Su is also good. The family behind her has some power, saying that she is not too rich and seldom picks up a broom. After all, this is the biggest direction of her future development. But in front of me, how to do this kind of rough work? The more critical Xiaobi has a thick cocoon on her hand. Obviously, this kind of thing has been done for a long time. The original sharp eyes are full of fatigue. Xiaobi, what happened? How could you sweep the floor in Qingshuanfeng? Xiaobi hesitated on her face and thought for a few seconds, but she still decided to say it. Yi Chen, in fact, master, and we come to Qingshuanfeng. Before the words were finished, more than a dozen horrible breaths suddenly came. Even more directly appeared in front of Yi Chen and Ji Lin. Eyes kill. The man in cloth was among them. Xiaobi saw the appearance of these people, pale, and quickly knelt down, respectfully said, "See you adults." But no one paid any attention to it. All people's eyes are staring at Yi Chen and Ji Lin, The man in cloth stepped out and said to an old man behind him, "Master, these are the two men. These two men are very powerful in martial arts. They break the array by force. They are not good at coming. Please suppress them directly." The old man glanced at Yi Chen and Ji Lin and said, "Who is sacred behind you? Dare to make trouble in Qingshuanfeng? What a sin!" Seeing the old man's momentum, Ji Lin knew that the other party might be Lin Qingshuan's descendant. He arched his hands and said, "This elder, I'm Ji Lin of the Ji family. I'm here this time." Before he finished speaking, the old man interrupted directly, "What about Ji family? Even if the old man of Ji family comes to Qingshuanfeng in person, he should be respectful in front of me, and dare not touch my disciples. I only give you a chance to discard your accomplishments, break one hand, and then get out of Qingshuanfeng." The old man's words are full of no doubt. One side of the small Baiwan did not expect Yi Chen back. The first thing is to offend Qingshuanfeng. She looked pale and looked at Yi Chen. She still gnawed her teeth and said, "My lord, there must be some misunderstanding in this. Yi Chen is a disciple of our medical god sect, and is also the lineage of ancestor Lin. Please let Yi Chen go. I know her. He didn't mean to. He must have come to see me. That's what he did. Please show mercy." As soon as this word came out, the old man who spoke was surprised a little. The door of medical god? Why is there such a strong sense of killing? The man in cloth was afraid of any accident. He glanced at Xiaobi and said in a cold voice, "How about the medical god gate? If we didn't accept you, you would not have existed. What's more, what qualifications do you have to talk to the master? What qualifications do you have to ask for mercy? Get out of the way." The next second, the man in cloth kicked Xiaobi's chest. In the eyes of Qingshuanfeng, although there is a connection between the medical god gate and Qingshuanfeng, but the people of the medical god gate are just humble ants. Even if you kick this woman to death, what is it? Seeing that foot will touch Xiaobi's chest, a figure appears in front of Xiaobi's body. 5 fingers open, caught the cloth man's ankle. Yi Chen looks at Xiaobi, who kneels down, and sighs, "When has the door of medical god reduced to this point?" Chapter 677. Xiaobi Wanwan didn't expect Yi Chen to stop him. She knows Yi Chen well. Although Yi Chen had no intention of healing in those 5 years, he always wanted revenge, but his practice time was too short. This is in Qingshuanfeng. Once there is a conflict, the consequences will be extremely serious. Before he left Qingshuanfeng, Shifu said in a good voice that before he found the way to break the situation of the medical god gate, the only thing the doctor had to do was to be patient. Even in Qingshuanfeng, I have to swallow it. Living is more important than everything. Xiaobi looked at Yi Chen and her eyes were like water. "Yi Chen, please apologize quickly. I beg you. You have been in China for half a year. You don't know a lot about Kunlun Su. The situation has changed completely. In the past 6 months, a lot of things have happened in the door of medical god." Xiaobi even stretched out her hand and grabbed Yi Chen's clothes, with a trace of bitterness in her tone. But Yi Chen was not moved. He looked at Xiaobi in front of him and sighed. He only left Kunlun Su for half a year, and the edges and corners of this group of medical Shinmen disciples were completely smoothed. Xiao Bai, who he once knew, was arrogant and could not kneel down to anyone except his master. But in front of me, it is for myself to ask these people hard. This is not a kind of sadness. He had no choice but to shake his head and push his arm gently to push the cloth man out. Although did not use true chi, but this strength makes the other party a stagger. A buttock sits on the ground. The man in cloth has a hot face, which is a shame. He stood up awkwardly, came to the old man's side, respectfully said, "Master, you also see, even if you are here, this son is also so arrogant. I don't think I need to talk nonsense with him anymore, so I will suppress him directly." At the beginning, the master took in these little odds and ends of the doctor's gate, which made him unhappy. He was afraid that the master knew that Yi Chen came from the medical god gate, so he didn't even investigate. The old man looked at Yi Chen with interest and said, "I have never seen you in the medical god gate. Whether you are a member of the medical god gate or not, it is not the reason for you to rush into Qingshuanfeng and hurt my disciples. The opportunity one gave you just now remains the same. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. When the time comes, I'll do it myself. Yi Chen looked at the old man and said faintly, "Are you sure you know something? First, we didn't break the array of Qingshuanfeng, but your apprentice let us in. Second, your apprentice will fight first. Won't I fight back? I can only blame him for his incompetence. He can't even force out a silver needle I shot into my body. If this guy represents Qingshuanfeng, I think Qingshuanfeng is really a big joke. With respect for medical ethics, do you really deserve Shanglin Qingxian?" Yi Chen's words are not polite. Xiaobi hears Yi Chen dare to say so. Qingshuanfeng is so scared that she doesn't dare to breathe. She wanted to stop Yi Chen, but found it was too late. Crazy. The world is crazy. All the people at Qingshuanfeng were gloomy to the extreme. The old man also looked at the man in cloth and said, "Is this boy telling the truth? You can't even force a silver needle out of your body?" Of course, the man in cloth couldn't admit it. He shook his head fiercely. "Master, what this son is doing is magic. My body has been closed for a short time. What silver needle is there? Besides, I'm from Qingshuanfeng. How can I lose to others in the art of silver needle?" The old man nodded thoughtfully and then looked at Yi Chen. "You and your companion are still 4 seconds. If you don't start again, don't blame me for being rude." Yi Chen sneered. The next second, a common silver needle appeared in the hand. "That's so much nonsense. I'll know if I try it." Language down, silver needle seems to cut through the air, toward the cloth man and go. The cloth clothes man's face changed greatly, but he knew Yi Chen's silver needle's overlord, did not dare to take lightly. In the hand also shoots out a silver needle. But the silver needle was not out of his hand, but there was a violent collision. His arms are almost completely paralyzed. At the same time, a silver needle went into his body. He found himself unable to move at the moment. It's the feeling again. A sense of fear spread in an instant. "Master, help me." The man in cloth asked for help. The old man snorted coldly, and naturally noticed the strangeness of Yi Chen's silver needle. 5 fingers open, a stream of air from the palm of the hand into the cloth man's body. Then, 5 fingers suddenly closed. An invisible force swept through, and the silver needle rushed out directly from the body of the man in cloth. It turns into dust. We can see how terrible the old man's strength is. "Thank you, Master." "Master, you can also see the means of this little beast. This kind of person can't stay. Men's way in cloth clothes." The old man nodded and glanced at Yi Chen and Ji Lin, and the faint voice fell down, "It's time. Since you two don't make a choice, it's no wonder we Qingshuanfeng. Lin Yuan, Lin Ming, do it. Abolish the dantian of these 2 guys and add a hand." Language down, 2 middle-aged men directly rushed out. "Clap a rune in your hand." And, the whole body overflows a golden light. Yi Chen is very familiar with the feelings of these people. He is very clear that these people are the existence of practicing the 9-day Xianyang Ju. But the mystery of the 9 days is absolutely incomplete. Looking at the 2 people have come to the body, Yi Chen did not dodge, step out. "I didn't want to fight you, but why do you have to fight each other? I came here only to get back what belongs to me and to see my master." The faint voice rings out, the 9-day mystery on Yi Chen's body suddenly erupts. He practiced 9 days of Xianyang far better than anyone present. What's more, the breath produces crushing. The 2 men also for the hand, is to feel the real spirit of Dantian, as if met something afraid of things, have dissipated. Without the support of true spirit, great changes have taken place on both faces. Have not waited for them to react to come over, Yi Chen actually appears in 2 people's side, 2 palms clap out. Roll directly. They flew out on the spot and spit out a mouthful of blood. "Master, you see, this boy still dares to hurt 2 elder martial brothers. It's really a crime. I suggest." Before he finished speaking, the old man roared, "Shut up. At this moment, the man in cloth was completely confused. He never thought that the master should yell at himself for an outsider. Not waiting for him to react to come over, his master is a step forward, looking at Yi Chen's eyes extremely hot. Word by word, where does the 9 days Xianyang of your body come from? At the moment when Yi Chen releases the breath of the 9 days Xianyang Ju, he feels the particularity of Yi Chen's breath. He had detected it in his closed ancestors. Even more refined. Obviously, this son's 9 days Xianyang is absolutely not ordinary. Can he not be excited? Although the doctor's gate is also Lin Qingxuan's, and he has seen the leader of the medical god sect, the 9 days Xianyang Ju mastered by the other party is even worse than himself. Chapter 678. Why did the apprentice of the old man of the medical god family change his breath? Yi Chen glanced at the old man and said, "What's the matter with you? Where is my master?" To some extent, Lin Qingxian is standing behind Yi Chen. What are these descendants? What's more, Xiaobi is so afraid to sweep the floor here. Ghost knows what happened here during this period of time. How could he have given the group a good look? Hearing this, the old man's face changed completely. In his opinion, the boy in front of him is the 9 days Xianyang on everyone's body, which will be strong to the extreme. In the hand is the sacrifice sword. The cold is surging and the sword is strong. The cold breath even wrapped Yi Chen, and Yi Chen's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that none of these people who focused on medical ethics were weak. This breath is enough to suppress themselves. Chapter 679. No longer hesitating, Yi Chen's hand appeared a spirit sword. He took a look at Xiaobi and Jilin, and said faintly, "You hide behind me. Give me all this." Small Bai and Jilin white one-eye Leaf Chen, ignore, you what strength, I still don't know. This sentence, almost with one voice. Yi Chen shakes his head helplessly, strides out step by step, and ascends to the extreme. It is beyond the realm of transcendence. The breath of breakthrough is more and more dignified. At this moment, he seemed to turn into a mountain, standing between heaven and earth. Everyone looks at Yi Chen's mind-wandering state, sneers repeatedly. They stare at Yi Chen, just like starving wolves, showing fangs in the night. Innumerable long swords vibrate and the sword chi overflows. The sky seems to condense a blood wolf virtual shadow. Toward Yi Chen crazy bite. At this moment, Yi Chen felt his blood coagulated. He should not be careless. The thunder and lightning of his life talisman covers his whole body. The whole person's momentum becomes extremely sharp. After that, the sword danced, and countless swords passed through. When the sword moves, the sky is silent. The sword of terror spread. 9 days Xianyang Ju breath shrouded. There seemed to be a layer of holy light on him. The old man looked dignified when he saw this scene. The 9 days Xianyang determined by Yi Chen was very different from what they practiced. Seems more complete. Is it possible that this son has been inherited by Lin Qingxian in other places? In that case, we need to suppress this boy. The secret belongs only to him. Boom! Countless thunder and lightning crazy overflow, roar how to open. Yi Chen's sword sense directly breaks through the blood wolf's virtual shadow. However, Yi Chen is not well, he is in the center of the storm. He was the first to get hurt. The blood was surging up, he forced the blood down. Before he reacts, Ji Lin and Xiao Bai rush into the crowd. They can't let Yi Chen bear it. If you can't die peacefully today, you'll find a way to die, regardless of life or death. However, the strength of the two men is too small in front of these 10 strong men. The next second, the bodies of the two people were mercilessly hit and fly, and they spit out a mouthful of blood in the air, and their faces were pale to the extreme. Especially Xiaobi. He doesn't know how to fight at all. It's a dead man to do so. Why don't you believe me? Yi Chen pinches his fingers to form an array directly, protecting the two injured in the array. Looking at them, they are still trying to break the array. However, Yi Chen can only solidify their bodies and can't move. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Yi Chen didn't pay attention to it. He stared at the old man and said, you you let Lin Qingxian very disappointed. The old man snorted coldly, the name of ancestor is not you can call directly. Insult the ancestors, die. The old man's breath is completely released. He knows that Yi Chen's martial arts strength is far more than the mind-wandering state. Otherwise, it is impossible to survive under a dozen strong blows. No matter what, Yi Chen must not stay. A talisman appeared in his hand. The wrist trembles, the rune vibrates, the mountains and rivers are silent. Ancestors in the upper, with the power of array, suppress everything. Aura burns instantly. The whole Qingxian peak vibrated. The temperature went up suddenly. Heaven and earth seemed to be a sea of fire. Between heaven and earth, as if it is a furnace, the heat wave is constantly rolling. The atmosphere of fanaticism gradually converged, and finally there was a little chill. This is a killing intention, extremely cold. Try to devour Yi Chen and the other two. Yi Chen wants to start, but he finds an invisible force that binds him. You can't even send your own talisman. This is a killing array left by Lin Qingxian. Ancient killing array. The intention of killing is becoming stronger and stronger. It's creepy. The old man carried his hands behind him, enjoying the ultimate. Boy, if you kneel down in front of me and hand over your 9-day Shenyang resolution, I may consider removing this array, or you will be devoured by the fire and struggle to death. This fire is an ancient flame. Ancestor Lin left it. Don't mention the state of mind-wandering and transcendence. Those who enter the Holy Land and even the king's realm have no right to live. Once eroded by this fire, all spirits will be destroyed. He decided Yi Chen would beg for mercy. This is the only choice. That terrible sea of fire has swept away, like a giant flame beast, trying to devour everything. The casual clothes on Yi Chen's body have been burned. The whole body coagulates, the blood suppresses. But Yi Chen does not have the slightest fluster, on the contrary the corner of the mouth outlines a smile. In his mind came a cold voice of reprimand, my disciples of Lin Qingxian, do you still want to use the array left by me to kill? Ridiculous. The next second, Lin Qingxuan's arm of reincarnation cemetery waved. The endless flame turns into a long dragon in an instant, and strangely goes towards the people of Qingshuanfeng. At this moment, the smile on the old man's face was stiff. Those who are strong in Qingshuanfeng are all confused. How can this array attack them on the contrary? The fire dragon is about to devour. The howls resounded. Get out of here. Why? Why does the array fail? The old man's eyes are red and he roars loudly. He kept pinching, trying to control the array, but found that a strong pressure hindered everything. Puff! The old man spewed out a mouthful of blood essence, and his face was pale to the extreme. At this time, under the fire dragon, a young man in casual clothes came slowly. Ignore all restraints. It's Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked down at the people surrounded by fear and said faintly, this array seems not to listen to you. Come on. Yi Chen's 5 fingers open, gently grasp, the dragon seems to be under command, dive down. Towards the old. In a flash, everyone's eyes widened. It's not that the array fails, but the array is manipulated by this boy. How could it be? Fire rolling, in the eyes of the dragon to devour all people, suddenly stop. The endless flame scorched the hair of the old man and even all the people of Qingshuanfeng. If he went further, he would surely die in the sea of fire. Yi Chen is in charge of the ancient flame array, and the cold words slowly fall down. Now, I'll give you a chance to kneel down. Chapter 680. Xian Feng did not think that everything would be reversed. A second ago, Lin Qingxuan's descendants let Yi Chen kneel down. After a second, it is Yi Chen who controls the fire array and makes everyone kneel down. The old man and even Qingshuanfeng felt the hot cheek. It's like being slapped in the face. They are oppressed. But I can't help it. Who knows that the array left by Lin Xianzu will be invalid at this time? It is even more inexplicable that Yi Chen is in charge of it. They felt the flame getting closer and closer, and they were extremely miserable. Kneeling, it represents King Xuanfeng's submission to a collateral medical god. If you don't kneel, you may not even have a life. This array left by Lin Qingxian is not a joke. Enough to destroy anyone. Master, what should I do? Someone said to the old man of King Xuanfeng. The old man's expression was unprecedented, dignified. He raised his head and stared at Yi Chen. Boy, I have something to do with your master. Otherwise, I can't accept this group of medical god disciples. Today, do you really want to do so? It's not good for you, or for us, King Xuanfeng. And, to be honest, you should also see the vision of the sky just now. It is a sign of medical ethics and the spirit. There is an old ancestor under the cliff of King Xuanfeng. He seems to have stepped into the highest realm. If he finds out, the consequences of your behavior are really unthinkable. Stop it. The only thing I can promise you is to stop investigating. This is the biggest setback for the elderly. He can't pull his face down and kneel down. I thought this would let Yi Chen agree, but I didn't expect Yi Chen to hum. Don't you like the countdown? Now I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't kneel, I'll let you know what flame is. As soon as this word comes out, the face of the old man and many people who are against the gate of Qingxian changes greatly. They never thought that Yi Chen should be so shameless. What's more, I don't know what to do. I have given him away back. Why should I do this? Boy, you forced me to rush into King Xuanfeng today. If Ancestor Lin knew about it, you would surely die. Someone said angrily. If Lin Qingxian were here, how could they be so humiliated? When Yi Chen heard Lin Qingxian, he said faintly, if I say it's Lin Qingxian, I want me to deal with you. By the way, there are 6 seconds left. Everyone was stunned and immediately sneered. How can Lin Qingxian fight against future generations? Besides, he's long gone. 2 seconds to go. The top of the flame seems ferocious to the extreme, the air temperature suddenly rises, open mouth, as if to swallow all people immediately. This sense of oppression makes them suffer to the extreme. Last second, array, fall. With a roar, Yi Chen's fingers fiercely press down, the endless flame towards all people devour and go. The cold killing made them cold. Plop. Some people can't stand the terrible pressure and kneel down directly. Then, a large number of strong people knelt down together. In 10 seconds, only the old man remained motionless. He clenched his fists, and his bloodshot eyes were staring at Yi Chen. If you want to kill, you can do whatever you want. It's impossible for Lin Ruhai to kneel down to you. His eyes are full of determination to die. Yi Chen knew the name of Lin Qingxuan's descendants for the first time. He just wanted to use the array to suppress him. In the reincarnation cemetery, Lin Qingxuan's voice suddenly rang out, disciple, killing this person or not has nothing to do with being a teacher. He has almost no blood with me. Although he is not too far away from the road of medicine, he is not satisfied with him, so he killed him. But before you kill him, you have to ask a question. What's the problem? Yi Chen has a wonderful way. Where is the green jade I left behind? When Yi Chen heard this, he knew that the green Xuanyu was what Lin Qingxian asked him to ask these people to take back. The value is absolutely brilliant. No longer hesitating, Yi Chen looked at Lin Ruhai and asked, if you want to live, it's not that you don't have a chance. Where is that green Xuanyu in those years? As soon as this word comes out, Lin Ruhai's face changes greatly, and his big eyes look like hell. There are only 2 people in King Xuanfeng who know King Xuanyu. In addition to him, he is the ancestor of seclusion, but how does Yi Chen know? It's impossible for Lao Zu to tell Yi Chen. Who are you? Who sent you? The door of medicine is not qualified to touch these things. Yi Chen's identity becomes more and more mysterious in Lin Ruhai's eyes. Besides, the secret of seizing the power of the Emperor Shenqing. What kind of identity is this boy? He even thought it was Lin Qingxian who came out. I don't know what green Xuanyu is. If you want to kill it, you should cut it at will. Lin Ruhai overthrows all the speculation in his heart, and reason wakes him up. At the same time, he pinched his fingers, and the aura of heaven and earth around him condensed. A drop of blood essence. Instant into a red-silver needle. Even if I die today, I'll pull you, a little beast, on the back. The roar of anger resounded. Yi Chen's eyes do not have the slightest sympathy. The flame array left by Lin Qingxian rolls away like a hunter devouring everything. Whether it's for the sake of the medical god or for yourself, killing this person will not have any impact on him. The endless flame climbed up Lin Ruhai's body. Lin Ruhai screamed wildly, trying to break free, but found it impossible. This feeling is too painful. In the blink of an eye, he is a burning man. Those disciples of King Xuanfeng took a breath of cool air when they saw the situation. They didn't know that Lin Ruhai, as a descendant of the ancient great power of medicine, would be reduced to this level. The key is still King Xuanfeng. They want to save, but they know that their own power in front of Yi Chen at this moment has no effect. The ferocious cry resounded through the whole Qingxian peak. All of a sudden, a huge change came from the whole King Xuanfeng. The ground is splitting in all directions. A dark shadow came quickly. The black shadow stops in front of Lin Ruhai, who turns into a flaming man, and takes a picture with one hand. The flame of that array disappears instantly. At the same time, the master of the shadow took out a pill to urge the seriously injured Lin Ruhai, "Take the pill quickly." Dying Lin Ruhai, when he saw the shadow, his eyes appeared a ray of joy. "Ancestor Yu, you're out of the customs at last." The ancestor of medicine and Taoism was able to pass the pass at a critical time. King Xuanfeng is saved. Lao Zu, this little animal insults us. King Xuanfeng, even more insults Lin Xianzu, in an attempt to encroach on King Xuanfeng. The ancestor of King Xuanfeng nodded, some people don't know how to live or die. I will make him regret coming to the world. By the way, when I was in the closed door, I found that there was someone in King Xuanfeng who had aroused the vision of healing the gods. Who is my disciple of King Xuanfeng? Chapter 681. Lin Ruhai's eyes widened when he heard the inexplicable joke. Why did the ancestor say such a thing? Isn't it the ancestor who inspired the vision? Someone else? Grandfather, you didn't trigger this vision? Lin Ruhai is still surprised. The old ancestor of King Xuanfeng frowned. Are you kidding? I'm so old. How could I trigger such a vision? If it wasn't for this vision, I wouldn't leave the pass in advance. Forget it. I'll talk about it later. I'll get rid of the little animal who doesn't know how to live or die. The ancestor of King Xuanfeng put down Lin Ruhai and stood up. The misty breath turned into supreme pressure and went towards Yi Chen. Step out. Everyone on your knees. Respectfully said, see my grandfather. The ancestor of King Xuanfeng did not move at all, but said to Yi Chen one word at a time, the most wrong thing you have done is to move our King Xuanfeng people. Although Ancestor Lin is not here, I still guard King Xuanfeng. I will never allow any despicable rubbish to do anything to King Xuanfeng. The voice exploded in the sky. If the bell rings, it will spread over thousands of miles. The sound waves seemed to turn into countless silver needles, and then turned into real sword qi, sweeping towards Yi Chen. The sky is covered with dark clouds. It's like the end of the day. Poof! Under a blow, Yi Chen can no longer bear, he spits out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The gap between them is too big. Not only he, but also Ji Lin and Xiao Baijin could not bear it. Their faces are hard to see. If you are careless, you will die under this pressure. Yi Chen bit his teeth and went directly to the two people's bodies. He said in a cold voice, you should quickly step back, and the farther away you are, the better. Even if you leave King Xuanfeng. Then, Yi Chen clapped out a palm, an invisible air wave spread from the palm, and pushed the two people toward the rear. Leave King Xuanfeng. This is the last sentence that two people heard Yi Chen spit out. Before reaction, they appeared thousands of meters away. The bondage of the body is completely gone. After all this, Yi Chen wiped off the blood stains on the corners of his mouth, and took out the sword directly. At the same time, 1,000 swords will be cut down directly. Blood dragon sacrificed directly. Dragon chanting. This life talisman is also a sacrifice. Thunder and lightning burst out. He can feel the danger of the other side, extremely dangerous. He wanted to ask Lin Qingxian to come forward to solve the problem, but he didn't expect that the other side was silent again. Damn it! Helpless, he can only bear. The rage of Wandao's sword turns into countless beasts running towards the ancestor of King Xuanfeng. This sword is incomparable. Yi Chen is also able to break out the strongest blow. Blood Dragon and Thunder Rob merge. The ancestor of King Xuanfeng frowned as he looked at the sword meaning with Blood Dragon Shadow and Thunder and Lightning. He did not expect Yi Chen's strength to be so terrible. This boy is clearly in a state of mind, but he can explode beyond the power of entering the Holy Land, which is unheard of. What's more, why haven't I ever seen it in Kunlun? It seems that this boy has a big secret. What a secret! In that case, I will suppress you and get the secret. The ancestor of King Xuanfeng laughed, pinched his fingers, and a rune was suspended on the palm of his hand. The Seal of God. Suppress everything with the spirit of heaven and earth and the meaning of Qingxian. Extremely overbearing and ethereal, ordinary people have no right to stop. If he had not felt the horror of Yi Chen's sword, he would not have done so. A drop of blood essence is forced out and radiates on the seal of Tongshan. It shines like a dazzling star. A light chant spreads and opens, and all things return to silence. Chop! The ancestor of King Xuanfeng gently vomited out a word, his wrist shook, and the magic seal flew out. In a twinkling of an eye, he came to the top of 10,000 swords. No explosion, no roar, not even a wave. The whole Qingxian peak is too quiet. Then, Yi Chen is surprised to find that his Wandaojian idea has disappeared. Completely disappeared. The blood dragon's empty shadow is turned into stars, and countless blood gas returns to Yi Chen's body. Puff! There was no disturbance, but Yi Chen felt a force penetrating his body. The spirit of the concussion, viscera as if to be torn. Push the pedal, his body retreated a dozen steps, until he bumped into a tree. Is this the strong doctor? What the master said is that the killing is invisible. Yi Chen wants to trigger the flame array, but he finds it impossible. An invisible force enveloped him. It's hard. Lin Ruhai was overjoyed to see that his ancestor had suppressed Yi Chen casually. Laozu, there must be something wrong with this sun's 9-heaven Xianyang, which seems to be more complete than what we have cultivated. I doubt that this sun has been inherited by some Lin Qingxian who accidentally left in the world. The ancestor of King Xuanfeng nodded, I know. The voice was flat. And then the seal of God was condensed again. His bent body was instantly swept by the red light. A gust of wind, red light spread out, as if stretching thousands of miles. The body of the ancestor of King Xuanfeng suddenly disappeared. When Yi Chen reacts, he finds that the old figure has already stood in front of him. There is a big gap between you and me, but you have something I'm interested in. I'd like to see what adventures you have. Finish saying, the ancestor of Green Xianfeng point directly on Yi Chen's eyebrow heart. His smile was full of disdain. For such a small generation, he really disdains to hand. If it is not the other party may have the things of Ancestor Lin, he would not have done this behavior. He just wanted to drill into Yi Chen's consciousness see when an invisible obstacle swept through. The obstruction made his smile stiff. Break it for me. He snorted coldly, and a light came from his fingertips. But the light has not yet touched Yi Chen, but is to his body. Poof! His face was a little flustered. What's the way for this boy? Why can't I rob his memory? What he did was the method of plundering the spirit together with the god of medicine. Don't talk about mind wandering, even if it's holy land, it's still useful. All of a sudden, he found that Yi Chen's eyebrows twinkled with a golden light, which seemed to penetrate his fingers and go towards his mind. How could it be? Not only did he not plunder the spirit of this boy, but was robbed by the boy. He was sure that this technique was Lin Qingxuan's method of plundering spirits. And more advanced. Just as he was flustered, a shadow was floating in his mind. See this figure, the next second, his body trembled. Eyes are even more red. He is so familiar with the shadow. The founder of Qingshuanfeng, Lin Qingxian. Ancestor Lin. Ancestors you, how can you be here? Chapter 682. Lin Qingxian sneered and said, even if you are an ignorant younger generation, do you dare to move? You think you've lived too long. Lin Qingxian. The ignorant younger generation. These sentences make the old ancestor of Qingshuanfeng flustered. He is sure that the shadow in his mind comes from Yi Chen. He had no idea that Lin Qingxian was not dead, and that he was still in the boy's body. This fantastic thing happened. I'll give you one last chance. As for what it is, you can take it yourself. What's more, Yi Chen is my most proud apprentice. The green Xuanyu I gave you at the beginning also belongs to Yi Chen. Language down, Lin Qingxian in his mind that empty shadow completely disappeared. But the ancestor of Qingshuanfeng is staring at Yi Chen. He finally understood why Qingshuanfeng had the change of medical ethics and God. It's all because of the youth in front of you. In the end, everyone in Qingshuanfeng offended his ancestors. Plop! In everyone's horror, the ancestor of Qingshuanfeng directly knelt down on his knees. Kneel in front of Yi Chen. See you later, Mr. Yi. I didn't know Mr. Ye's identity just now. Please forgive me. As soon as the words came out, the whole world seemed to be quiet. Lin Ruhai and even those disciples of Qingshuanfeng stare with big eyes and small eyes, which looks like hell. Younger generation. Mr. Yi. Kneel down. What the hell is going on here? Qingshuanfeng has a supreme position of the ancestors actually kneel in front of a young man, is to call his younger generation. This is too illogical. Lin Ruhai, who was injured, recovered a little bit and said weakly, Ancestor, you are. What did the ancestor of Qingshuanfeng think of? He snorted coldly, everyone kneels down at once. From today on, Qingshuanfeng only listens to orders. That's Mr. Yi. If you disobey, I'll be the first to kill him. What's more, Lin Ruhai, green Xuanyu should be on you. Take it out quickly and give it back to Mr. Yi. Under the heaven, only Mr. Yi is qualified to control Qingyu and Jade. At this moment, the order of the ancestors, all people kneel down together. Only Lin Ruhai is still in a state of muddle. He still has to hand over King Xuanyu. This is a jade pendant containing Lin Qingshuan's power. So give treasure to an unknown boy, by what? The ancestor of Qingshuanfeng naturally noticed Lin Ruhai's resistance and snorted coldly. He came to Lin Ruhai's body in an instant. Powerful pressure covered and down. Lin Ruhai can't bear to kneel down directly. Laozu, why does his attitude towards this boy change so much? Why? The ancestor of Qingshuanfeng snorted, some things, you have no right to know. If you don't kneel, Mr. Yi, I'll break your arm first. The next second, a palm sacrifice, Lin Ruhai's left hand on the spot. This scene, let those Qingshuanfeng people's eyes burst out. King Xuanyu, take it out. The grandfather ordered. Then, a voice was introduced into Lin Ruhai's ear. I might as well tell you that it was not me who triggered the vision of medical Tao and the supernatural, but Mr. Yi. Lin Ruhai resisted the pain. When he heard his ancestor's voice, he held his breath and took a deep look at the distant proud Yi Chen. He still took out a green jade pendant. It is the existence that he looks forward to all his life. But I didn't expect to be climbed by a young man about 20 years old. With 5 fingers, the jade pendant flew to his hand. He quickly came to Yi Chen's face, knelt down directly and presented it to him. Carefully said, Mr. Yi, this jade is green Xian jade. This series of changes, Yi Chen this just reacts. Obviously, Lin Qingxian has just made a move. In a word, it has changed the situation. He took the jade pendant and did not care to study it. Looking at Lin Ruhai, he asked, where is my master and other disciples? Lin Ruhai didn't dare to show any disrespect anymore. He even said, I'd like to report to Mr. Yi. A few months ago, the head of the medical god sect came to Qingshuanfeng with several disciples. He also traded a magic weapon and asked me to take in his apprentice. I couldn't resist the temptation of that magic weapon, and took it in, and even more caressed his apprentice. As for him, I understand his character. It is impossible for him to live in Qingshuanfeng. After settling these apprentices, he went to find a way to break the game. Yi Chen frowned. The old man's personality he also knew. It is impossible to stay under the eaves of others. And he won't let the door of medicine fail. All along, he wanted to revive the door of medicine. But I didn't expect that this kind of thing happened now. But how can he find the way to break the game? Although the old man has strong medical skills, his elixir field was damaged decades ago. Nothing can fix it by any means. This is also a pity of his life. He can kill people with medical skills, but if he really meets some strong martial arts, he will not be defeated. How can one fight? At this moment, he was worried about the old man. This stubborn old man, can't you be more mature? Isn't it good to stay here and wait for yourself to come back? No longer thinking about it, he asked Lin Ruhai, I always have a doubt in my heart. Half a year ago, why did my master take all the people out of the door of medical god, as if he was avoiding something? What's the situation in your mouth? This is his biggest confusion. Lin Ruhai looked at Yi Chen in surprise. Mr. Yi, don't you know that matter? What's the matter? Lin Ruhai hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, decades ago, the battle between the two most powerful shocked Kunlun Su. Your master's Dantian was also smashed at that time. In that war, he killed a top-notch Kunlun man who was as good as the sun. Famous Kyushu. Your master is not just the head of the medical god sect. His martial arts strength was extremely terrible in those years. It was also a nightmare for countless people. Even now, I am not his opponent. It's a pity that although your master won that war, he completely offended a force. That force is even more contrary to morality and morality. When he is weak, he uses the method of opposing heaven to destroy his elixir field, making him unable to use force all his life. Chapter 683. If it wasn't for his friend's help, your master would have been gone. After you recover a life, your master will be in a state of depression. You know that you can't get revenge. You can only train your disciples with the medical god sect. He had no desire and taught medical knowledge. He never stepped into martial arts, nor did he teach any martial arts, nor did he accept any challenge from anyone. All his women and friends have left. Kunlun Su is so realistic. Your master has no value. Everyone is like a dog in the water. Alas! Hearing these words, Yi Chen's heart rolled up with anger. He didn't know that the master had such an experience. He finally understood why the old man tried to admonish him when he knew he wanted to go to China for revenge. When you are sure that you can't convince yourself, you are fully supportive. He personally lowered his posture and begged him to be his apprentice. He also taught himself the supreme medical principles, refining medicine and so on. In fact, the old man saw his shadow in his own body. He pinned all his hopes on himself, that is, he hoped that he would no longer follow his footsteps. At this moment, a strong sense of killing covers Yi Chen's whole body. Blood dragon condenses again. But this time, the blood dragon is huge many times, even gradually substantial. Anger and killing intention are the best nourishment for the blood dragon empty shadow. Silent for a long time, Yi Chen's calm voice suddenly sounded, what was the force that destroyed my master's Dantian, destroyed my master's life, and even now pursue and kill the medical god's gate? His voice seems to have no fluctuation, but it is full of anger. Lin Ruhai looked at Yi Chen with a little deep meaning and said, Daozong. One of the top virtual forces in Kunlun, Daozong. Yi Chen frowned, strange to these two words. At this time, the ancestor of Qingshuanfeng seemed to see the doubts in Yi Chen's eyes and explained, Mr. Yi, I know a little about Daozong. This is a sect existing in ancient times. This sect is also strange. It has little movement in Kunlun Su, which can be said to be an extremely mysterious force. However, there is a special point in this sect, which is to recruit all kinds of talents of Kunlun Su all year round. There are doctrines of medicine, martial arts, and even the rest. Their method of absorbing the strong is extremely crazy. If the people they identify do not agree to join Daozong, those people will suffer endless torture. Join or torture to death. They can't have it, and no one else can get it. There are many talented people in Kunlun Void who have no influence. Even if they are targeted by Daozong, they have no choice but to join. What's more, I've heard that Daozong began to be laid out as early as ancient times, but I don't know what it is. After hearing this, Yi Chen said curiously, "How are you compared with the strong one of Daozong?" The old ancestor of King Xuanfeng shook his head. "I haven't stepped into the real doctor's way to communicate with God. I'm not the opponent of the strong Taoists. Moreover, if I remember correctly, there was a descendant of ancestor Lin who went to Daozong. This man is also a traitor of King Xuanfeng. If he doesn't leave, I'm afraid he will be where I am now, and may even have stepped into the stage of medical ethics and divinity. As for whether the other party is alive or not, I don't know. But Mr. Yi can rest assured that they dare not come to King Xuanfeng. After all, this is the hometown of Lin ancestors." The ancestor of King Xuanfeng seemed to see the killing intention of Yi Chen's eyes and added, "Mr. Yi, although you are standing behind you, it's better not to play Daozong's idea. Daozong is not so simple." Yi Chen kills an opportunity to astringent, did not speak. If Lin Qingxian stood behind him, he would not dare to go to Daozong. It's a pity that there are hundreds of great powers behind him. What should be afraid of as a reincarnation tomb owner? Now, there are 3 powerful people in the Samsara cemetery. It is impossible for ordinary people to move him. However, the matter of Daozong cannot be solved by himself at present. Because there's a big problem to deal with. Extremely important. That is the Blood Alliance. The reason why he came to King Xuanfeng first this time is that King Xuanfeng is separated from Xueming Mountain. Father is trapped in the Blood League at the moment, he must find a way to save his father. At all costs. Father is also the only one who knows his real Kunlun virtual life experience. His cold light twinkled, his eyes on a mountain not far away. There is a blood-red gate above the mountains, suspended in the air. He looked at the ancestor of King Xuanfeng and said curiously, "Since you are not allowed to move the Taoist sect, what about the Blood Alliance?" The ancestor of King Xuanfeng was stunned and his expression was strange. "Does Mr. Yi still have a grudge against Xueming?" He thought about it for a while and then said, "Mr. Yi, the Blood Alliance and the Daozong can't be compared. If I do, I should be able to open with the Blood Alliance's 555. It's a pity that I have a ban on me. If I don't break the prohibition, it's hard to leave King Xuanfeng. How long will it take to break the ban?" 2 days. Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny am I, not a headway, then you go to break the ban now, 2 days later, I may need you. Yes, Mr. Yi. Although do not know Yi Chen and Blood Alliance have what hatred, but Yi Chen's command, he must obey. In Yi Chen's mind, Ancestor Lin exists. It's only a matter of time before Yi Chen steps into the real medical way. When the time comes, don't say Blood Alliance, even Daozong can't resist Yi Chen's adverse trend. After explaining everything, Yi Chen thinks of something and plunders directly to Qingxian Peak. Just for the safety of Xiaobi and Jilin, they were chased away. They should not be hurt. When Yi Chen was just about to leave the peak of King Xuanfeng, the 2 figures were quickly swept by. It is Jilin and Xiaobai. The beautiful eyes of the 2 were red, and they were obviously sad just now. In the eyes of Jilin and Xiaobai, Yi Chen's action is undoubtedly sacrificing himself, just to save them. Xiaobi naturally doesn't want Yi Chen to have an accident. Yi Chen is the master's favorite apprentice. If something happens, the master will not be able to bear the blow. What's more, she can't see Yi Chen. She doesn't want Yin and Yang to be separated. Jilin is the same. Although all along, she is always sarcastic to Yi Chen, but this sarcasm is with a trace of warmth. She sympathizes with Yi Chen's past. When she meets again today, she finds that Yi Chen has changed. Become a little strange, become more powerful. Yi Chen's fate has just changed. If it falls, it would be a pity. Even the elder sister's heart of martial arts will be shaken by Yi Chen's death. She didn't know why her sister cared so much about a mortal. She had been unable to think about it, but one day of contact, she suddenly felt a bit suddenly. When the tears in their eyes twinkled, a cold and proud figure was standing not far away. The sound of magnetism suddenly rings. You two are not crying for me, are you? This moment, two people opened big eyes, full of surprise. They never thought that King Xuanfeng was so powerful that Yi Chen could still live. Chapter 684. Yi Chen. Ji Lin can't control himself at this moment. He rushes to Yi Chen quickly. That small body is directly pounced on Yi Chen's body. Arms around Yi Chen, afraid Yi Chen will leave. She was so depressed just now. To some extent, Yi Chen died because of her. She would feel guilty all her life. Now seeing Yi Chen living miraculously, she was naturally excited to forget herself. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. She broke away from Yi Chen and said unhappily, "How can you do this? You want to eat my tofu again? Believe me or not, I will complain to my sister." Yi Chen almost spits out a mouthful of old blood. Even if you want to say eat tofu, it is Ji Lin who eats him. He didn't move at all. Ji Lin revolved around Yi Chen. When he found that Yi Chen had no injuries, he breathed out, "Tut tut, Yi Chen, what kind of luck are you? Why can't I feel any scars on you? Are those people in King Xuanfeng mercifully let you go? It's not like that. What happened just now?" Xiaobi also walked up quickly and said with concern, "Yi Chen, it was the ancestor of King Xuanfeng just now. Although I haven't seen it before, I heard from the master that this man is a patron saint of King Xuanfeng because of his skillful means. How can such a powerful existence let you go?" Facing the doubt of the second daughter, Yi Chen smiles, "If I say that King Xuanfeng is under my control now, do you believe it?" Ji Lin gave Yi Chen a white look. "Yi Chen, I just thought you were very righteous. I finally found some of the only shining points on you. As a result, you bragged here again? It's still under your control. I guess you don't even dare to enter the array of King Xuanfeng. Well, I'm a failure. Now it's up to my sister to find the guy." Ji Lin shook his head helplessly. She wanted to exchange the gold elixir for Lin Qingxuan's descendants, but now it seems impossible. I'm totally offended. I'm lucky to be alive. To find another door is undoubtedly to seek death. At this time, Yi Chen said, "Your father's problem, leave it to me. After 2 days, if I finish solving the matter in front of me, I will go with you to Ji family." Ji Lin just wanted to say something, but a figure in the distance is coming in a hurry. It is Lin Ruhai of King Xuanfeng. When Ji Lin and Xiao Bai see Lin Ruhai coming, they have a sense of hostility and crisis. They sacrifice their weapons and are ready to make a move at any time. The other party is alone. "Let's do it together," Ji Lin said coldly. But soon, something weird happened. "Mr. Yi, your 3 rooms have been arranged. Do you need to go inside and have a rest?" At the moment, Lin Ruhai is respectful to the extreme. Smile with flattery. And just that difficult face is a heaven and a ground. Ji Lin and Xiao Bai stare big eyes, and even subconsciously pinch their own. What the hell is this? Mr. Yi? Qi Lin Ruhai, how so attitude? The pain in the hands tells them that it's all true. Yi Chen also ignored the two people's plans, toward the depths of King Xuanfeng. 2 days later, he will go to the Blood League to save his father. He can't bet everything on the ancestors of King Xuanfeng. You have to make yourself stronger. In addition, Taiga Shusher Dan must also be refined. Taiga Shusher pill is very important to Duan Laren. With Duan Laren's help, it is 100% possible to rescue his father. When Yi Chen was ready to leave, Ji Lin took Yi Chen's hand and said in surprise, "Yi Chen, what happened? Why is this guy's attitude? You mean, you want to kill me?" Yi Chen smiled, "I said you do not believe." Ji Lin suddenly speechless. Suddenly, she thought of what, curiously said, "Not this time is that Yi killed the sky to fight. It's not right. Even if Yi Shitian is stronger, it should not be the strength of the ancestor of King Xuanfeng." Ji Lin said, suddenly eyes bright, hurriedly to Yi Chen Wei, "Yi Chen, since this guy listens to you, can you let this guy go back with me to Ji family? Yi Chen stopped, surprised. Is your father's condition very serious? Can't you wait another 2 days? If I do, the odds will be higher. Ji Lin naturally doesn't believe it. In her eyes, Yi Chen's age is here, and the time to step into medical practice is too short. Compared with Lin Ruhai in front of her, the gap is too big. This is just like most people in China who go to see traditional Chinese medicine and are more willing to trust older doctors. Yi Chen, I appreciate your kindness, but my dad's problem is really serious this time. He told Ji Jialao that the sooner the better. Since you have something to do, you can persuade this guy to go back with me. If you promise, how about I go to my sisters and say something nice? I can't. I'll give you all my snacks and chips. Yi Chen took a look at Ji Lin, hesitated for a few seconds, or nodded, and ordered, Lin Ruhai, then you and Ji Lin go to Ji's home. Yes, Mr. Yi, I will do my best. Although Yi Chen wants to help the Ji family, his father's safety is obviously more important than outsiders. What's more, Lin Ruhai's medical skills in Kunlun Su can be regarded as a top group of people. Maybe he will be able to solve the problem. At the moment, Ji Lin is quite dizzy by happiness. She never thought that the things that were more difficult than going to heaven were solved because of Yi Chen's simple words. How did Yi Chen do it? Why is this guy covered with mystery after he came back from China? Now, of course, it doesn't matter to her anymore. The most important thing is the father's condition. She looked at Lin Ruhai and urged, in this case, we will go on our way at once. Yes, Miss Ji. Ji Lin and Lin Ruhai left completely. And Yi Chen came to the training room arranged by Lin Ruhai to prepare for the 2-day retreat. These 2 days are too important. When the door closed, the black stone in his slacks pocket flew out. Suspended in mid-air. The reincarnation graveyard is completely revealed. The meaning of antiquity is covered. There are hundreds of tombstones, and Duan Lairen and Lin Qingxian are silent. There is only one figure between heaven and earth. The Immortal Lord. Before that, the Immortal Lord is about to dissipate. He asks Yi Chen to find him after everything is safe. Now is the time. Now the figure of the Immortal Lord is almost transparent, and the breath on his body is more weak. Don't know why, see this scene, Yi Chen heart some sad. The only drawback of the Samsara cemetery is the separation time after time. These people are all his masters. Although some of them have only known each other for a few days, they still have the feelings of master and apprentice. Yi Chen's cold blood does not mean that he is merciless. The way to kill doesn't mean indifference. The Immortal Lord turned to show a gratifying smile, disciple, you've finally come. Let's go. Chapter 685. Yi Chen looks at the Immortal Lord, and just wants to speak. The Immortal Lord is a wave of his arm, and a danding directly appears in front of Yi Chen. Disciple, I know what you are thinking now. I have observed the half of Taiga Shusher pill these days. I can't refine this pill at all. The only way is to use your hand. I have been good at too many ways in my life. If I really want to say what I am good at, I should be refining pills and refining utensils. If you master me, it's only good for you, not bad for you. I don't know how long my strength will last. I can only do my best. Now, close your eyes, I will teach you some alchemy experience, which should enable you to go further in alchemy, but more things need to be understood slowly. Language down, the Immortal Lord is to appear in front of Yi Chen's body, a point in Yi Chen's eyebrow heart. In a flash, a powerful flow of information surged in. Countless pictures of refining pills filled my mind. Not only that, but also the ancient prescriptions. Simple and mysterious. Yi Chen's head almost burst open. He was very clear that a small part of these things, put in the auction of Kunlun Su, would be destroyed by countless forces and clansmen. How precious! For a long time, the Immortal Lord let go of his hand and said faintly, you can slowly understand and comprehend these things. For you, the first step you should do is to try to refine Taiga Shusher pills. The materials of Taiga Shusher pill can be found in the Samsara cemetery. The refining methods of this pill are extremely complicated. If you are careless, you will be eaten back by the pill. Be careful. If I bite back, my current strength may not be able to save you. So every alchemy must concentrate on it. Yi Chen nods. The Dan Feng of Taiga Shusher Dan has already appeared in his mind. He looked at the Dan Ding in front of him, his eyes coagulated, his face was serious, his hands clapped on the top of the Dan Ding. At the same time, 9 days Xianyang decided to move, a silk of true qi gushed out of the arm, and even more into the Dan Ding. Boom! A flame suddenly formed. It's not enough. This kind of flame can't condense Taiga Shusher Dan at all. Yi Chen also understood, no longer hesitated, arm opened, blood dragon, come. The reincarnation graveyard instantly resounds the dragon chant. Blood dragon dive down from the sky. Dan Ding directly wrapped in front of you. The blood dragon once entered the dragon vein of Qinling Mountain in China. It has a trace of fire from the dragon vein. It is very suitable for condensing Dan fire. Almost instantaneously, the fire rises, and the temperature of the whole samsara cemetery rises a lot. Now, sacrifice medicine. Ears ring out the voice of the Lord. Yi Chen does not hesitate, according to the order of the medicinal materials into. With the passing of time, the temperature of Dan Ding is getting higher and higher, and a strong smell of medicine is sweeping up in an instant. Yi Chen is excited a few minutes. Is it so simple? When Yi Chen was just ready to be happy, suddenly, the whole Dan Ding vibrated, and then, a burning smell covered it. Before the strong smell of medicine completely disappeared. Not only that, a shock force swept across, Yi Chen's body was shaken out on the spot, the corners of his mouth exuded purplish blood. Damn it! Yi Chen erases the blood and returns to the Dan Ding. The immortal master said with a faint smile, ancient pills are not so easy to refine. Your current cultivation can't support it. Well, I'll give you a strength. The bright heart is not out of the field. Yi Chen has already begun the second refining. This time the situation is much better, and the traditional Chinese medicine fragrance of Dan Ding is more and more rich. And Yi Chen's whole body has been soaked. He found that the true qi of the elixir field passed quickly. It's too old to be true. It's too expensive. Disciple, I'll force out a drop of blood essence. Come on. Blood essence is the guide. Yi Chen Wenzheng hastily forced out a drop of blood essence, directly sacrifice into the Dan Ding. Blood mist. A red flash. Vaguely, Yi Chen saw a red pill. Sweat flowed down his forehead, and the real qi of Dantian was almost gone. Yi Chen can only rely on swallowing Ju Qi Dan. This life talisman, come out. Almost instantaneously, countless thunder and lightning twined on the tripod, which can make Yi Chen better alchemy. Go. With a slight hum, at the moment of energy explosion in the Dan Ding, the true qi in Yi Chenyang's body erupted at the same time. The powerful energy turns into the essence breath, suppresses the violent breath in the Dan Ding. Under Yi Chen's crazy suppression, the Dan Ding shakes violently, as if to burst. Yi Chen, the whole person seems to be pulled out from the water in general, incomparably embarrassed that he looks serious to the extreme. I dare not be careless. Go. After a few hours of silence, Yi Chen roared, and countless auras of reincarnation cemetery went towards Dan Ding. The flames were dying out. A golden beam of light shot out of the cauldron in an instant. Straight into the sky. The whole world, silent. Taiga Shusher pill, even refined. Yi Chen opens the Dan Ding and finds 6 of them. Although the product level is not too high, but also to achieve the general level. The immortal master touched his beard and nodded, it's not bad. It's much faster than I imagined. Yi Chen Gang wants to say something to the immortal lord, but he feels the shadow of the latter to the extreme. He vaguely remembered that the immortal lord seemed to send out a force in his body. It seems that most of the reasons for the success of refining come from the master. Go on, disciple. I have 6 hours left. The immortal lord is serious. Yi Chen nodded and concentrated on alchemy. The reincarnation cemetery is golden. At the same time, the Blood League Hall. The Blood Alliance leader's face is not very good. For a whole week, they almost searched the whole Kunlun village, but still could not find the trace of Yi Shitian. Once again, the nightmare of many forces in Kunlun disappeared. Jian Shueshan looked at the elder kneeling in front of him and asked, "Forget it, it's not practical to spend all the time looking for Yi Shitian. Let half of the people come back. At present, our Blood Alliance still has very important things to do." "What about Yi Chen? Last time we sent so many strong Blood Alliance, no one survived. The god of war in the Blood War Hall has fallen completely. Are we not only led by Yi Shitian, but also led by a small Chinese animal?" The elder's face changed greatly. "Report to the leader, it seems that someone has deliberately closed down the affairs of China. No matter how I investigate, there is no news." Jian Shueshan snorted, "It seems that the Chinese government intends to protect Yi Chen. It's hard to know if you are against my Blood Alliance. Since those people are protecting this little animal, I want to see if they can protect it." Jian Shueshan suddenly stood up with a look of indifference to the extreme. "Take me to see the man of the Blood League's hunting plan." "Yes, Lord." Chapter 686. The sword's blood sank in the elders lead to a stone gate. The gate of the stone gate is heavily guarded, and its killing intention is extremely high. "Alliance leader." The gatekeeper half knelt. Jian Shueshan nodded, looked at one of the gatekeepers and asked, "How is the guy inside? Have you had any recent attacks?" The gatekeeper shook his head and said, "Tell the Alliance leader, except for the first movement, everything is quiet." The sword blood sync nods, 5 fingers press on the stone gate, instantly the stone door red light flickers, completely opens. Stone gate inside, incomparably vast, the central place has a huge altar. On the altar, there are 11 huge sarcophagus. There are ancient runes on the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus in the middle of the body is red, and the meaning of killing is constantly overflowing. The sword was bloody and his eyes were a little excited. Suddenly, the elder said, "Leader, the hunting plan has not been tested. What should this guy do if he strikes you?" Jian Shueshan gave a cold smile. "Do you want to do it to me? If I change him, he dares to fight me. I can make him, I can destroy him." The words fall, the sword blood sink, gather the true spirit under the foot, come directly to the altar. I saw a corpse lying in 10 black sarcophagus. These bodies are covered in blood. There is no trace of vitality and aura. Their eyes are ferocious and red. It was as if he had been tortured with great pain. But the red sarcophagus is the opposite. It's full of life and killing. It seems that all the nutrients on these 10 people have been absorbed by the red sarcophagus. The sword was bloody, the corner of his mouth outlined a smile, a hand pressed on the sarcophagus cover, and the vigor swept over, creak. A sound, instant overturn. I saw a burly man in the blood of the sarcophagus. Men are full of scars. Extremely ferocious. He has a bloody tattoo on his neck. If Yi Chen is here, he will surely find that this man is Lin Juelong. In the first battle of Wudoutai in Beijing, Lin Juelong was seriously injured. And then it was mysteriously missing. It is said to be brought into the Kunlun deficiency treatment. Even if Yi Chen makes the Lin family disappear in this world, Lin Juelong is still not there. Who would have thought that Lin Juelong had become the main man in the hunting plan of the Blood League at the moment? Jian Shueshan looked at the comatose Lin Juelong and said with a gloomy smile, Lin Juelong, you are a member of the Blood League. At the beginning, you were seriously injured and on the verge of death. It is better to make some contributions to the Blood League than to save you. However, this plan allows you to absorb the strength of the top 10. You should feel lucky. If this project is successful, I can even give you the position of elder. What's more, maybe you can take revenge. Yi Chen is a monster now. You can't turn over in your life without the help of external forces. Perhaps because hear Yi Chen these 2 words, the blood is rolling. Lin Juelong suddenly reached out his hand, too fast. The next second, I even caught the bloody hand of the sword. With only such a grasp, the bloody arm of the sword was penetrated directly. It's bleeding. Alliance leader. Seeing this, the elder rushed up in a hurry and slapped on the comatose Lin Ju dragon. Bang! Something strange happened. Lin Ju Long did not have any damage, but that elder actually flies upside down. Heavy hit on a black sarcophagus. It's bleeding. Sword ESR also felt something wrong, no longer hesitated, 5 fingers open, a drop of blood essence forced out. The huge waves roll, and the aura of the surrounding heaven and earth seems to be controlled by sword bloodbath. Bang! His crushing blow was on Lin Juelong's arm, and his veins burst out. Boom! With a sound, he reluctantly removed the bloody arm of the sword. Then he closed the sarcophagus with difficulty. Everything returned to silence. The wounded elder came with many scars. Alliance leader, we will send someone to destroy the Lin Ju dragon after we leave. However, Jian Shueshan held out his hand and said seriously, why destroy it? This guy can actually hurt me now, which shows that our plan is half successful, but I don't know when Lin Juelong will wake up. We've used 10 of the strongmen of the king's land, and it doesn't make sense to produce only 1 corpse. You try to make Lin Juelong wake up and let me know as soon as there is a sign. The elder was stunned, took a deep look at the red sarcophagus and nodded, yes, Alliance leader. King Xuanfeng. Yi Chen has been in the Samsara cemetery for nearly a day. The immortal lord has gone from weak to almost blank. On this day, Yi Chen did not know how much he had learned. But every time it was as painful as a needle. Because we have to watch the immortal lord fade away. In the end, it's almost transparent. Well, I'll probably have to walk here with you. The immortal lord stops and looks at Yi Chen. Extremely complex. He had few apprentices in his life. However, I didn't expect that there would be an apprentice in the residual divinity. He is also an apprentice who will make great achievements in the future. Although not accompanied for too long, but has been worth it. I want to thank you for being a teacher. The immortal lord laughs. This smile is a little pale. Yi Chen's eyes are slightly red. Iron Man never shed tears. But he is flesh and blood after all. Sometimes he wondered why the Samsara cemetery must bear the pain of separation between masters and apprentices. Master, why thank me? I thank you. The immortal lord laughed. Do you still remember that I despised you at the beginning? In fact, I identified you as an apprentice from the very beginning. I had too many regrets in my life. The biggest regret is that I did not accept an apprentice seriously, and I had no children under my knees. During this period of time, I even regarded you as a child. It's a good feeling. Yi Chen, you have to go the next way by yourself. However, there is Duan Lei Ren and Lin Qingxian. I don't have to worry about you too much. Well, it's almost time. I have to go first. As a teacher, I can't stand such sensational scenes. Yi Chen Mao's son a congealed, even busy way, Master, wait a minute. I want to know, in the future, can we meet again? The immortal master was stunned and looked at Yi Chen with interest and said seriously, at the beginning, I didn't think we could meet again, but now I believe. The reincarnation cemetery has chosen you. In fact, it is our 100 people who have recognized you. This time, you are the turning point of our 100 people. When you are strong enough, you will have access to the secrets of the ancient times and more likely to see the essence of our 100 people. I hope this day will come soon. Don't read it. Words fall, the figure of the immortal lord turns into stars all over the sky, and all of them drill into Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen has not yet had time to be sentimental. It is found that the body has a very strong breath of breakthrough. The breath seems to go straight to the sky. Chapter 687. At this time, Duan Laren appeared in time. Apprentice, sit cross-legged quickly, ready to break through. Come on. Otherwise, the breath of breakthrough is enough to burst your body. Yes. Yi Chen quickly cross-legged and sit. 9 days Shenyang will run. There is a golden light all over the body. The blood dragon also felt something, hovering over the Samsara cemetery. 9 days of dragon dance. His elixir field seems to have endless real qi. The layers of obstacles in Shinyu are easily broken. At the moment, he seems to have entered a delicate realm. Everything is wonderful. His whole body was covered with a red light, and the strong breath made the ground tremble. Before long, a black stone flew out of Yi Chen's pocket, directly above his head. And then a column of light came up. Although in the Samsara cemetery, but this light column is displayed in the whole Qingxian mountain. Broken. Yi Chen roars, the shackles of the body are all broken. The cultivation is rising rapidly. Come again. It's a breakthrough again. Every time it breaks through a small realm, the blood dragon in the sky is huge. It's getting more and more substantial. The whole body's light column is also more and more terrible. Soon, Yi Chen has reached the peak of Shinyu. It's only a step away from the extraordinary. Because Yi Chen's breakthrough is based on the power that can be left behind. His mind-wandering state is equivalent to the extraordinary state of most powerful people in Kunlun. And his extraordinary state, almost equal to Kunlun empty into the Holy Land. From today, I will cross the realm of heaven. Blood dragon, help me to break open. The blood dragon on the sky directly rushes into Yi Chen's body. There was even a crackling sound coming from his body. He could clearly feel that every muscle in his body was shaking. Disillusionment, rebirth. Boom! His body is like a big wave surging, a strong breath, like breaking through all the shackles. A long cry, shaking 9 days. Powerful air waves are rolling in Qingshuanfeng Mountain. 10,000 feet of light condense. Thunder clouds gather. Fall. Outside at the moment, the ancestor of Qingshuanfeng looked at the vision of the sky and looked at the resting place of Yi Chen. His eyes were startled. Mr. Yi, you can't measure it from an ordinary person's point of view. After this breakthrough, I'm afraid it's a step closer to the doctor's way of communicating with God. Kunlun is an evil spirit, and Daozong and Xuemeng are not qualified to stop it. The vision of Qingshuanfeng lasted for 3 hours. Only then did everything return to silence. Yi Chen opens his eyes and shoots out a cold light. His body seems to have an immortal spirit and his eyes are clear and bright. Just a look, as if with Tao. This is transcendence. It's transcendent. This time, he suppressed the breakthrough for a long time, and had not made a breakthrough. Only in this way can he step into a great realm. If we want to make such a breakthrough in the future, it will depend on the opportunity. Now he is steadily staying at the second level of transcendence. No further. Come to the top of the mountain, look at the direction of a league. There's another day. Suddenly, he felt something, a drop of blood essence in his mind kept flashing. Blood style. After coming out of the door of the god of medicine, he said goodbye to Xue Fenghua and Shen Shirshi. But I didn't expect the blood to appear here. Obviously, Zhifenghua is now preparing to go to the Blood League. No longer hesitant, Yi Chen toward the Blood Alliance and go. A minute later, Yi Chen stopped and saw a man full of scars. The man saw Yi Chen and quickly knelt down. Mr. Yi, I finally see you. Yi Chen helped the Blood Fenghua up. What's the injury on your body? Xue Fenghua shook his head helplessly. I intended to enter the Blood League. At least, I could provide Mr. Yi with some information, but I didn't expect that when I had an accident, the Blood League would eliminate me, and even more could not step into the Blood League. And this is the blood that we worship. Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny Me, since so, then forget it, tomorrow I will also personally go to the Blood League. Hearing this, Xue Fenghua was stunned and said in surprise, Mr. Yi, you can't. Although I was expelled from the Blood League, I found that many strong people outside the Blood League have all come back. It's like something is brewing. Now, it's really dangerous to go to the Blood Alliance at this critical moment. Think again, Mr. Yi. What's more, this time I heard a news that Xuemeng once brought back a man with many scars in China. This man seems to be carrying out some plans, and it seems that he is going to succeed soon. Hearing this, Yi Chen's face changed slightly. The first thing he thought about was Lin Juelong. If it was not for the Guardian, Lin Juelong would have been killed by him, and it is impossible to run away. No matter what the plan is in the mouth of Zhifenghua, as long as it is in front of him, he will crush it all. Mr. Yi, there is another piece of news on the grapevine. I'm not sure whether it's true or not. There's a change in the Blood League dungeon today. I'm worried about whether the Blood League will attack your father. Yi Chen heard this sentence, completely not calm. He doesn't want it to be empty. Even if all the Blood Alliance is killed, it is impossible to determine the whereabouts of his father. What's the point? Hesitating for a long time, Yi Chen takes out a mask from the tomb of Samsara, which covers his face. In that case, I'll go to Xuemeng in advance. Zhu Fengguo was stunned and quickly advised, Mr. Yi, never. If you go, it's hard to get out. Yi Chen shakes his head, although the world is big, it's not so easy to trap me. Today I just don't go to see the dungeon. I'll leave whenever there is a situation. Don't wait for Blood Fenghuo reaction, Yi Chen is toward the Blood Alliance quickly plunder. Soon, Yi Chen appeared at the gate of the Blood League. As the Blood Fenghuo said, the gate is extremely guarded, and there are constantly strong Blood Alliance into it. What's even more ridiculous is that the population is talking about almost those 3 words. Yi Jingtian. Yi Chen knew he would be famous in Kunlun, but he didn't expect to be in this way. And from the tone of these people, it's just fear. Even some people have passed on their own to return to the virtual state of the strong, is the god down to earth. Chapter 688. It's true that 3 people become tigers. Everyone thinks that I have hidden the realm, but they don't know that my real state was the mind-wandering state. Yi Chen goes around the crowded place and finds a place where people rarely go. No one is stationed. But the array here is binding everything. It's extremely difficult to get into. When the bird approaches, it turns into blood fog on the spot. It can be seen that the array is terrible. Yi Chen stretched out his hand, wrapped his arm with genuine qi, and gently touched it. He felt a strong pressure sweeping over him. However, he did not let go, but closed his eyes and felt his eyes. In one day, the immortal lord not only taught him to refine ancient pills, but also taught him some means to break the battle. Although it is not mainstream, it is not too difficult to deal with the current problems. It's just that it takes a little bit of real gas. Suddenly, Yi Chen opened his eyes, a cold light shot out, and then he quickly pinched his fingers. A drop of blood essence is forced from the finger and shoots directly on the array. At the same time, there are gold runes in Yi Chen's palm. Runes are constantly encircling, full of fury, and are attached to the array. Yi Chen point out, up and down, gently slide. There is a gap in the array. Endless aura is pouring out madly. Yi Chen eyes a joy, no longer hesitation, the moment to drill into it. Close the array. Everything returned to silence. But Yi Chen just came to the inside, but did not expect a long sword to penetrate. It's cold. What man? Why do you appear in my training room? Shit. Found out. Yi Chen looked at the fierce sword, no longer hesitated, stretched out a hand, 2 fingers directly clamped the sword. He found out it was a man in black. Strength is probably in the early days of transcendence. He also found that he broke the array to the point where others practice. No wonder it will be noticed. The sword is in the air, it can't go any further. Well, I wanted to go at random. Unfortunately, you found me, and I have to shut up. Sorry, brother. However, you are a member of the Blood League. It's the same if you die sooner or later. It's better to send you on the road now. Yi Chen's indifferent voice rings out. That Blood Alliance person coldly hums, on the realm, I am higher than you, where do you come from self-confidence? Chop. The Blood Alliance man wants to draw the sword from Yi Chen's hand. But found that he even if the cohesion of strength is also the sea of stone. Let go. Oh. Yi Chen released his hand, and the heart of the Blood Alliance was happy. He just wanted to move the sword, but he found that the sword in his hand turned into a pile of powder and dissipated between heaven and earth. This. His expression is ferocious in an instant. This sword is made by the meteorite of Xuemeng. It can't be broken by ordinary force. But now it's turned into powder by 2 fingers of the other side. What is the power of this? Before you die, I'll teach you a sword. Yi Chen glanced around and grasped it with 5 fingers. The flowers on the vase on the table fell directly into his hands. Branches and leaves waved out, burst out the sound of dragon chant. Hum. With the sound of the dragon chanting, the sword body vibrates, and layers of waves spread out like substance. Yi Chen's killing spirit is also spreading out. That Blood Alliance person's eye is big, this means the other side is covered again. He suddenly thought of a man. Yi Shitian. The Blood Alliance looks for the guy who can't be found in the Kunlun Void, even appears in the Blood League. When he was about to speak, he just heard a roar that exploded, and the divine waves seemed to turn into substance. The flowers floated and hit each other's chest. This power, Yi Shi. Looking at the man who was full of horror, Yi Chen's cold light flickered. You can keep this secret forever. Words fall. The sword will explode. No. Blood Alliance people can only watch helplessly. The power seems to turn into a dragon, toward their own phagocytosis. What is this move? Sword wave terror, sword spirit essence. The key opponent didn't use the sword. The hand is just a flower. Yi Shitian is too terrible. The youth of Blood League was completely engulfed and turned into a blood mist. Yi Chen finished all this and chose a black robe of the other party and put it on his body directly. Then he opened the door and went to the Blood League dungeon. Soon, he came to the Blood League dungeon near. Not close, is to see the Blood Alliance many long old surrounded by a middle-aged man respectfully said what? Yi Chen frowned slightly. He can feel that the middle-aged man is not a Blood League person, cultivation breath is completely different. For some reason, his body's blood was seething. How could that happen? When Yi Chen doubts, suddenly, his eyes shoot to a direction. The middle-aged man has a jade pendant on his waist. This jade pees like as 2 peas of his leaf. Is this person from the Shuya family of Kunlun? The lower right corner of the jade pendant is also engraved with 3 characters Yi Hongbin. When Yi Chen is looking at it, the middle-aged man is also aware of something. He suddenly turns his head and shoots his eyes towards the direction of Yi Chen. But at the moment, the place is empty. Master Yi, you are. A Blood League elder said. The tone is full of caution. They can't get any answers from Yi Tianjing. Jian Shueshan is already angry and asks them to dig out all the secrets of Yi Tianjing within a week. Helpless, they can only favor Yi Hongbin. Yi Hongbin has the blood of the Shuya family in Kunlun. However, he was not recognized by the Shuya family of Kunlun, and he was forced out in 20 years. However, with his talent, he became the elder of Kunlun Su. High status. This person is the key to breaking Yi Tianjing's secret. Yi Hongbin shook his head in surprise. Just now it seems that some of you have seen flowers. By the way, where are you talking about? The elder said with a smile. It seems that Elder Yi hasn't had a good rest recently. Our Blood League has prepared a room for him. Of course, there are several beautiful women from the Blood League. They can make Master Yi sleep well. Yi Hongbin shook his head and said, let's get down to business. The elder, with a stiff smile and no nonsense, said seriously, the leader asked me to ask you something. Has anyone from the Shuya family of Kunlun ever been in China? What's more, are Yi Chen and Yi Tianjing above the genealogy of the Shuya family in Kunlun? Yi Hongbin pondered for a few seconds and said, at the beginning, my identity was not high in the Shuya family of Kunlun. Besides, I don't have much to do with the Yi family now. As for whether there is anyone from the Yi family flowing into China, I don't seem to have heard such a saying. But... Master Yi, but what? Yi Hongbin frowned and said, it seems that for more than 10 years, the Shuya family of Kunlun sent someone to China and took back some things and put them in the Yi family ancestral hall. Chapter 689. The elder whispered. He remembered one thing. It seems that Yi Chen's grandfather died in China. Since Kunlun Su put things in Ye's ancestral hall, it proves that there must be something wrong with Huaxia. Is it true that Yi Jia is related to Kunlun Su? If so, Yi Tianjing's secret is worth a lot. No longer think about it, the Blood League elder looked at Yi Hongbin and said, Elder Yi, please follow me. I will take you to see Yi Tianjing. This time, we have traveled thousands of miles to invite you to come, just to want you to get out of Yi Tianjing's secret. There is a force protection in the human body. We can't break it at all. We suspect that it's the Yi family's blood. According to the investigation, it seems that only people with the same blood can solve the problem. Yi Hongbin nodded and agreed, yes. There is indeed a guard force in every Yi family blood vessel. This power is different according to the talent and blood strength. No one can help you except me. After all, the Shuya family of Kunlun rarely comes out. Go! Lead the way. The elder's heart at joy, quickly took out a special jade pendant, dungeon door completely opened. A stream of yin and evil chi came to my face. Yi Hongbin frowned, his hands behind him, and stepped directly into it. After Yi Hongbin disappeared, Yi Chen came out of the darkness. There was a chill in his eyes. It seems that for such a long time, the Blood Alliance people still have no progress from their father. But judging from their conversation, the next thing is very important. It could be about father's comfort. He can't wait till tomorrow. I have to get my father out today. Otherwise, late will change. Although there is no help from the ancestor of King Xuanfeng, he still has some cards in his hand, which should be enough to deal with the matter in front of him. No longer hesitant, Yi Chen toward the Blood League dungeon and go. Not close to 5 meters of land, a few angry ring. The leader has orders. You are not allowed to go near the dungeon. Yi Chen, dressed in a black robe, did not speak. Instead, he pinched his fingers and offered his life talisman directly. The ground overflowed with thunder and lightning. In an instant, a shielding array is formed. This array can isolate all fighting atmosphere from the outside world, but it is not a long-term plan. These people fall, the Jade card of life is broken, the Blood Alliance must be the first time to detect. When the time comes, we will naturally guard here with countless strong men. If you are not careful, you are a turtle in a jar. So he has to make a quick decision. I'll go inside and find someone. If you get out of the way now, you may live a little longer. If not, the consequences will be very serious. Besides, I don't want to kill you. After all, it will make things difficult. Yi Chen can feel the strength of the guard in front of him. Maybe it's because of the care of his father, the guards are all in the Transcendence. Even most of them are in the Holy Land. One of the old people's breath is close to the king's realm. The guard's face changed slightly when he heard Yi Chen's words. They thought the man in black with a mask was a member of the Blood League, but they didn't expect that the other side was going to break into the dungeon. One of the burly men stood up and said faintly, "With your extraordinary state, do you want to kill us? Beyond my ability, today I will let you feel what fear is." Language falls, that burly man steps on, a fist toward Yi Chen to smash. I don't even have the intention to use weapons. Such a waste is not worth his sword. Like mountains and rivers, heaven and earth suppress. A tyrannical killing intention broke out from the deepest part of the body. As if between, such as a head of a huge beast galloping, the power of terror to Yi Chen. Bodybuilder? Compare strength with me? Are you sure? Yi Chen coldly smiles, next second, a fist blows out. A flat, light punch. Even the real chi of Dantian didn't use much. Bang! A loud noise, such as thunder burst. Accompanied by the frightening cry of the big man. His right arm just broke. The sound is very clear. Not only that, an invisible force seems to gush out of Yi Chen's body. The big man's arm turned into a mist of blood. A gust of wind swept over, and the burly man flew out like a broken kite. Lost combat power. Completely faint. This scene changed the faces of the rest of the guards, quiet. The scene fell into a dead silence. Who could have thought that the black-robed youth was more terrible than he believed? I don't want to step into the dungeon anymore. I just want to stop looking for people. I only say that twice. Yi Chen's indifferent voice falls down like this. However, there is no effect at all. The figure of 6 or 7 roads will immediately surround Yi Chen. Only the old man in the Holy Kingdom didn't make a move. Standing in the distance, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if waiting for the opportunity. Yi Chen looked around several people and their body overflow of cold killing machine, but shook his head. It seems that you have made a choice. You can break through the Blood League, little beast. No matter who you are, stay here forever. With a roar, the 6 swords are offered. The wind whirled and his robes crackled in the cold wind. Push it. They step out. Breath rising. Like a long wind and waves. The Alliance leader's sword bloodletting makes them guard here. If something happens, they will die. Although I don't know why people from outside don't respond, it doesn't matter. As long as the boy dies, it's over. The long sword dances, and the fierce sword idea is like a tornado sweeping towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen snorted coldly. He stepped into the transcendental realm. It was too simple to deal with the powerful people who entered the Holy Land. The next second, his hands sacrificed Soul's sword. Cut the sky with one sword. Tear and pull. The terror of the sword spread, and the powerful sword spread. A dull tearing sound came, and the space seemed to be torn completely. When the blade passes, the ground splits. With strong sword power and cultivation as support, Yi Chen's sword technique is extremely strong. Touch! Between the electric light and flint, this sword is to collide with the Guardian of the Blood League. Just break it. Click! The sound of bone breaking came in an instant. At the same time, the 6 people spit out a mouthful of blood. Fly back out. Yi Chen Mao Sun a cold, under the feet surging old illusory body Ju, constantly free between 6 people. Not yet. Everyone fell to the ground, no longer capable of fighting. 100 meters round, there are only 2 people standing, Yi Chen and the Blood Alliance King of the Strong. Pa 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 pa. Instead of anger, the king's strong man stretched out his hands and clapped. As expected, I do not admire the name of the war god. Yi Chen didn't expect that his identity would be found out so soon. He glanced at the Zhenhuan sword, and then he suddenly felt a little bit. It seems that weapons have sold themselves out. Chapter 690. Looking around, Zhou Daojun found that all the people were motionless and said, I still wonder why no one in the Blood League is aware of such a big movement. It seems that you are not good at lightsaber, but you are still a master of array. However, our Blood League has always looked down on you. This should be the reason why the Blood Alliance always has accidents in China. I think the leader will be very happy to see your head. The words finished, a cold killing opportunity swept up. The leader expected that you would come to the dungeon one day, but I didn't expect it would be so fast. Since you are here, stay. Words down, Zhou Daojun moved. And there was a strong burst of air. Yi Chen, facing the strong king, is also the strongest breath release. The momentum of the 2 men, rising from the sky, turned into a strong wind, whistling in the world. Between heaven and earth, there is a sense of awe. A red stick appeared in the hands of Zhou Daojun. He held one end in his hand and pointed it out. The terrible pressure is like a huge mountain pressing towards Yi Chen. There was a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. It's too easy to fight against a transcendental realm. Although his holy kingdom is the result of pills, the actual combat ability is much worse. But what? It must be rolled. Yi Chen looks at the red spirit stick to break through the sky, does not dodge, but strides out step by step. This life talisman sacrifice. Thunder falls. A flash of cold light, such as the 9 gods of thunder, hit and fall. At the same time, a sword. The speed of Yi Chen's sword is not only fast to the extreme. Everywhere, drag out a piece of virtual shadow, let people's eyes, even can't keep up with. Yi Chen wants to see if he has a strong sword technique or the other party's red spirit stick. What Wan Dao Jian Zun taught him is that Kunlun Su's rubbish skills can be resisted. Boom! In the twinkling of an eye, there was a violent roar. The impact of terror, the birth of a layer of substantial air waves, toward the surroundings swept away. Between the sky and the earth, the air waves are flying. Each air wave, with its substantial lethality, is splashed on the array of Yi Chen. It almost broke the array. Zhou Qinshi and Daoi retreated. Since it is a draw under one move. How could it be? Why can we have the same strength as me when we are in a state of transcendence? Zhou Daojun, this just gap to oneself far lower than Yi Chen. Before he reacts, Yi Chen has appeared in front of him. The breath of Yi Chen at the moment is extremely violent. He is not going to waste any more time. It must be killed in one move. 10,000 swords belong to the clan. The necropolis of Samsara was shaken. The whole body momentum erupts, the air wave billows, the light blooms. All the power of Wanjian Guizong is released. Turn it into a sword formula. Go! The only trace left in the body is pushed out to activate the sword formula. That sword formula shoots directly at the opponent. The next moment, in the sword Ju meet Zhou Daojun moment, suddenly burst open. Zhou Daojun's eyes widened, but it was too late to resist. The whole earth twisted as if it had collapsed. Boom! In the roar, in the extreme light, came the scream. On the verge of death, Zhou Daojun looked at Yi Chen's cold eyes and suddenly thought of something. The two paintings on his waist completely coincide. Yi Chen, Yi Shitian. Before he had finished speaking, he fell to the ground. Then, Yi Chen directly took out the key of the Blood League Elder Zheng, broke the dungeon, and went towards the dark depths. In the dungeon. A quiet place in the corner. Xuemeng Elder and Yi Hongbin see Yi Tianzheng, who is sitting cross-legged and with his eyes closed. Yi Tianzheng has long been used to this group of people to see themselves every day, or to ask some baffling questions. He pretended to be deaf and dumb, and the group had no choice. Yi Tianzheng, I advise you to cooperate with me, or you will regret it. Blood Alliance Elder cold voice Wei. Oh. Yi Tianzheng did not intend to pay any attention to it. This can make the Blood Alliance leader old-fashioned, just want to start, but Yi Hongbin stopped the Blood League Elder, a look. Then he found a stool and sat on Yi Tianzheng's body. Yi Tianzheng, do you know the Shuya family in Kunlun? And who are you? Yi Tianzheng opened his eyes and looked at each other curiously. I don't know why, this man made him feel familiar. Yi Hongbin's eyes narrowed slightly and said, do you feel the blood boiling in your body now? Or do I feel familiar? Yi Tianzheng just wanted to say something. Yi Hongbin interrupted, there is only one explanation for the feeling of you and me, that is, you and I are all flowing with the blood of Kunlun Shuya family. Since we are a family, I'm not talking nonsense. Is the reason why your son is so powerful has something to do with the Shuya family in Kunlun? Yi Tianzheng heard the other party mention Yi Chen, recovered a trace of soberness, stretched, I care where you come from, my words are very clear, don't know anything, you start to kill me if you have the ability. Yi Hongbin's expression was suddenly cold, and he snorted, I wanted to use soft ones, but now it seems that it can't be used. It's good to see if it has anything to do with you when Su Ye's family in Kunlun entered China more than 10 years ago. Words fall, Yi Hongbin point out. Point on Yi Tianzheng's eyebrows. This time, he didn't get any backbite and attack. See this scene, those Blood Alliance elder-hearted joy. It works. Yi Hongbin's mouth also outlines a confident smile. If he can't suppress an ordinary person who has no accomplishments, he doesn't have to hang around in Kunlun. He just wanted to rob Yi Tianzheng's memory. All of a sudden, deep in the sea of knowledge, an old figure emerged. That old figure incomparably fuzzy. Only those eyes can see clearly. With endless killing intention. Get out of here. The next second, Yi Hongbin felt the whole blood boiling. Then hibernate. As if to see what the existence of terror. Not only that, but his chi and blood are surging up. Spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Shocking. Who are you? Why do you have the supreme soul root of Yi family? Soul root is a kind of spirit root. Extremely ethereal and rare. The whole Kunlun void, only the Yi family can exist. But in the long years, less and less. Up to now, no one has mastered it except the ancestors and patriarchs of the Xue family in Kunlun. But the middle-aged man who didn't have accomplishments in front of him was like this. It's incredible, isn't it? Only this supreme soul root is a great secret. A supreme fear spread in Yi Hongbin's mind. He envies. If he is in control of this rebellious spirit root, he will not be reduced to this point. The Yi family dare not drive themselves out. He even thought that if he handed Yi Tianjing to the Xue family in Kunlun, he would have the qualification to re-enter the Yi family. Chapter 691. Supreme Soul Root. Yi Tianjing frowned, he vaguely guessed some. During the 5 years in ghost prison with his wife Jiang Peirong, he learned something more or less from his wife. Jiang Peirong is the spirit root against the heaven in China, which will cause such a big fluctuation. And he's Fan Zhen. And it's been tested. It can even be called waste roots. In the eyes of those in the martial arts circles of China, Jiang Peirong is not worthy at all. The Jiang family blocked it. But with the development of the past 6 months, he found that he was not so ordinary. His child Yi Chen's strength is so terrible, just 5 years, training to the present level. The power of breaking the ghost prison is terrifying. If he is really Fan Zhen, how could he have such a rebellious child with Jiang Peirong? From the man's words in front of him, his so-called soul root is absolutely different. Even can say is extremely important existence. What's more, there is always a force in his body to protect himself. Even in the virtual blood league of Kunlun, those people have no choice. Finally, coupled with the constant interrogation of the group in front of him, he seemed to discover a huge secret. About life experience. Kunlun Xue family. Is this the secret that the old man has been guarding? The old man is not at home all the time. He has no job, but he has nothing to worry about. Is this the Kunlun family? But why did the old man go to China? What is this hiding from? While Yi Tianjing was thinking, Yi Hongbin continued, Yi Tianjing, would you like to go back to Ye's home with me? As long as you go back to Ye's house, this blood alliance can't bind you. Not only that, you can get everything you want. His tone was quick. Can't wait. In recent years, Yi Hongbin's biggest regret is to be expelled from the Yi family. If there is Yi Tianjing, it is a great chance. He provides the supreme soul root for the Yi family, and the Yi family will certainly bring him into it. The credit is over the sky. Blood League Elder heard Yi Hongbin's words, his face changed a little. They did not expect Yi Hongbin to take Yi Tianjing away in front of them. This is in the Blood League. One of the Blood Alliance elders stood up and said, Master Yi, you are so no, Yi Tianjing is a member of our Blood League. Yi Tianjing's eyes are tiny, always fanatical. He didn't even look at the elder of the Blood League and said, I know. The status of Blood League in Kunlun Su is okay, but you should be clear that Blood Alliance cannot be on the stage. What's more, do you think the Blood Alliance is qualified to shake the Yi family of the ancient times? Even your allies are not qualified to touch them. You can think of it as a threat, but that's my attitude. By the way, don't you want to know the secret of Yi Tianjing, which is the supreme soul root? I can tell you exactly that the supreme soul root is different from the ordinary rare spirit root. It is the top spirit root in the whole Kunlun void. Hearing the cold words, the eyes of the elders of the Blood League are permeated with a trace of chill. Yi Tianjing, they can't hand it over. Even if Kunlun Su Ye's family is strong again, it is in the past. What's more, only a few of them know what happened here. If Yi Hongbin has an accident, how can the Yi family know that Yi Tianjing is the supreme soul root? A gold-robed elder of Blood Alliance stepped out with his hands behind him. Yi Hongbin, don't go too far. Even if Yi Tianjing is really from the Xue family of Kunlun, what will happen? Even if he is the supreme soul root. If you dare to take him away, we can only let you fall here forever. Kill and release. It's all over the house. The cold killing machine just touched Yi Tianjing, and his body was born with a barrier to protect him. But Yi Hongbin's hand is to sacrifice a sword, the blade points directly at the gold-robed Blood Alliance elder. How dare you kill me? The clan behind me knows that if I step into this place, if I don't go back for 3 days, can you afford this price? Yi Hongbin is unscrupulous. He must take Yi Tianjing away today. Don't believe him. That's the rule. For a moment, indignation is dignified to the extreme. One side of Yi Tianjing's expression is a little strange, feeling himself or a hot goods. Suddenly, his eyes shrunk, as if he felt something. This feeling is as like as 2 peas when they entered the ghost prison. This boy will not enter Kunlun Void, right? It should be impossible. It seems that I haven't had a good rest recently. Just as Yi Tianjing was talking to himself, a cold light flashed by, and Yi Hongbin's sword was held in the hand of the gold-robed elder. Later, several people behind the golden robe elder offered weapons one after another, pointing directly at Yi Hongbin. Yi Hongbin, please find out your identity. Why did we let you come here? Yi Tian is the person of our blood alliance, and the existence that the alliance leader pays attention to. If you dare to take it away, I'm sorry, you will have to fall here forever. The golden robe elder and even the powerful blood alliance behind him will be released. Endless pressure makes Yi Hongbin's face slightly changed. He wanted to break free, but found his sword as if it had been welded. It suddenly occurred to him that the golden-robed old man who had not spoken outside was not ordinary. After hesitating for a few seconds, Yi Hongbin said, "Since you are determined to stop it, this matter will be put on hold for the time being. Today I will go to the Xue family of Kunlun and ask them to come to your blood alliance to ask for help." With that, he took out his loose sword and went outside. But I didn't walk a few steps, but I was touched by a cold line on my back. His feet are stiff. He could feel that there was a cold sword behind him, and his skin had been broken. As long as he tried hard, he would die. What are you doing? Are you going to kill people? The gold-robed old man sneered, "How can our blood league move you? It's just that you know too many things. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with our blood alliance. After Yi Tianjing's secret is clear, we will let you go. Now, please cooperate, read Yi Tianjing's memory, and search out the things our blood league is interested in from his memory. It's good for you, or for our blood league." Yi Hongbin knew that if he started to do it by force, he would die. The only way is to follow the advice of the golden-robed elder. It's not that I don't want to move Yi Tianjing. As you saw just now, that power is also attacking me. I can't compete with my strength now. This is the truth. The gold-robed elder took up the sword in his hand and said seriously, "Although the power has dealt with you, it is obvious that you have stopped it a little bit. Otherwise, you can't still stand." Other members of our blood league touched Yi Tianjing, and some of them even turned into blood fog on the spot. Chapter 692. Your strength is not enough, no problem. We will give you a strength. With the strength of several of us, Yi Tianjing's existence in his body can be cracked naturally. In front of him, Yi Hongyi sighs. Point out, touch Yi Tianjing's eyebrows. The gold-robed elder and other elders were not idle, and Dantian's true spirit was surging, and then he slapped Yi Hongbin on the back. Endless qi all surging away. Yi Hongbin's momentum is also rising. The golden light of his fingers penetrated into Yi Tianjing's mind. One picture after another. Pictures from Jiangcheng, China. This time, although the power is in the block, but it is directly broken by the power of several people. A section of memory penetrated into Yi Hongbin's mind. On and off. He saw a teenager vaguely. His name is Yi Chen. Jiangcheng people, Yi Tianjing's son. In Jiangcheng, the circle has become a waste, and countless people laugh at it. Yi Tianjing comforted the boy, but it was no use. Until they received an invitation from Yinhu Villa. Yinhu Villa. Yi Tianjing and Jiang Perong want to correct the name of Yi Chen, but they don't expect that Lin Juelong appears and the family dies miserably. Kill the door. Then Yi Tianjing and his wife came back to life and entered the ghost prison. Numerous interrogations. Just for the secret behind Yi Tianjing. The screen flashes. Yi Hongbin saw an old man. The old man called Yi Tianjing to his study. He took out a black stone and carefully handed it to Yi Tianjing. Tianjing, this stone is a birthday gift I left for Yi Chen. If one day I have an accident, I will give it to Yi Chen in the 3rd year after the accident. Remember, don't make a mistake. You can't afford it. I bet all my bets on Yi Chen. If I lose, the consequences will be unimaginable. This is the end of the picture. Yi Hongbin frowns slightly. What is the black stone? Why is Yi Tianjing's father so cautious? He wanted to continue to trace back, but found that Yi Tianjing's neck and face were blue veins, very uncomfortable. This kind of technique is a kind of destruction to Yi Tianjing. Yi Tianjing wants to struggle. Although he has a special blood, he doesn't practice and is suppressed by so many powerful people. How can he resist? The corners of Yi Tianjing's mouth gradually overflowed with blood. That power is suppressed by so many powerful people. He can only resist by his own body now. How can you not get hurt? Yi Hongbin took a look at Yi Tianjing, but his eyes became indifferent. Although the guy in front of him can help him enter the Kunlun Shuya family, it doesn't matter. He found the secret more important. Kunlun Shuya family has been silent for thousands of years. Why did he suddenly go to China decades ago? Combined with Yi Tianjing's partial memory, it is obviously for the old man's ashes. Kunlun Shuya family put the old man's ashes and Ling Pai in the ancestral hall of Kunlun Shuya family, which shows that the old man's identity is not ordinary. And the black stone that he explained many times must be the biggest secret. This black stone is on a young man named Yi Chen. Everything is clear. Yi Tianjing can't bear it anymore. The blood in his mouth is constantly spitting out. And Yi Hongbin is still madly plundering. Seeing Yi Tianjing on the verge of death, a black-robed figure suddenly appears. It's Yi Chen. Yi Chen naturally saw what this group of people did to their father at the first time. At this moment, the anger in my heart burns completely. If he waited another day, or a few minutes later, he and his father would be separated by yin and yang. The key is that he saw the skill of this group of people at the first time. Plunder memory. This may only cause slight damage to practitioners. But father is a common man. What did he do wrong? Grass. Yi Chen can't help it any longer, and the soul sword is directly sacrificed. Arm chi flow, Jinhuan's sword directly shot out like a javelin. Hiss. There was a sharp sound of breaking the sky in the air. The soul sword crossed the sky like a meteorite. With a roar of strength. This scene let the temperature in the air rise a lot. All members of the Blood League, even Yi Hongbin, have found it. They turned their heads fiercely. When they saw the Jinhuan sword breaking through the sky, they didn't care about everything and let go of their hands. One of them is too late, directly pierced by the soul sword. Blood blast. Jinhuan's sword doesn't stop. Again to Yi Hongbin. Yi Hongbin ignored everything and forcibly interrupted the plundering memory. Back up. But it's still late. Bang! One sword cut off half of his arm. The powerful air wave lifted his body directly. Ding! With a sound, the soul sword and the body of the Blood Alliance were nailed on the wall of the dungeon. Like the judgment of the devil. A strong sense of desolation calmed the whole world. Rolling dust swept, blood gradually stained the earth. Just a sword. Kill one. Cut an arm. Then Yi Chen, regardless of everything, rushed towards Yi Tianjing. Hold it. Dad. I'm sorry. I'm late. Yi Tianjing saw Yi Chen in a trance, and his painful face showed a smile of relief. Chen. He wanted to reach out, but he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suffering to the extreme, consciousness gradually dissipated. Yi Chen forcibly suppresses the anger in the heart and takes out the bottle of refined Taiga Shusher Dan from the reincarnation cemetery. Taiga Shusher pill has great effect on spirits and injuries. And father this time is hurt spirit. Even if Taiga Shusher Dan is very precious, he still poured out 2 pills and fed them to his father. The pill entrance, Yi Tianjing's originally pale face was eased a bit. When Yi Hongbin and the Elder of Gold Robes saw this scene, their eyes were blazing. Taiga Shusher pill. The jade bottle is filled with Taiga Shusher pills. Complete Taiga Shusher Dan. Someone suddenly exclaimed. This is Taiga Shusher pill. In ancient times, they are valuable existence. In modern times, more terrible. Coagulate spirit, steady cultivation, cure 100 injuries. It can be called Holy Dan. The only recent appearance is that Yi Shitian got it at the auction of Yibao Pavilion. But the auction of Taiga Shusher pills is incomplete pills, there is no value. No one can refine it. But now, they found that the young man in black was holding this precious pill. Can they not be crazy? You are Yi Chen. Huaxia Yechen. How dare you break into the Blood League dungeon? Someone exclaimed again. Just now Yi Chen's father can guess his identity. The key is that they don't believe that a Chinese boy dares to enter Kunlun Su. Dare to break into the Blood League. How did he get in? Yi Chen doesn't pay attention to it, and takes out several silver needles. A trace of aura condenses on the silver needles, and the silver needles fall one after another. Dense, trembling. Now father's condition is very dangerous, he must at all costs to stabilize his father. Chapter 693. The father's spirit almost broke up, and his body almost collapsed. If there is no Taiga Shusher Dan, the consequences are unimaginable. Now he lacks a lot of medicinal materials, and the only thing he can do is to stabilize his father. Yi Hongbin stares at the jade bottle in Yi Chen's hand, and takes a look at the gold robe elder. You should know the value of Taiga Shusher pill. How to divide this thing? The golden robe elder waved his sleeve. Whoever gets it belongs to whom, how? Good. Yi Hongbin step out, just want to start, the rest of the Blood League elders is already toward Yi Chen. Bold Yi Chen, dare to break into the land of Blood Alliance, then we will take you down and offer it to the leader of the alliance. Language down, a few voices crazy roll from. The breath of these people is at least above the Holy Land. Extremely murderous. It is said that Yi Chen is the invincible god of war, but they want to experience it. But the real reason is to want to get the jade bottle in Yi Chen's hand the first time. Yi Chen's eyes slightly squint, feel the killing, but not move like a mountain, put his father not far away, unhurriedly condense an array, protect his father from any scars. After all this, Yi Chen turns around. A cold sword had been stabbed at his arm. Today, none of you want to leave. Everyone. The voice of indifference rings out. Yi Chen raised his head. The eyes are almost bloodthirsty and crazy. Like a hellish beast. The man who took out the sword was also shocked. Suddenly, Yi Chen moved. With 5 fingers open, I directly grasped the long sword coming from high speed. Then step on it. There are endless thunder and lightning on my body. Berserk. Go away. With a roar, Yi Chen's palm seems to be holding a thunder ball in his hand and explodes. Click. One sound. The sword broke in two. Yi Chen holds the broken sword, Song Long's phantom body is determined to surge, and the right arm smashes out fiercely. The strong man of the Blood League was completely confused, and could only chop towards Yi Chen with one hand. I thought Yi Chen would dodge. But did not expect, Yi Chen hard-shouldered down. Don't move like a mountain. And then, the broken sword tore the air and was smashed into each other's heart by Yi Chen. Heart burst on the spot. And then a fierce pull. Blood hole spreading. The man's body was torn. The first one. It's like a voice from hell. This scene completely awed everyone. The Blood Alliance's people kill the way to respect, but have never seen such cruel and crazy behavior. His dash. The old man in gold robe and Yi Hongbin even felt a little cool on the back. This is Yi Chen, the god of war in China. Madman. A complete madman. Yi Chen didn't stop at all, just like a war. He was whirling with violent thunder and lightning all over his body, shuttling among those strong Blood Alliance. Blood and flesh separation. Broken arm. Blood. 6th. Yi Chen's black robe has been soaked in blood, directly pulled off. And the mask on his face was covered with blood. It's shocking. His bloody eyes looked at the remaining two. Yi Hongbin. Blood Alliance Gold Robe Elder. The strength of these two people is probably in the Holy Kingdom. The breath of gold-robed old man is more dangerous. But Yi Chen has no fear. He stares at them, just like a blood wolf staring at its prey. This look makes them a little scared. You shouldn't have touched my father, really not. I came to Kunlungsu from Huaxia for the sake of my father. Now that my father is hurt like this, I'll give you a choice. Kneel down, then destroy the elixir field and cut off the head, otherwise I will let you feel what is hell-like torture. Yi Chen's voice is very flat. With the blood on his body, but let the Blood League dungeon become gloomy and terrifying. Yi Hongbin is clear now. He realized that Yi Chen's accomplishments were extraordinary. Even if it is very strong and can fight beyond the level, the explosive force will enter the Holy Land. What's to be afraid of him? He stares at the jade bottle in Yi Chen's pocket and steps out. Boy, don't say, I'm really scared by your momentum. I'll give you a good way to die if you hand over Taiga Shusher pills. Besides, you've broken half of my arm, and you have to pay for it. Language down, Yi Hongbin's hand has appeared a sword. The circulation of aura is extraordinary everywhere. Yi Chen smiles. His bloody hand reached into his pocket and took out the jade bottle. Do you want this? Yi Hongbin did not expect Yi Chen to cooperate so much. He nodded fiercely, hand over Taiga Shusher Dan. Yi Chen throws the jade bottle gently and stably in the corner. It's there. You can get it if you can. Of course, you have to take it. Yi Hongbin snorted coldly and went to the jade bottle regardless of everything. However, he had not taken a few steps, and a figure full of blood blocked him in front of him. Little beast, get out of here. Yi Hongbin swept out with a sword. Even if half an arm is broken, kill Yi Chen, enough. At the same time, his body is like a star falling down, towards Yi Chen. Too fast. Yi Chen's eyes are full of madness. The feeling of bloodthirsty made his blood boil. He likes the feeling. The blood dragon in the body keeps roaring, ready to explode at any time. It was you who plundered my father's memory and hurt my father recklessly. You know something you shouldn't know, so you should die. Words fall, wrist a shake, sword straight. A sword comes out and shakes the earth. The whole Blood League dungeon, completely dark. The two swords collide. A huge wave came into being. The thunder and lightning of the talisman is also flashing. Push! Push! With one sword, Yi Hongbin stepped back 5 steps. Yi Chen is the same. But Yi Hongbin's face is scared to the extreme. He couldn't believe that this sword was made by a boy of extraordinary realm. This power is no different from the early days of the kingdom. Kunlun empty, cross-border operations, very common. But across 2 realms. Extremely rare. What the hell is Yi Chen? Is it all because of the black stone? Before he reacts, Yi Chen rushes out like a cheetah. Thunder and lightning all over the body. Blood dragon power blessing. Release the talisman. He dare not have any reservation. What we want is crazy killing. Kill the soul sword directly. Like a huge mountain, Yi Hongbin no longer dare to despise. All the true chi of Dantian condenses on a sword. Hongsha sword. Cut. This sword, full of extremely strong aura, fell madly. That bloodthirsty arc, as if can swallow everything. If you can make me sacrifice this sword, you are worthy of death. As soon as the words are said, the 2 crushing forces are like a huge mountain collision. Strong anti-shock force sweeping. Flashing red. Yi Hongbin vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. All the viscera are shaking. And Yi Chen is also not good, the arm is almost paralyzed. Not only that, but 2 swords flew out directly. It's on the wall. Yi Chen doesn't care to wipe off the blood stains on the corners of his mouth. The killing is just beginning. Chapter 694. Yi Hongbin can't control the rhythm of Yi Chen. The key opponent is too messy. Like a madman. It's better to hurt yourself than to hit the enemy hard. What the hell is that? There is no Kunlun Su at all. Even the body refiner will not be like this. If you want to die, why do you want to pull him up? Damn it. He just wanted to swallow a pill and adjust his breath, but Yi Chen appears again. Release. Like the devil from hell. Burn the sky palm. Without hesitation, Yi Chen burst out with one hand. A sense of endless heat came. Yi Chen's hand is suddenly gushing out the flame virtual shadow. Between the waves, the light flashes, the wind roars, the flames roar. A red virtual palm was so blasted out. Energy ripples, like waves, burst out. This palm seems to tear the space and bring out a red sky. The roar was deafening, as if the whole earth were breaking apart. The most overbearing. Stepping into the transcendental realm, Yi Chen is more and more proficient in the martial arts of those great powers. The power of release is becoming more and more powerful. This palm, Yi Hongbin simply can't react, plus the injury, can only choose to carry down. Bang! Fire virtual palm directly touched his body. The clothes are burning out. His body also flew out on the spot, and then hit heavily on the wall of Blood League dungeon. The wall was smashed on the spot. Poof! He can't help it anymore, a mouthful of blood spurted out on the spot. The whole body's bones seemed to be broken. Who could have thought that a strong man in the Holy Kingdom would be so embarrassed by a supernatural realm? It's so fucked up. Yi Hongbin wakes up and just wants to stand up, but he dares to feel a mountain trend sweeping over. The breath made him miserable. Black shadow cover. The devil appeared again. This is a heavy blow to Yi Hongbin. Can't you breathe? Sleeping trough. He did not care about everything, forced out a drop of blood essence burning. Then a strange rune appeared in his hand. The rune was shining black. It's palpitating. That's what he left to save his life. Never used. There is no choice now. The stroke of this rune is enough to repel Yi Chen. It can only be repulsion. The drop of blood essence turns into a sharp arrow, penetrates the rune, and the black light explodes. Attached to the sharp arrow, towards Yi Chen's chest. In fact, it is like a wild beast. Yi Hongbin breathed out a breath. He thought he was relaxed, but he didn't expect a startling roar in his ear. Blood dragon. Come out. This voice comes from Yi Chen. The next second, Yi Chen's body rushed out of a blood dragon. The blood dragon is huge, and its breath is terrible. The sound of dragon chanting is like thunder. As soon as the blood dragon comes out, the shadow of the wild and fierce beast is completely shattered. Power alone is enough to destroy. There is no enemy at all. Yi Hongbin opened his eyes. He didn't think there was a dragon in Yi Chen's body. What's more, the killing intention of the blood dragon is even stronger. It's like killing. Before he could react, the blood dragon was diving down. Boom! Blood dragon directly hit Yi Hongbin's body. Heaven and earth are covered with brilliance. A series of air waves, turned into substance, spewed out in all directions. The dust splashed up and a huge pit formed. Yi Hongbin spat out blood. Death package. Yi Chen looked at Yi Hongbin from a commanding position, and said, "Fi Mei I shakes the tree. It's beyond one's power. Today, I will let you enjoy the supreme torture." Sword. Jinhuan's sword flies directly to Yi Chen's palm. No hesitation. With a sword. Sword will directly cut off Yi Hongbin's other arm. Yi Hongbin roared, his voice was extremely painful. He stares at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you and I are all from the Shuya family of Kunlun. Why do you want to kill your countrymen? Hearing this, Yi Chen laughed. Compatriots? You deserve it. Don't say that you are from the Shuya family of Kunlun. Even if you are the head of the Shuya family in Kunlun, Yi Chen Zhao will not be wrong. The next second, Yi Chen's dragon sword directly pierced down. Yi Hongbin's elixir field is broken directly. Innumerable aura overflows, completely destroyed. He was in agony. But I can't help it. Yi Chen, Yi Hongbin, as a ghost, will not let go of you. The sound of roar shakes the whole Blood League dungeon. You want to be a ghost? You have broken my father's spirit. Today, I will let you die. Hearing this, Yi Hongbin took a cold breath, his eyes were full of panic. Soul out of God, this madman. Even the spirit is not let go. Don't I can give you anything. But it's too late, Yi Chen's fingers constantly pinched. Thunder light twines in 10 fingers. A huge rune suddenly appeared. The cold wind howls, the world distorts. Puff. The impact of terror once again let Yi Hongbin spit out a mouthful of blood. Pale. Down. Yi Chen Mao's Sun 1 congeals, the rune in the hand is directly photographed by him. Fall in Yi Hongbin's body. Rune rippling open, Yi Hongbin's eyes instantly empty. The spirit was torn on the spot. Pain, pain. And then the body exploded. Body and spirit, all dissipated. Only Zhenhuan's sword stands on the pit stained with blood. Yi Chen gasps violently, then thinks of what, that cold Mao shoots toward a direction. The last one. Gold-robed elder of Blood League. Pa 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 pa. Facing Yi Chen's eyes, the golden robe elder suddenly clapped his hands. He looked at the youth under the shadow of the blood dragon, and the horror of his eyes gradually turned into interest. Yi Chen, you surprised me. Your strength, blood war hull 100 people fall, not unjust. To tell you the truth, I never thought that Huaxia should be able to walk out of the same rebellious characters as you. It's a pity that even though you're gifted, you've come where you shouldn't be. You remind me of a man, Yishir Tian, the devil of Kunlun Su. If you are given enough time, maybe you can become the same existence as Yishir Tian. Unfortunately, there will be no more. The gold-robed old man slowly walked towards Yi Chen. The reason why he didn't do it all the time was to take advantage of the money. Now Yi Chen's body is extremely weak. I'm afraid the elixir of the elixir field is also deficient. What kind of war should we take? Boy, do you think you can do something else? I kill you like a chicken. Yi Chen raised his head, moved his neck for a while, and said faintly, is it? If you see my sword, you will take it back. Sword? The gold-robed elder was stunned and looked at the soul sword in the deep pit. This sword level is not bad, but it is not a treasure in front of him. What's the fear? He just wanted to talk. Yi Chen's indifferent voice sounded again. Sorry, not that sword, but this one. Cut the dragon and ask the sky sword, come out. Chapter 695. The golden robe elder frowned when he heard Yi Chen's words. And a sword? Where did you get the sword? Not yet waiting for him to react. There is a gap in the air in front of me. Then, as if a red light shuttle from. The moment the red light appears, he seems to be locked. As if a pair of cold eyes staring at him in the dark. The red light is getting closer and closer. The gold robe elder's expression completely changed. He saw a simple sword with endless pressure. Absolutely extraordinary. He never thought that the feeling of gaze came from a sword. How could it be? How can a sword make him feel this way? No. He suddenly felt familiar with this sword. But I can't tell you. Cut the dragon, ask the sky sword, kill. A flash of anger in his eyes. He and Jianlong asked the sky sword heart to mind one, because the sword was made by his own hand, but also came from the bloody battle all the way in China. After everything, the broken sword was reborn, and the immortal lord gave him a new life with the supreme power of casting sword. This is Yi Chen's new life. Suddenly, Yi Chen's endless killing spirit swept away. Integrated in the sword of cutting dragon and asking heaven. He never regarded the sword of cutting dragon and asking heaven as a weapon. but a companion. Many times, Yi-Chen doesn't even have to use his hand to suppress everything by chopping the dragon's sword. This is the power of sword spirit. The sword became more and more fierce, and the surrounding completely lost its luster. The spirit of heaven and earth gathered wildly. The wind is dancing. The old man in golden robe is aware of the danger. He even feels that the sword is far more dangerous than Yi-Chen. Is sword better than man? No way. The boy's strength is weaker than the sword. How can he control it so easily? He didn't care about everything. He sacrificed his sword. This sword is called Blood Moon's sword. One sword cuts the blood moon, one sword swallows the world. This sword is his personal sword for many years. I don't know how many people he killed. But the bright light of the moon and the sky sword has just appeared, as if to cover all the brilliance completely. At this moment, this sword is the sun and the moon. It's the stars. He can cut the dragon. Step on the sky. Countless sword lights burst out, 1 or 100, simply countless. Every sword light is the essence. Endless fury, as if turned into a killing sickle, towards the blood moon sword swallowed away. The golden robe elder's blood moon sword itself has the sword spirit, but at this moment, it broke free of the arm of the golden robe old man. Run away in one direction. The old man in golden robe is completely confused. Blood moon's sword, who fought with him, retreated. Don't even mean to resist. It's a shame, too. Even if the blood moon sword escapes, the sky sword will not give him a chance. The sword spirit is vertical and horizontal, chase and go. The breath of terror is enough to suffocate people. Pata. At last, the blood moon sword did not escape and turned into a pile of fragments. Then, without a trace of stay, he went to the golden robe elder. At this moment, the gold-robed elder was beheaded by the dragon and asked the sky sword, which completely disrupted his array and could only resist in confusion. The light of sword covers. The gold-robed elder clapped it out with one hand, and did not dare to be careless. The power of the Holy King's realm came out. Bang! 2 waves of air overflowed in all directions, and the ground seemed to be in ruins. The sword flew out and landed in the palm of Yi-Chen's hand, shaking gently. Violent spirit, not reduce, but increase. But the gold robe elder actually stepped back 5 steps. Chi and blood are surging up. It's hard. He steadies his body and stares at the dragon in Yi-Chen's hand and asks the sky sword. The breath of this sword doesn't look like Kunlun. Who refined it? Where are you from? It seems that Yi-Chen has a lot of secrets about you. But these secrets, after today, are all mine. The old man in gold robe is not ready to use weapons anymore. With 5 fingers in one hand, a group of flames suddenly becomes. The appearance of the flame, but let Yi-Chen feel suffocation and cold. It's not like a flame, it's more like a piece of ice. What kind of fire is this? Yi-Chen feels something wrong and no longer think about it, turn it into a shadow in place and plunder towards the golden robe elder crazily. At the same time, cut the dragon and ask the sky sword directly. The powerful sword will tear the air in front of you, and the surrounding cages will be shattered directly. Visible power. Not only that, the blood dragon came down from the sky and got into the sword of cutting dragon and asking heaven. At the same time, the thunder and lightning of this life talisman also entered the sword of beheading the dragon. This sword is enough to suppress everything. Although there are some accidents in the eyes of the golden-robed old man, the sense of the accident is fleeting. He gave a cold smile, beyond our ability. The finger pinches to decide, that flame moment toward Yi-Chen and cut dragon ask sky sword to cover and go. Different fire burning the world. The sword light of the sky sword is expanding thousands of feet, and the blood dragon and thunder and lightning are pouring out, but they are still not as powerful as the fire. The whole Blood League dungeon seems to be involved in a huge furnace. The next second, Yi-Chen found that his connection with the sky sword was cut off by a force. How could it be? Before Yi-Chen slows down, the endless flame turns into a giant beast and comes running. Every step, the ground is shaking madly. Yi Chen's face changed slightly. He took a look at the dragon and asked the sky sword. I don't know why, the body of the sword is constantly shuttling in the fire. Try to break it. But even if a flame is cut, a new flame will grow around it. Endless. Seeing the flame beast coming towards him, Yi Chen can only exert the power of his life talisman to the extreme. Thunder falls. A flash of cold light, such as the 9 gods of thunder, hit and fall. This is the thunder robbery in Yi Chen's life talisman. Thunder and lightning all over the sky, pulling out a virtual shadow, people's eyes even can't keep up with. Bang! 2 forces collided together. Yi Chen was hit to fly out on the spot. Spit out a mouthful of blood. The power of the thunder robbery could not resist the flame. At the moment of landing, Yi Chen clapped his hand on the ground, barely holding his figure. The body is very uncomfortable. The old man in golden robe was very satisfied with the state in front of him. He enjoyed the pleasure of crushing. He laughed darkly, "Little beast, can you feel despair? I am the beginning of your despair. You may as well tell you that this flame was acquired by accident many years ago. It is rare in the world. Don't say it's you. It's useless even if you are a strong person who returns to the void state. The fire is still crushing. No, I'm not. Today I cremate you myself, just to save some unnecessary means." Language down, the flame rises and goes, into a long dragon, again toward Yi Chen. Devour and go. Yi Chen Mao's son dignified, looked at the father in the distance, he bit teeth. Just want to rush towards the flame. Reincarnation cemetery suddenly sounded a voice. Apprentice, this flame is not ordinary. Its living environment is extremely bad. In extremely cold places, it has been nurtured for thousands of years. Kunlun virtual people call it the attribute is strong. A flame is enough to destroy a mountain and river. Holy fire. If the Chapter 696. The eyes of Yi Chen are more dignified. He never imagined that the old man in the golden robe had mastered the flame. Now, Dragon Cutting asked that the sword was trapped. It is difficult to get rid of it. Without the dragon cut, he asked the sky sword, and Yi Chen seemed to lose his left arm and right arm. He asked Duan Lei Ren quickly, Master, since you know the flame, there must be a way to deal with it. Please also ask the master to hand it. Duan Lei Ren touched his beard, and his eyes showed a playful taste. You don't think too complicated about things, but though the flame is strong, it is not worth it to let me take the hand. Besides, you have the ability to deal with the fire. Yi Chen was a little confused. What did you want to say? Duan Lei Ren went on saying, My dear, you can remember that there is a flame on the immortal lord, named the fire that cannot be extinguished. Hear the fire, Yi Chen suddenly. When Duan Lei Ren first saw the immortal lord in the cemetery of reincarnation, Duan Lei Ren once mentioned the fire that could not be extinguished. It is said that the fire was taken out from the deep magma of a holy mountain and was refined by 10,000 fires for 79 days. There were countless powerful people who watched it, but finally died in the hands of the fire. Even thousands of top-ranking powerful people encircled one of the masters who could not be destroyed, but he put out the sea of fire and thousands of people died. Tragic beyond compare in this human world. But Master, the god of the immortal lord has disappeared, and I have no fire. What should I do? Yi Chen Dao. Duan Lei Ren's mouth showed a mysterious smile. You're wrong. Although the immortal lord left for a while, he actually left one thing for you long ago. The fire of the fire that is not extinguished. In your brow. The fire that never extinguished at the beginning devoured the fire and formed completely, never annihilated, extremely strong. This time, you control it. My dear, feel the flame in your eyebrows, devour the old man's flame, which is too good for the fire that will not be extinguished in you. The sound disappeared. Yi Chen returns to reality, he looks at the devouring flame, eyes closed. All strength is gathered on the eyebrow. Next second, a flame came out of his eyebrows and suspended in front of him. Yi Chen thought how strong, but found just a smile of fire. This fire is too small to fight the power of Elder Jin Pao. On the leaf chinned out, the fire that does not extinguish, as if to detect what, suddenly enlarge. Instantly into a huge network, is endless extension. Countless forces are gathering at this moment. The huge net formed by the flame is hard to swallow the raging flame. At this moment, the smile of Elder Jean Pao was stiff completely. Here, how is that possible? My flame! Little beast, you give me the fire. He roared toward Yi Chen. All the time, the flame is his greatest dependence. But at this moment, he could not imagine that the flame was swallowed up by the hard. His connection with the flame is completely erased. He has a heartache. Before the golden robe old people to respond, Cut Dragon asked the sky sword and fly back to the hand of Yi Chen. Kill me. A roar, Yi Chen has appeared in front of the old man of golden robe. The sword front falls, the dragon roars. The flaming beast roared. Boom! The flame on which the golden robe is the most important thing to survive is really deprived. It is also the power of each other to kill yourself. Elder Jean Pao hates to spit out a breath of blood. This blow, like the flood, falls, under a sword, thousands of energy towards the old people in gold robes. The mountains and rivers capsized. The old man in golden robes saw this scene, and what he could do was to gather a block together. Otherwise, the flame and sword will turn the whole square into hell in an instant. Fire erupts, as fireworks bloom. The sword is flying, as if the sword array is open. The roar of beast, the roar of dragon, the roar of the river, the sound was shaking. Ha! This hit fell, the old man of golden robe's array shield was completely broken. And the old man of golden robe also spits out a mouthful of blood. It's far from over. He reached out to stop the sword, but he couldn't stop it. Touch with your arms. Broken arm. Blood mist. The dragon asked the sword to fall on his body without any hindrance. A deep blood mark. The old man in golden robe opened his eyes. He just wanted to say something, but his body turned into two parts on the spot. His eyes are ferocious from beginning to end, as if he saw something terrible. After all this, Yi Chen asked the sky sword with the chopping dragon in his hand, and he put it on the ground and held it hard. His body aches unbearably. The first battle here almost consumed him. He took out a few pills and took them. As soon as he swallowed them, the flames around him seemed to be conscious. They went directly along his feet, climbed up his body, and even got into the center of his eyebrows. Everything returned to calm as if it had never happened. Yi Chen reluctantly comes to Yi Tian, but his father still doesn't wake up. Yi Chen stretched out a hand, put it on his shoulder, and then step by step toward the outside. Dad, I'll take you away. When I wake you up, I'll take Mom in. Today, if anyone dares to stop him, even God, I will personally pull him down from the altar. Yi Chen's eyes twinkle with unprecedented firmness. At the same time, Wanjianzong. The atmosphere was dignified. In the hall, on both sides of the hall stand 100 Wanjianzong disciples. A spirit sword behind each disciple. Great strength. And the top of the hall is the master of Wanjianzong, the elder and the Dharma protector. These people's breath in Kunlun void is enough to produce a huge threat. You should know that although Wanjianzong is not the top-level sect of Kunlun, it is also a large number. Don't underestimate it. At the moment, everyone's eyes are now focused on an old man. Shen Shirshi. When Shen Shirshi was on his way, something happened and he was injured. It was only a few days late. At the moment, his eyes twinkled with excitement and blood. The leader of Wanjianzong looked down at Shen Shirshi and said, Elder Shen, what is it that you ring the Xian bell of Zongmen today? What's more, it seems that you haven't come back to the sect for a long time. Do you even want to forget about Wanjianzong? There was a chill in the master's voice. Shen Shirshi's eyes were indifferent and stepped out one step. Lord, all these are not important. I come back for one thing this time. Extremely urgent. Please lead all the disciples to start at once. Start now? Where to? What's the emergency you're talking about? Say it. Although unhappy, the master of Wanjianzong is still Tao. The next second, Shenshurshi throws a heavy bomb. I have seen your master. The master is in Kunlun. The leader of Wanjianzong frowned. How can I have any master? As soon as the words were said, he seemed to notice something and suddenly stood up. His voice trembled and he continued, the master you said is that one. Chapter 697. Shenshurshi took out a jade pendant directly, and his body was full of strong breath. He continued, this time, I met the person who explained this in China. Seeing this jade is like seeing the master. Do you remember it? Where is the man who explained it? What's his name? Say it. The leader of Wanjianzong came to Shenshurshi step by step, and he grasped Shenshurshi's hand and said excitedly. This son is named Yi Chen. In terms of seniority, he is the supreme master of all the people of our Wanjianzong. Then, Shenshurshi took out a rune, forced out a drop of blood essence, closed his eyes and felt slightly. This is Yi Chen to him, can be aware of in Yi Chen's present position. Convenient convergence. All of a sudden, Shenshurshi's face changed greatly, his eyes opened and he exclaimed, no. The master is in danger. The master of Wanjianzong shrunk his eyes and said in a cold voice, Shenshurshi, speak clearly. What danger? Where is the master now? When Chen Tianli came here, the shadow still shrouded in Wanjianzong. The apprentice of such a powerful man, his identity is even better than his master. No matter what, he must not have an accident in Kunlun. Even with the fate of the whole Wanjianzong to resist. Shenshurshi no longer hesitated, and quickly said to the patriarch, I've just used the secret method to perceive that the master is in the place of Kunlun's virtual blood alliance. The key master's breath is a little weak. He may have been hurt. Master Wanjianzong's face sank completely when he heard this sentence. Although Wanjianzong doesn't want to provoke the blood alliance. But this matter involves the master, can't help him. He opened his fingers and a green sword flew directly into his hand. Aura explodes. The next second, he gazed at all the people of Wanjianzong, listened to the order of Wanjianzong, the Dharma protectors of the clan, elders and disciples prepare weapons, and go to the blood alliance immediately. In the whole world, no one can touch our master. Yes, Lord. A startling voice rang through the sky. Countless figures quickly swept towards one direction. The gate of Wanjianzong, which has not been closed for a long time, is closed for the first time. A mighty team is heading for the land of blood alliance. 100 people. There was a long sword behind everyone. The opportunity to kill was awe-inspiring. With the sword as their religion, they still have to kill a way of blood with the sword behind them today. Kunlun deficiency. Ji Jia. Ji Xiqing paced back and forth in the yard. Look worried. No matter how strong she is, no matter how talented she is, there are some things that can't be countered at all. She can be called the bright road in Wudao, which is admired and admired by countless people. But before the real life and death, there is no ability to resist. Although the family doctor temporarily stabilized her father's problem, she found that her father's death continued to spread over the past few days, and the consequences would only become more and more serious. If Yi Shitian can't be found again, or Ji Lin can't bring back Lin Qingxuan's disciples, his father will be very dangerous. However, Yi Shitian has never been moved since he appeared in Zuixin Tower last time. As if the world evaporated. She used all the strength of Ji family to find Yi Shitian. After a few days, there was no result at all. Her fists clenched slightly, an invisible air wave spread out, and cracks appeared on the ground. It was the first time that she felt powerless. All of a sudden, a Ji family servant came in and said, Miss Lin is back. She came back with Lin Qingxuan's descendants. Hearing this sentence, Ji Xiqing's eyes were surprised. Did Ji Lin succeed? Is it the function of the golden elixir? No more thought, she turned into a shadow, just like the breeze blowing. Instantly appeared in the Jijia hall. At the moment, Ji Lin and Lin Ruhai also walked in quickly. When Ji Lin saw Ji Xiqing, he rushed over, and his small body jumped directly onto Ji Xiqing's body, and even buried his head on Ji Xiqing's softness. Very comfortable. "Sister, I've been out for so many days, and I've lost a lot of weight. However, I've brought people back. Praise me." Ji Lin is waiting for praise. A smile appeared on Ji Siqing's sad face. He put Ji Lin down and touched her head, then his eyes fell on Lin Ruhai. She thought that Ji Lin should be a miracle doctor like King Xuanfeng, but she didn't expect to bring back Lin Ruhai directly. Lin Ruhai's position in King Xuanfeng is lower than one person and above 10,000 people. The key person has such great ability, why did he appear here with Ji Lin? A golden elixir can't be bought. Lin Ruhai also stepped out, arched his body, and said, "Miss Ji, I've heard a lot about you." Ji Si counted and nodded, and said seriously, "Master Lin has been working hard. I have to thank you for my father's affairs. Otherwise, I will take the wind and wash the dust for him first, and then." Before he had finished speaking, Lin Ruhai said, "No, no, no, take me directly to see your father." "But Mr. Yi gave me an order. It is the key to cure your father." "Mr. Yi?" Ji Si has a beautiful eyebrow. On Qingxian Mountain, there seems to be only one ancestor who has a higher status than Lin Ruhai. What's more, the surname of all the people in Qingxian Mountain is Lin. How can a Mr. Yi suddenly appear? However, his father's safety is more important than everything else. Ji Siqing made a gesture and went to the depth of Ji's family. "Master Lin, please follow me." Not long, Ji Siqing, Ji Lin and even Lin Ruhai came to a bedroom. On the bed in the bedroom lay a middle-aged man, dying. Lin Ruhai glanced at the master of Ji's family and his eyes shrank. "Your father's injury seems to have been hurt by a top player. If it wasn't for some strength that blocked your father's body, it would have turned into blood mist. And the other side's strength is some special, Kunlun Su is very rare." Hearing Lin Ruhai's words, Ji Siqing's cold eyes flashed a trace of murder. "Master Lin, do you know who did it?" Lin Ruhai shook his head. "This matter still needs to wait for your father to wake up. Besides, your father's situation is very complicated. I may not be able to succeed. I can only try for the time being. You go out first." Jaisai counts and nods. She naturally knows that Lin Ruhai wants to use some secret arts and directly pulls Ji Lin to the garden. A pavilion in the middle of the garden. Ji Lin pulled out a handful of potato chips, just about to open it to eat, and suddenly thought of something. He took out the golden elixir and threw it to Ji Siqing. "Sister, this thing can't be used." Ji Siqing holds the golden elixir in his hand, and his eyes are full of doubts. Is this pill useless? Why did Lin Ruhai come in person? She has heard of Lin Ruhai's temper. Once many strong men went to ask for help, but the other side ignored them and was extremely proud. But what the hell is it now? The prestige of her Ji family is not strong enough to make people like Lin Ruhai condescend. Ji Lin saw Ji Siqing's doubts, outlined his mouth and said with a smile, "Sister, guess who I saw this time?" Chapter 698. Ji Siqing shook his head. "Say, what happened these days? Nothing should be missed." Ji Lin ate a mouthful of chips, and felt that her sister was too confused with the amorous feelings. She shriveled and said, "You don't care about the Huaxia kid?" Hearing this, Ji Siqing suddenly shrunk. "You said is not Yichen?" "Of course." Ji Lin hit a ring finger, smile. "Yichen came to Kunlun empty. And if there is no Leafchen this time, I don't think I will be able to return." Ji Lin's astonishing words make Jiziking's face slightly change. She can't really associate Yichen with Ji Lin. Even if two people meet, Yichen's strength in Kunlun Virtual also cannot be on the table, and how to save Ji Lin. Ji Lin had long wanted to say everything, and went on saying, "Sister, I saw him last time as an aerodynamic environment. This time I saw him, it was a wonderland. This breakthrough speed, I doubt this boy must have a strange encounter. This is not the most important. This boy has somehow mastered the array. Array attainments can be called evil. Even the array genius white exhibition Yuan cannot resist." "What?" Jiziking's face was shocked. Yichen is the root of all, which is an indisputable fact. The whole Kunlun virtual clan knows. In a reasonable way, such people want to practice, and they will never be able to cross the realm of divine travel for a lifetime. But I didn't expect Yi Chen to do it. This is not the most important. Yi Chen even mastered the array, even in the mouth of Ji Lin also used the word evil to describe. Ji Lin, as her sister, has seen many array talents, and naturally will not randomly use the word evil. The key also involves white exhibition yuan. Kunlun virtual mouth is a variety of legends with white exhibition yuan. These three words are also synonymous with array talent. In this way, Yi Chen's accomplishments in array are absolutely appalling. Jiziking's chest is rolling, and he grabs Jilin's hand. From the beginning of your departure, nothing is too small. I'll all know. Jilin felt the pain in his arm, put down the chips and said all the things that happened in the past few days. From Bai Zhanyuan to Yi Chen, then to Yi kill the sky secretly, kill Bai Zhanyuan and that great energy, and then to King Xuanfeng. But Ji Lin learned a lot from Yi Chen mouth, and Yi Chen didn't say much about the specific things. Until now, why Lin Ruhai so respects Yi Chen is still a doubt. Jiziking's beautiful eyebrows have been frowning and not relaxed. Her eyes were only surprised. Wan did not expect to leave the leaves of half a year, unexpectedly so strong return. She had helped Yi Chen countless times, and she didn't expect to return at all. Now, she found that the appearance of Yi Chen directly broke the dilemma of Ji family. It is beyond the imagination and has to be admitted. Yi Chen saved Ji Jia. What kind of adventure did this guy really get in the half year? Unfortunately, he is only staying in the realm of divine tour. His starting point is too late. Even if there is King Xuanfeng and medical god gate behind him, it is difficult to have a certain discourse power in Kunlun. Kunlun virtual is the respect of martial arts after all. The medical god gate has completely declined, and there is no strong force to protect. It is difficult for Yi Chen to gain fame in Kunlun virtual. Unless one day, Yi Chen, like that leaf killing the sky, made a great event to shake Kunlun emptiness, so that he could participate in the formulation of the Kunlun virtual rules. Ji Lin saw what Jiziking whispered, and said, "Sister, why do you say that Yi killed the sky to save me and Yi Chen? Is it because he wants to get close to you with me? If Yi Chen and Yi kill the sky stand in front of you at the same time, who will you choose?" Jiziking ignored, and went to the side of the temple. "Xiaolin, only you children will make choices." How to compare the Xinyu state in Yichen district with the leaf killing the sky that may step into the state of returning to the void. But today, my family owes Yichen Tian a great deal of human feelings. If I really want to choose, I will choose Yi Chen. Even if he was rude, I always felt that he had something special. Once this thing blooms, the consequences are unthinkable. At the same time, the Blood Union dungeon. Two shadows in the dark approached the light. Mottled light and shadow hit on the mask of Yi Chen, and it was startling. Blood has dried, but the murderer on Yi Chen is still there. It's so cold. Soon, Yi Chen came out with Yi Tianzheng. His steps stopped. "Raise your head. It's a black press outside. Many of the powerful men in the Blood Alliance are waiting early outside." Yi Chen did not have a fear, but smiled. He had long guessed that it was not so easy to leave. The disciples guarding the Blood League dungeon are killed, and all the elders who enter the Blood League dungeon fall. If the Blood League can't react again, it will be ridiculous. In fact, we should have brought the strong men of King Xuanfeng here. We can resist at least half a minute. Even if there is the hand of the ancestors of King Xuanfeng, things will be much simpler. But he couldn't wait so long, and neither could his father. He looked at a big man, and his breath was terrible. The big man stood in front of all the people. If there is no wrong guess, this person should be the Blood Alliance leader. Sword blood sedimentation. They want to control the prison, and they want to control the prison. The four eyes were facing each other, and a violent spark came out of the air. Jian Xueshan looked at Yi Chen and said, "Who are you? Why do you want to take Yi Tianjing away, and why do you want to kill the gold-robed elder of my Blood League? You know how precious the gold-robed elder is in my Blood Alliance." Naturally, he did not know that Yi Chen was under the mask, so he could only ask. Yi Chen sneered, "Yi Tianjing today I want to take away, do you have any opinion? If there is one, I will fight my way. If not, your blood alliance can continue to exist in the Kunlun void. Yi Chen burst out of a strong self-confidence. Fearless. As soon as this was said, the dark crowd was quiet for a few seconds. A few seconds later, it exploded. Laughter resounded. Boy, I'm afraid you have made a mistake. The place you are stepping on is a blood alliance. Besides, if you are single and you have a half-dead ordinary person, do you still want to go out from the Blood League? Haha, I'm afraid he's a madman. Don't think you can control everything if you have some strength. Any strong man is a mole ant in front of our leader. Leader, if our government asks to go to war, he must be obedient to this boy. Lord, give me this little beast, give me 5 seconds, I'll break his hands and feet. The crowd was talking. They see Yi Chen's injury and his accomplishments. The breath of transcendence or entering the Holy Land. How specific, they do not know, because the evil spirit of Yi Chen has covered everything. But it will never exceed the Holy Land. Chapter 699. 70% of the Blood League strong enough to fight. The Blood Alliance leader Sword Blood Sedimentation looked at Yi Chen and continued, now the situation is very clear. It's useless for you to argue anymore. Yi Tian is the one whom my Blood Alliance wants, and he must stay. Not only that, but also your life. Since you don't want to see people with your mask on, I'll let my people take off your mask in person. Wang Man. Didn't you say you could break him in 5 seconds? I'll give you this chance now. The words fall, before speaking that burly strong man to stand up directly. Wang Man is 2.5 meters tall, which is much higher than Yao Ming of China. A simple stop makes people feel oppressive and makes people feel miserable to the extreme. The key is that his realm is not weak. He enters the peak of the Holy Realm and strides into the Holy Realm half-step. In Jian Shueshen's eyes, such strength is more than enough to deal with a wounded boy. Wang Man arched his hand to the sword, don't worry, the Lord. Some of the strong people in the early days of the Holy Kingdom can't bear my strength. What's more, this little beast may not need 5 seconds. I'll take off his head directly. I want to see what the little beast is afraid of seeing people. Words fall, Wang Man step out, the ground shaking. Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny Mai, only the other side's momentum either is the body refiner, or is the existence of cultivation strength. If you don't fight against this kind of person, your body may turn into blood mist. Gusts of wind swept, Wang Man blinked in front of Yi Chen. One punch. This blow is shocking to the world. The air seemed to be repressed. Although Wang is very big, the speed is surprisingly fast. Once hit, the consequences are unimaginable. Because Yi Chen is still with his father, it is impossible to dodge. Under helpless, his Mao's son congeals, reluctantly one punch smashes out. Even in order not to let the father bear the other party's injury, the body leans forward, forcefully carries down. Bang! 2 fists suddenly touch. The air waves roll, the dust rolls up, like the yellow sand all over the sky. Because Yi Chen forced to bear the strength, and he was injured. In the face of this fist, the aftershocks were all borne by him. The blood gas surges up, the corner of the mouth overflows a trace of bright red, retreats 5 or 6 steps. He took a look at his father and let out a breath. Later, he carried Yi Tianjing behind him. He didn't dare to put it on one side as he had just done in the dungeon. After all, there are too many strong blood alliance outside. If he is careless, his father will have an accident. Behind your back is the safest. However, his back is wrapped with aura, but there is no too much restraint. Yi Chen raised his head and looked at Wang Man coldly. Eyes bloody, like a hell beast. You love feeling power? Yi Chen's words fall. Wang Man saw that Yi Chen was not dead, and his expression was ferocious. The leader can watch from behind. If he doesn't take this little beast, where will his face go? Little beast, are you sure you want to carry such a burden? Don't blame me for killing 2 people with 1 punch. Wang, 3 steps, roar. The last step, the ground cracked. Bend your knees and jump into the air. over 6 or 7 meters high. Then suddenly fell, such as the momentum of Mount Tai. With the power of thunderbolt, a blow from the sky. This is his favorite boxing skill. Jinshan boxing. One blow shakes mountains and rivers. Invincible. At the moment of that blowout, everyone can hear clearly that Wang Man's huge body, his muscles and bones are singing together, making a crackling sound. Bang! The style of boxing was fierce, and Wang Man's whole strength came out. At this moment, he is full of the breath of killing. Under that terrible momentum, the whole Blood League was shaking faintly. Who dares to touch the power of the top strong? He went down the mountain like a tiger. Like a meteorite falling into the sky. Those Blood Alliance elders and disciples take a breath. Wang Man broke through. Even I can't stop the power of this blow. One punch didn't kill the masked boy. It seems that Wang Man is serious. In terms of power, it is almost invincible in the realm of the king. That boy is miserable. How can he resist a half-dead man on his back? It's too late even to run. At this moment, everyone has already confirmed the result. It must be a crush. They have even seen 2 people turn into blood fog on the spot, and Yi Chen is dead staring at the sky on the collision of the figure, his mouth flashing crazy. The power of the blood dragon in the body is all gathered on the fist. Even the immortal fire in the center of eyebrows felt the breath of Yi Chen, surging to the right arm of Yi Chen. His right hand seemed to be in flames. The master said that the fire that can't be extinguished has spirit, which is extremely terrible. It seems reasonable. At the moment Yi Chen can feel the power of the right arm is violent to almost burst and open. He no longer hesitated, with his father behind him, bent his knees, and then rushed out. Today I'll let you feel the ancient boxing skills. Luo Sha Quan. With a roar, Yi Chen's burning right arm tore the hurricane and went directly to meet Wang Man. The dragon chants and swallows thousands of miles. On momentum, Yi Chen at the moment is not lost. At this moment, Yi Chen seems to turn into a dragon swallowing the sky and bombarding away towards the Jinshan fist. With the power of immortal fire and blood dragon, this fist seems to be able to break everything. Crash! Fists roll up a huge wave. On the spot, the giant tiger virtual shadow condensed by Jinshan boxing was torn. How could it be? Yi Chen burst out of the terrible fist and fist style, let Wang Man stare big eyes, expression is ferocious to the extreme. For a moment, he was afraid. Fear from death. Tiger and fire dragon compared, the gap is too obvious. The stronger the virtual image giant beast is, the stronger the strength is. Feeling the powerful power of Yi Chenjian, Wang Man's face was red with anger. Desperate, spit out a mouthful of blood essence, crazy to strengthen Jinshan boxing. He will destroy the masked youth completely. Bang! A startling noise, 2 forces suddenly collide. Earth shaking and mountain shaking. Dust rises. Invisible air waves rolling, the dungeon gate directly collapsed. Not only that, those close to the strong blood league is also hard to shake out a mouthful of blood. Everyone retreated one after another. Who could have thought that the masked boy had the strength of an enemy? In the wind, dust is all over the sky. Wang Man's arm in the dust appeared cracks, blue veins burst. In his eyes only horror. His body was twisted, and his face was very painful. Their own strength can't be defeated at all. Even small. It's like the collision between the stars and the moon. Not a level. This boy can't even be a bodybuilder. Chapter 700. Crash. Wang Man's arm broke directly. Blood gradually earth. It's not over yet. Wang Man's ears sounded an indifferent voice. Now, I personally send you on the road. At the next moment, Yi Chen appeared in front of Wang Man again. With a fist and an immortal fire, he broke out completely in Wang Man's chest. Puff! Blood stained the sky. Wang Man has no time to react, all the bones of his body are broken. Then, hit the ground heavily. Ah! The whole Blood Alliance is resounding through his heartrending voice. Bang! A deep pit was formed on the ground, and Wang Man, more than 2 meters long, had disappeared. There is only a pool of blood left in the pit. Silence. The square of Shuameng is quiet to the extreme. It was so quiet that everyone there felt suffocated. Until a gust of cold wind blows, the Blood Alliance elder and the disciples are clever, this only then relaxes the god. Wang Man, who dominates by his strength, not only didn't win the boy in 5 seconds, but was crushed by the boy. Sleeping trough. Is this masked boy a bodybuilder? Or the existence of the trend of temper against the heaven? When they react to come over, Yi Chen is in front of the Blood Alliance, all people face to the outside to walk. There was no time to stop. The cold wind is dancing. Go! There is no one to stop. The power of that blow made hundreds of people submit. Naturally, Jian Shueshan couldn't let Yi Chen leave. He snorted coldly, "Are you blind? If this son goes out of the Blood League, you'll all do it at your own expense." As soon as this saying goes out, everyone's face changes greatly. Next second, countless weapons point to Yi Chen. Everyone surging, killing machine, casting, surround Yi Chen. Circle after circle. One man is in charge, 10,000 men are not allowed to open. Endless pressure falls from the sky, which is the power of hundreds of top powerful members of Blood League. Most people will die under this pressure. And Yi Chen's feet are also trapped in the land, unable to move a step. "Do it," a Blood League elder said. Then, countless figures swept towards Yi Chen, and the sword's shadow all over the sky tore everything. Even some of the sword's shadow still goes towards Yi Tianzheng. Yi Chen's eyes flash a trace of killing. This life talisman, the power of the blood dragon, and even the immortal fire are all gathered in the body. At the same time, cut the dragon and ask the sky sword to hold in the palm. Sword dancing, carrying a raging flame and lightning raging away. The power of this sword is like a mountain falling apart. In the roar, the bone fracture sound is clearly heard. How can ordinary people stop such a confluence of forces? Yi Chen rushed into the crowd with his father. 1 sword, 2 swords, and even Yi Chen didn't know how to chop out several swords. In order not to let his father hurt, he shouldered many injuries. His Versace casual clothes have been cracked, and even blood has been oozing. And those Blood Alliance and elders are even worse. One by one, the whole Blood League square is reduced to a blood river. The blood dragon in Yi Chen's body is more and more huge. This is its best nutrient. At this time, the sword blood that had not been started could not be seen anymore. Figure as fast as lightning, blink of an eye is to come to the back of Yi Chen. One hand to Yi Tianzheng. He firmly believes that Yi Chen will choose to bear by himself. Sure enough, when Yi Chen felt that his father was in danger, he even suddenly turned over. His chest bare the bloody palm of the sword. Bang! His body flew out on the spot like a broken kite. It is hard to hit a weeping willow tree. A mouthful of blood directly spit out. The true chi of Dantian is almost exhausted. In the end, he is still a human being. Facing so many strong men, he was injured. It is a miracle that he can hold on to now. The group of Blood Alliance elders and disciples quickly exclaimed, "It is worthy of being the leader of the alliance. 1 palm is enough to suppress this masked boy." Jian Shueshan carried his hands behind him. "Don't talk nonsense, just take off the mask of this little beast. I'd like to see who the little beast under the mask is." Hearing the command of sword bloodbath, a group of elders went to Yi Chen in an instant. At the moment, Yi Chen put Yi Tianzheng on the ground, and then stood up and thrust the sword into his father's face. "Hold him for me." Chopping the dragon asked the sky sword, the sword chanted, as if agreed to Yi Chen. Yi Chen breathed out a breath and looked at the several people who had been plundered. The ferocious smile of the corners of his mouth seemed to have settled himself. "Don't you want to know my identity? I'll tell you today." Language down, Yi Chen did not take off the mask, instead, put out his hand, 5 fingers a grip, a weeping willow is falling in his palm. Weeping willows as swords? What kind of lunatic is this? Do you really think this weeping willow can shake the Blood Alliance? Suddenly, someone found something. The shadow of Yi Chen and the action of holding the weeping willow. Plus the sword of chopping dragon and asking heaven. It is very similar to the sword drawing from Zuixian building. Yi Shitian, he is Yi Shitian. The man exclaimed. Hearing this sentence, the elders who originally intended to go to Yi Chen stopped and did not dare to move forward. Yi Shitian's fear has always dominated them. The blood sedimentation of sword is also the most gloomy eyes. Although he didn't know why Yi Shitian's strength had dropped so much, he was afraid that he would change later. He even said, all the Blood League disciples and elders listen to the order and do whatever they can to win this Yi Chen. In the next second, countless violent swords turn into Sword C and go towards Yi Chen. Originally, they did not intend to break out with all their strength, but Yi Shitian did not dare to hide their strength. Otherwise they will die. Look at the endless sword. This blow is enough to destroy any one of the powerful kings, let alone Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen was not flustered at all, and said faintly, the last thing you should do is to use a sword. The next second, the weeping willow in Yi Chen's hand swings out a sword formula directly. This sword formula can make all swordsmen obey. What is the sword C? Yi Chen step out, breath suddenly release. Weeping willow swing, invisible pressure release. Suddenly, all of a sudden, it seems that the sword idea completely out of control. A breath of ancient times envelopes the whole Blood Alliance. Under the fierce collision, the overflowing sword chi will turn into hell on earth in an instant. The sword spirit is flying, and the sword meaning that originally came to Yi Chen and Yi Tian falls to the ground on the spot. Lost all aura. Turn into scrap iron. Get the hell out of here. Yi Chen a roar, sword Ju momentum suddenly burst out. The countless swords that fell on the ground suddenly took off and even turned over. At this moment, for those spirit swords, Yi Chen is respected. The long river is broken. The wind roars. Everything is sweeping. There are so many people. Only silence. All the elders and disciples of the Blood League are crazy. Sword C swallows, dead dead dead, injured wound. Who would have thought that a weeping willow could burst out this power? How the hell are you doing this?